from sunny California, Los Angeles, live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and hippies are having a fantastic one because today we're live and alive, we're blasting off. Let the people know. All right, let's get it. Fat News Day. Don't get it twisted. Let's get started.
Gamers do not have the mental fortitude to comprehend that this is just pure extraction, okay? It's extortion. But that's crazy to say. I was not there. I was not there on January 6th. It's capital owners ruining their experience and the art that they enjoy and consume. They hate microtransactions, they hate DLCs, they hate all this shit, and they don't even fucking understand. They're becoming more and more reactionary and fucking fling towards dumbass shit like fucking pronouns! Fucking pronouns! Pronouns! What's going on? Shut the fuck up!
You know, Lenin, did anyone ever hear of Lenin? He said, the vote counter is far more important than the candidate. Has anyone ever heard that's Lenin, as they say in Russia.
There are decades where nothing happens. And there are weeks where decades happen. The bald guy said that one time. Very smart dude.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast.
Now again, is that what we're doing?
Coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Monday. That was the HasanAbi broadcast intro song from Lenin. From 3 days ago. Wanted to switch it up a little bit and get you started with something a little different, you know, on this beautiful Monday. Folks, it is Monday, and officially we are now in October. That's right. It's Monday, October 2nd, 2023, and I am right on time at 11:22 a.m. That's right. Woo, I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's an incredible day. Yes, I'm wearing the stolen Will Neff hat. This is Will Neff's very own stolen Will Neff hat. I already have another one, but this is my favorite hat, so I'm glad that his dumbass left it behind. Anyway. Oh shit, we got Halloween emotes. Yeah, it's October. It's Spooktober. It's spooky season, where I lie to you and I tell you I'm going to play some scary games, and then I usually don't. But, you know, this time I'll be better. Maybe we'll be able to bring back gaming with friends as well. For spooky season, ooh, cozy, ooh, spooky, ooh, prage, scary game time. Twist my stem, slap my butt, make me your pumpkin slut, eat my seed, eat my pie, just don't finish in my eye. Daddy's gourd looks oh so yummy, shoot your goo and fill my tummy. That's disgusting. Anyway, yeah, that's right. That's, bro, I say stuff like this on a daily basis, and then I'm like, I mean, I'm not really shocked, but like there is no way we're doing collaborations with fucking institutional Democrats or people in positions of power. You know what I mean? That clip alone is enough. That clip is going to be seen by like a DNC staffer who will get fired for even bringing me up as like a person to collaborate with, you know? Anyway, but to be fair, that's why I like doing what I do, you know? I love doing what I do. This is my shit. This is my steez. That clip alone also, that clip alone Also shows why I'm a man of the people. Exactly. Twink souls after Cyberpunk? Maybe. All right. John Kennedy's going to read that in Congress. Yeah, he's going to be like, a dildo, twist my stem, put it in my ass. Is this really the kind of language that our children should be learning from on the internet? We must ban the HasanAbi broadcast from schools. We must ban them, and we must only do Prager University. You're fit from last night. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, about what's happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time frame where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. That's right. By the way, of course, now that the Writers Guild of America strike is over, of course, Last Week Tonight is back. Now, there's some lame ones that are back, but then also this one. You're going to cover Tupac's killer getting arrested? No. Just kidding. I already covered it. I covered it last week. So, anyway, where was I? So, yesterday, we did another Drip or Drown stream, which is always fun. Like, I think, I don't know if you guys enjoy it, or I don't know if you don't enjoy it. I don't know. I don't know how y'all feel about the Drip or Drown streams, but, like, I think it's fun. It's fun to take a break from, like, the monotony and the banality of normal existence, to go and act like we're splurging a little bit. In most circumstances, I'm not even splurging, because we don't even get any of the stuff. But it's, like, fun to put, like, the guys are all fans. Like, the guys that work in both of those stores are all fans. And it's always fun to just, like, go and try on these, like, incredibly expensive designer clothes. Yeah, it's like window shopping. But then also the window is, like, the window is so stupid. You know what I mean? Like, it's just silly. So we did that. I wanted Nick Pollum to get a Los Angelino experience. IRL streams are always great, and Nick's backpack is so good. Yeah. I might actually drop another fucking 30 stacks like I did for the Rainforest last night and get that goddamn backpack, honestly. You did splurge yesterday. You got yourself some Twinks. True. I, as a, you know, classic fake socialist who loves capitalism, who actually is the most exploitative capitalist on the planet, instead of purchasing expensive designer clothes, which I do own, obviously, I purchased some expensive designer Twinks, specifically a muscle twink, Will Neff, who's not a twink really, and none of these guys are twinks except for Blau. Blau is a bit of a twink, but you know, he was the cheapest one. And then I got two hunks. That's what I did. I purchased Blau for $3,000 to do an ice skating stream with Blau on this stream. Goat Yoga with Will Neff, $10,000 from Hasan. There's also another stream. The blacksmithing stream will continue. This time with a $15,000 dono from Valkyrie. Bought me. And then Ludwig and I will do something that we figure out for $17,000. That's right. Yeah, I dropped the cool 30 bills. Anyway, I can't believe you forced Valkyrie to purchase content from you just to finish the content you already started. Hey, it's called Sigma Grind Set, brother. That's called Sigma Grind Set. That's called alpha dog mentality, okay? Start a content obligation and then never finish it, and then all of a sudden it's sold for 15 grand. $30K and still hates the rainforest? Yeah, I fucking hate the rainforest. That's not even true. I actually think the rainforest is super cool. I'm not like the biggest fan of nature, but overall, I understand the necessity for its preservation. You know what I mean? Like, just because I don't personally find it cool and fun to just like go sit on the fucking go sit and like bear the elements or whatever, doesn't change the reality that I absolutely understand the necessity of preservation, right? Here's what I do like. Okay, I like industry, I like infrastructure, I like roads, but more than roads, I actually don't like roads all that much. I like railroads, right? I like public transportation. I like seeing these big behemoth like water facilities. I don't know if you guys have ever seen like aquifers and stuff where they like, I prefer that to seeing like a naturally occurring phenomena where I go and I'm driving through fucking California and I see these like massive behemoth facilities and I imagine like, you know, these are the facilities where our water is being cleaned, right? It's fucking sick. I like that. That's what I like more than I like nature. But you know what I also like? Surviving and living and being alive and being able to eat delicious burgers like the one I had yesterday, which was fucking incredible. I'm still thinking about it. It's like I've had an extended orgasm from that fucking one smash burger we had. But anyway, my point is, in order to extend and have enjoyable experiences like eating a smash burger and looking at infrastructure, you need the fucking rainforest. Okay? Fuck nature. I like pee-pee and poopy. No, my point is, although I love man overcoming nature as a concept, right? And I find it to be awesome. Like all of the things, the amenities that we enjoy that we don't even think about, that we don't even offer a second thought to, that we're just like, yeah, of course I have electricity. Of course I have fucking internet. It's like somebody had to plant those massive beams on top of mountains in order to set up an electrical grid. You know what I mean? And when I see that sort of stuff, when I'm out in the nature, I love that. I find it to be awesome, right? I think that is sick. You know, helicopters on top of mountains, basically carrying these massive beams. You have workers that are withstanding crazy conditions to be able to like plant those beams specifically so that they could run electricity to my dumbass house, right? That kind of stuff is very fascinating to me. And I do know that is at odds with nature in and of itself. However, nature must be preserved in order for us to, you know, continue surviving and thriving. So, that's why I love the rainforest. And specifically, you know who else loves the rainforest? Motherfucking Lula loves the rainforest, baby. He was at the UNGA like last week talking about how we got to start milking these wealthier countries so that we can get some more money for rainforest preservation. I saw that and I felt it in my heart. And that's why I said, listen, I'm a rich guy from a wealthy nation. I'll fucking give 30 bills to the goddamn rainforest. And I did. So, yeah. Yeah, when you actually zero in on just how incredible it is, the modern society just functions as a heavy, heaving entity all on its own is so wildly impressive. Yes. Lula loves the rainforest. Why wasn't he at GALA yesterday? I agree. I mean, you know, he's a busy guy. He's a busy guy saving Brazil, so he couldn't show up. You are a top Cyberpunk streamer. Let's go. Barely. Number 6, dude. But hey, you know, I'll take it. I haven't played it enough. I need to play it more. Buy PCR January 6 Lego set. With all the rainforests you saved, can we say the stream is carbon neutral now? Probably. Okay, so inflation is out of hand if you purchased a banana for $17K. True. Where was I? So yeah, so that happened. So yesterday we did the we did the classic Drip or Drown stream. That was fun. I think there was some funny moments from that. I think I hope you guys enjoyed it. And then after that, we had the incredible Decadent Burg experience where I showed Nick Pollum what a real burger is supposed to look like. Not a Whataburger, but a real one, right? That needed to happen for fat boys all around the world. You know what I mean? That needed to fucking happen for Los Angeles to defend itself and defend its integrity. One funny thing that I will tell you, I think Nick genuinely loved LA this time. Like, I think I got the vibes that he was just like, damn, like LA is kind of like Austin, but way cooler. Where like, it's just sick. There's like way better food. He looked miserable amount. I don't know. Maybe he was just being nice, but he seemingly was enjoying himself. He hates the gym, but he looked at the way I live my life and how people live out here, and he fucking loved it. He kept seeing real rich people shit. You know what's funny? Like, that is quite literally the difference of living in Los Angeles at any price point in comparison to living in fucking Texas at any price point. Like, Nick is a wealthy person in Austin, Texas, but there isn't that much to spend your money on in fucking Austin, Texas. So in Los Angeles, even if you're like budgeting, right? Even if you're, you know, I mean, it's obviously way more expensive to live in Los Angeles, but like, even if you're fucking above average means in Los Angeles, like, you have a lot more opportunities to spend that money or like do fun shit. Whereas in Texas, it's 45-minute drive no matter where you fucking go. I feel like it just, the weather is definitely way worse. On what, ugly ass clothes? No, that's not the only thing that we did, man. And that's not the only thing he did. It's not just that. Like, I think a lot of people that live in cities take for granted how incredible it is, even if you're living in a fucking fake ass city like Los Angeles, which, just like Austin, also a fake city, right? Still has so many more amenities within like a reasonable distance in Los Angeles, especially, where I think people don't realize that so many people in the United States of America live like 25 minutes drive away from everything, and like the best means to get like 24 hours of food is like the gas station, which will be a 10-minute drive as opposed to the 25-minute drive. Whereas in Los Angeles, if you live in the fucking middle of the goddamn city, okay, not just in Texas, chat, no, everywhere around middle America, you have so much land and not a lot of fucking people, okay? I'm not talking about the East Coast. Like, my America experience has always been inside of cities. It's been inside of, like, even in New Jersey, I was in New Brunswick, right? Oh shit, it's effing a little bit. What the fuck? Immediately, they're coming after they hate my anti-city rhetoric, chat. You see this? Uh-oh. Bitrate is pooping a little bit. Bitrate unstable. Bitrate unstable. CIA cyber fucking me. Oh no. It's gonna fix it. It's just hold the line. Hold. Fuck! God damn it, dude. What the fuck? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Internet. Fix yourself. What the fuck is that? Oh, this might be a Twitch problem, actually. Never mind. My up. Never mind. My upload is 1K right now. Okay. All right. It fixed itself. Fuck me, dude. God damn it. That's so annoying. All right. We're good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Okay. We're good. Where was I? Oh, God. I can't even glaze up Los Angeles for like 3.5 minutes before my upload gets wonky for no reason. Anyway, what I was talking about is I guess it's the server you are on enough servers where I live, so I have to manually choose one so that doesn't happen. Anyway, so we talked about LA, we glazed it up a little bit, and I think, like, yeah, there's a lot of bad, but there's a lot of good too, you know. I think Los Angeles, much like Austin, Texas, is a fake city, but at least in Los Angeles, like, things are within a 15-minute drive. There's plenty in a 5-minute walk, even 10-minute walk, depending on what area you live in. And it's great. You know, it's preferable, I would say, to a place like Austin for that reason. A 15-minute drive in LA, where that's why I live in West Hollywood, chat. Everything I need is in a 15-minute drive. Your chat. If you live in East LA and you want to do East LA shit, everything is in a 15-minute drive. If you live in East LA and you have to go to fucking Santa Monica, then yes, it's not a 15-minute drive. My point is, if I'm talking about like a grocery store, or like if you are, you know, lucky enough to be able to, like, I'm talking about groceries, I'm talking about fucking restaurants. Like, there is shit happening inside of like a 15-minute periphery. It's not a 15-minute walkable city. It's a 15-minute drive, though. You're really just talking about increased density overall? Yes, I am. That's why I said it's a fake city. Because I'm simply just talking about increased density. I'm not talking about like adequate public transit or like all of the amenities being up to par. I'm talking specifically about density, yes. And that's why I always say Los Angeles is a fake city. Because a real city has an adequate grid, which LA has in certain areas, but not all, and a working public transit system that is offering fast, accessible, cheap, sometimes free public transit, and multiple versions of it. Underground rail, above ground rail in the form of trams, buses, mini buses if you want to fucking have mini buses as well. All of these things are supposed to work in collaboration to create like a normal public transit structure, but we don't have that in Los Angeles, which is why it's a fucking fake city. Now, I'm not going to get too far into the city planning side. I still have a lot of smoke for Los Angeles and California in general, because we're going to talk about Gavin Newsom today a lot. Imagine medium level density in central LA. Housing would be so much cheaper. Public transport so much more efficient. Is San Francisco a real city? It's close to one, but it needs to up its density pretty much. A big issue for San Francisco. So, if that's your criteria for a real city, only city in New York City is only city in USA is New York. Yes, New York. That's not true. No, New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Chicago. These are places that are real cities. A lot of people forget that there are other cities outside of New York City. Washington, D.C. Like, as much as I shit on a lot of these places, like, yeah, East Coast, a lot of parts of the East Coast are definitely better developed because they were developed when, you know, they were developed when America was becoming the United States of America, right? So they had time to develop before cars came and fucking ripped through. It's not an accident that, like, America is a very young country, and in comparison to, like, if you look at, like, parts of the United States of America that are, like, actual cities versus parts of the United States of America that are not, there's a difference there. Like, the further out west you go, the development suffers. Why? Because there's more capital interest, there's more, you know, lobbying groups, there's more cars and car line infrastructure being designed. Anyway, I'm just getting so caught up. And people, before you say, like, Pacific Northwest, yes, there are some cities in the Pacific Northwest as well. Anyway, listen. This is not what we're going to talk about yet, because there's one other aspect that I want to cover from my experiences, okay? So we did the gala last night. There was a lot of people that really, you know, tried hard in a beautiful way, for the record. Like, their outfits were incredible. And then there was me. Someone whose outfit was not incredible, right? Someone whose outfit was mid. I'll admit that. But also, at the same time, it's like, what am I supposed to do? I have a motherfucking tuxedo, right? I have a leopard print tuxedo. Like, I have to wear it for the rainforest. I would go so far as say we can do like a ranking of everyone's fits if I have some time later today. But Peach Jars went nuts with it. I mean, I'm not going to click on her profile because I'm trying to get banned right now, but said he had an outfit, check. Didn't buy anything in 2 hours, check. Said Kid Diddler rock out loud in a store, check. Wore the same thing from last year, check. Didn't bring Kaya, check. Yelled all the time, check. Debate Lord and Maya, check. Got outdone by Austin, check. Must be HasanAbi, classic. Yeah, the girls really carried. They really. Yeah, this is a Twitch-related issue, 100%. Hello? I'm back. Dude, what the fuck is happening? I don't know what's going on. I just don't understand it. It's like, on the one hand, it's fine. Like, I have 36 megabits, like 36.8, 650 download, 36 up right now. And it is cooking me. Like, it just keeps cutting in and out. It's your server. I can tell you how to fix it if it happens again, but you'd have to end stream. This happens to me all the time. I don't know if it's... No, I mean, it's on my end every now and then. Ew, only 36 up. Chat, for 36 up for... $36 up for me is incredible. What are you talking about? I only need 6 up. What are you talking about? You know, I only need like 6 up, okay? Didn't this happen a year or so ago? Yeah, it's weird because, like, I go through phases where I have no issues, and then invest in better broadband. Don't be skint with your bread and butter. This is when I started off the stream on such a fucking good... I had, like, such good vibes, and I'm already fucking losing my mind. Especially because people are saying, like, oh, dude, invest in better infrastructure. There is no better infrastructure that I can invest in. Okay? I hope you understand that. I live in an oligopoly, and so do you. If you live in some bumfuck part of the country that, like, surprisingly has fiber, shut the fuck up, okay? Like, I don't think you understand. Other than moving my entire setup somewhere else, moving somewhere else, I can't do it. There's nothing I can do about it. You live in Baghdad? Oh, well, okay. Well, let me explain to you something, okay? The same fucking forces that destroyed your country, chatter, are also very excited at, like, slowly but surely ruining the fucking lives of Americans as well. Not to the same degree, of course. I would never equate it to the genocide that your family and your people experienced, obviously. But those very same economic interests also have complete control over domestic industries that are natural monopolies that rely on heavy government spending. Okay? So what ends up happening is, in many marketplaces, you literally have maximum two, or sometimes three if you're lucky, internet service providers. And those guys all, given that they own the entire city, can just give you dog shit service and cut out all the time. Okay? This is the reason why your ISPs are really bad in the United States of America, is because most of these places have an oligopoly. And when you have an oligopoly, you never have to actually improve your structure, especially when the government is not interested in forcing your hand to improve the infrastructure. The government will give you tax breaks to improve the infrastructure, and you'll say, oh, yeah, no, I will 100%. I will 100% do it. I will offer better broadband. I will offer fiber. I will improve our infrastructure. I promise you. And then they never do it. And if no one fucking punishes these ISPs like they are supposed to, then it's over. You know, what are they supposed to do? They don't have to do it. Why the fuck would they? And I'll take it one step further. Cities like Chattanooga, Tennessee, and some other places have decided, why do we have to deal with this all the time? Fuck this. We are going to we're going to make this access public. We are going to offer public broadband that the city owns and controls. So that's the reason why Chattanooga has one of the best internets in the entire country. Because they realize that when there is a public option for internet, it's significantly better than the private options. Okay? And it actually ends up forcing private enterprises' hand to actually try and compete with the municipality. Okay? But of course, because that was so good for the people, which automatically meant it's really bad for corporations, they made it illegal. Okay? It's illegal in many parts of the country for the municipality to go and actually offer public broadband as a substitute. That is the kind of natural disaster that we live in every single fucking day. Anyway, GALA was great. We saved the rainforest. Your boy dropped 30 bills. Because I was looking at chat, because chat was like right behind us. And Cutie was like interviewing me at the end of it. And she was like, wow, I can't believe you did that. And chat, there were people in the chat going, socialist, by the way. Which is insane. Like, what do you want me to fucking do? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? I thought, in your twisted worldview, I thought socialism was when you did charity. Which is not. That's not the case. Obviously, if that was the case, Jeff Bezos would be a fucking socialist, right? But it's so funny that they're just like, yeah, socialist, by the way. Imagine dropping 30 grand on his friends. He could have just like collaborated that for them for free. It's like, yeah, dude, just think it further. Like, really think it further in your brain. Just like try to try to work through it, and you will comprehend something great here. Okay, which is that socialism is not charity, obviously, but also, yeah, I didn't have to pay $3,000 to go ice skating with Blau, or 10,000 or 15,000, 10,000 for my best friend to do goat yoga with him. It's for charity. Anyway, however, other than all that stuff, which was fun, what was I going to say? Fuck. I was waiting for the tax write-off comments, but there were only a few. Yeah, I'm surprised. There was it was a great night. It was a fun night. You know, we had some fun. And not even comments, not even. Oh, that's what I was going to talk about. The hypnotist. Chat. That shit was so, I mean, it was good content, I think. I think people enjoyed it because it was like so goofy and freaky. But that dude was like, I appreciated that dude and his existence, not for the same ways that like the average person would like it though. And I feel like you guys probably, because we have a lot of similar opinions, you probably also appreciate it for similar reasons, like, which was so embarrassing. But it's like really funny when you see the culture clash of like a 90s con man. Okay. Phil talk to a room full of like neurodivergent millionaires and 100,000aires who he has no idea who the fuck they are, and all of his cultural reference points are from the 90s, and like the people that he's talking to, he's basically talking to like this is a group of like salesmen on a conference, you know what I mean, in Kentucky. And he's like, yeah, I talked to the Los Angeles Dodgers. And I'm like, what? Like, and he kept doing like a hashtag ad too. It's like, yeah, athletes from the Los Angeles Lakers, athletes from the Los Angeles Dodgers. Yeah, he's like, and the New England Patriots. And what's really funny, he kept fucking hashtag adding so hard that I feel like Cutie might get in trouble. Okay, with the FTC, because like, or was it is FCC, right? I think that I should know this. Jesus Christ, whatever. I Cutie might get in trouble because she did not put a fucking hashtag ad. Okay, not FTC, FCC. Because, goddamn, dude, my man was like, go to hypnosis.com, you know? Dude, his shit was way worse than the top of the hour ad break, which is only a 3-minute ad break that you can literally avoid for $5 or for free. This motherfucker was hashtag adding the entire time, like nonstop. The funniest hypno clip from yesterday. Oh, you missed it, Oliver. You missed it. I just did the fucking ad break debate. Ha ha. Silly Billy. Yeah. You are now gifting a sub to others so they no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Okay, the hypnotist had real faith healer vibes you'd see in evangelist churches. So here's what I will say. Okay? Here's the 3-minute break now. Here's what I will say. First of all, that is social pressure. There's two different things I will mention. Yes, your mind is very powerful. Yes, you can like meditate. And yes, you could probably like, if you are susceptible to that sort of like outside influence, you probably could get like in some kind of like state where you are more malleable. But none of those people on stage were in that situation. They were all, no, dude, they were all doing it for funsies. I asked Myth, who was like really invested, okay? Because immediately, as soon as after the hypnosis was over, I went up to Myth. I was like, so what's up? How much of that is like bullshit? He was like, yeah, we're just fucking faking it. Because like at that point, one, don't even fucking bring up Sirhan. After last night's events, I know that the hypnosis theory is bunk. Okay? Like it is just like people playing along because social pressure. You don't want to like the guy was like a big bully and people did not want to be like when you're on stage, you don't want to be like you're going along with it pretty much. No one wants to be the one asshole, which is why even Sear, who was like very clearly faking it, as you guys saw, was very clearly faking it, as you guys saw, and yet like the guy played along with it. This one was a funny moment.
Come on, dude.
The mic was a little bit blown out, even though the quality of the footage was really good.
She's got spank problems, alcohol problems. We don't allow that. Fuck you!
She's got spank problems and alcohol problems. Anyway, I don't fuck with that hypnosis stuff. L demons. Yeah, it's basically like an improv show, you know? The people who believe in hypnotism are the same people telling the people the government is going to destroy us on October 4th. Yeah, the hypnotist playing mariachi music after saying they ate beans with some old school raisins, shaking my head. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, all of his cultural reference points were like 90s. Like, he was like, ooh, I'm your math teacher, and you hate me, so you're going to make a goofy face. Like, it's the fucking Little Rascal shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm your math teacher and you hate me and you're going to do a face every time I turn around, right? Like, all that stuff was like 90s stereotypes. Like, he built his entire show around 90s stereotypes, and he's built his entire show around, fucking show around, you know, duping like a bunch of salespeople, in Arkansas or some shit, you know what I mean? Who are on a retreat. Like, that's the kind of, like, mindset, alpha dog mindset, power of improvement shit that he was pushing. Isn't hypnosis real if you can find a proper person that you can influence? Two different things. Some people are more susceptible to that sort of thing, okay, to be more malleable. But also, not just that, but it's more like meditation. You know what I mean? It's not like it's you doing it. These guys were all faking it though, because they're all fucking streamers. You know what I mean? You're not gonna. My high school teacher hired the same hypnotist for a senior class event back in 2009. Guys, if hypnosis was real, the CIA would be all over that shit. Okay, I'm sorry, and let me tell you, they tried. They tried so hard. Look up MK Ultra. Okay, they didn't just try hypnosis. They tried literal drug-induced hypnosis, okay? They were desperate for like 20 fucking years to try to get people to do their bidding, and they still were unable to do so. So if they are unable to do that, and the only thing you got out of that was like Charles Manson and a whole bunch of fucking serial killers, if that's what you got out of that project, okay, well then yeah, it's probably not valid. The closest thing you can get to mass hypnosis is probably something like social engineering that can happen in TikTok or algorithm boosted right-wing radicalization. Like that's usually what this is. Okay? Dude, they were also trying to transcend reality by going to other states of consciousness. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that stuff is like fun and all, but it's not going to work. Like real hypnosis, or the way that you understand what hypnosis is, happens regularly. Okay? It happens all around you. The closest you will get to it is, ironically, something that he was very bad at, which was hashtag ads. He literally fucking plugged himself regularly, and it didn't work. But guess what? There's a multi-billion-dollar industry that does that very successfully. Okay? So that's it. That's what like actual persuasion looks like. Not in the direct, like, you are now falling asleep, I'm making you fall asleep type way, but more so like you are now wanting a burger. You want the burger. You want the burger, the big one. You want the big burger, okay? He's licensed by the board. The board of what? Hypnotists? Music can have a hypnotic effect on people as well. They did hypnosis with making a rap musical about one of America's founding fathers. What? The part of hypnosis is to trick you into telling your friends you were faking it. They were still under hypnosis last time typing this. Hypnosis is sometimes used during surgery. The fact that it's similar to meditation doesn't make it fake. What? You can actually be disqualified for a security clearance if you attempt to be hypnotized. That's so funny. Anyway, how do you know he didn't just hypnotize the board for his cert? Brother, if he was good at hypnosis, I would believe his shit. And I would be at hypnosis.com learning all about the wonderful ways that he has made people quit smoking and make a lot more money. Okay? Except I'm not there because he was not very good at hypnotizing me into believing that his hypnosis works. Yeah. You're describing guided meditation, exactly, which is really weird because, like, it's almost kind of indecent. Like, the way to take, like, guided meditation and then take it in a direction where it's, like, kind of a clown show, I consider to be a little bit, I consider it to be a little bit fucked up almost. You know what I mean? It's, like, fun in a movie or whatever, but... He looks like a Tim Robinson character with that fedora. Great look for a hacking entertainer, to be honest. Yeah, no, the look was great. One thing I will say is I have a tremendous amount of respect for magicians. Like, I love magic and I love magicians. It scares me, right? Because I can't figure it out. Like their sleight of hand is so fucking good and it's so fast. But one thing that magicians have usually is... and this is like hypnotists are like a kind of magician as well. Like this is a magic show, right? Magicians are very charismatic usually. Like they have to lull you to have a false sense of security. Like you have to have like a little security blanket around yourself in order to like play along with it, so that they can manipulate your eyes in a specific direction while doing other stuff in the opposite direction that you don't pay attention to. This guy did not have that. So that's what was really interesting. You know what I mean? Like, he did not have that charisma at all. He had he was very similar to like my style of commentary where he was just like bouldering through it. You know what I mean? He was just like, yeah, you fucking assholes, you don't respect me. at all. I'm board certified, and I've worked with real celebrities. Yeah, he was. They are the chiropractors of magic. Yes. He threatened everyone into having a good time. Yeah. But I guess like it just like with magic, right? Just like with magicians, if you can suspend your disbelief, if you can suspend your disbelief, like maybe you can get into like that meditative state. Seer fed into that shit so well. Yeah, I think Seer was a great example, like because you know everyone could tell that he was faking it, and obviously the fucking the hypnotist knows everyone is like playing along with it, but because Seer was like a little bit over the top at times, like he stopped playing along with Seer, you know what I mean? But it's improv. In high school, we had a psych class that would hypnotize us, and our teacher got some people to do like farm animal sounds the moment the bell rang. People would fucking start mooing and shit the moment the bell went off before I could even comprehend it did. Hypnotism never worked on me, but it was pretty funny though. Magician here at conventions, don't laugh. We always have a few hypnotists and a lot of risless guys that nevertheless have gigs. Also, in my professional opinion, a group of live streamers would be the worst crowd ever. Yeah. Exactly. I agree with you on that 100% because you have to literally be above. You have to be like the best in the business to be able to like manipulate a group of live streamers because every single person is so fucking narcissistic and so aware of like this being a performance that like and they also want to be the center of said performance that it completely shuts them out from like being manipulated in a serious way. Yeah, we're the con artists, you know what I mean? So it's like hard. You're gonna have a hard time conning an entire room full of fucking con artists in some ways. So, that's why it's like it's a difficult endeavor, which is the reason why I think like he didn't meet that barrier. Whereas like the magician dude who also is a streamer, that was there for Ray's birthday, like he was actually very good. Yeah, he did all the stupid stuff with the crowd at the beginning so we could spot who would be suggestible with directions and would go along with it. Exactly. Anyway, once he said that you hate your boss, it must have felt so fake. That's the funniest part, like, because again, he was not channeling. He was not channeling his commentary and his bit. He had not like swapped it around in years, you can tell. Okay? Because he has no idea who this fucking room is. You know what I mean? You're talking to dudes who are like in their 20s and have made like $5 million who have never even seen a boss. Okay? When you say you hate your boss, they think you're talking about a fucking raid boss. And you're literally like, it's obvious that you're talking to a group of like marketing firm Andes on a retreat at that point, thinking that you're like you can't talk to a bunch of neurodivergent, brain broken, young Twitch streamers and YouTubers and shit. He's your standard State Fair hypnotist. This guy's probably more legit than the average State Fair hypnotist, I suspect. But the Patreon is a freezing problem. Everyone wondering if y'all could do something about it. Wait, what do you mean? First of all, don't come to me with that. That's 100% March territory. But yeah. Nah, that fixed? Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a Discord server specifically for this, you know, where you can literally bully march into fixing shit. Why does he literally look like Woody Harrelson in Now You See Me? Because there is a very realistic possibility that they tailored his character off of this guy. If he's been around for long enough in California and like Los Angeles, I suspect that like they probably designed this character off of him. All it takes is like for one person to have ever been in a room with him to remember that and take that to a writer's room to be like, no, that's the character. Yeah, he was a mentalist. I mean, I love that kind of stuff. I do, especially when someone is really good at it. You know what I mean? But you need to, like, I see this as entertainment, right? Like, you're an entertainer, you need to woo me. Like, and it's a high barrier to clear. Some people can do it. Like, magicians that can do it, or even hypnotists, or like mentalists, or whatever that can do it, like, that's sick. Because it's all a part of the world of magic, right? Like, every single thing that he's doing, technically, is still abso-fucking-lutely in the realm of magic, like guessing numbers. It's all the power of suggestion and the power of like being hyper observant. And I think it's profound. It's awesome. I think it's super sick. But you know, can we do politics soon? Yes, it's Monday. We're gonna get into it in a second. Hypnotism, mentalist appeal is in the charisma and the showmanship, in my opinion, not the action itself. Exactly. And when you're fucking, when you are, you know, yelling at people and being like, I'm legit, fuck you. Like, it's just like, I don't know. It just reeks a little bit of insecurity. Found this homeless guy outside and thought it'd be cool to have him on the pod. Yeah, we did. Have you seen The Future? Ozempic, it stimulates exercise, inducing weight loss and increased endurance. Revolutionary drug tricks the body into thinking it's exercising. New drug, SLU-PP332, tested on mice. Dude, I feel like there's so many of these. There's always like a new drug that never actually ends up being like good because it ends up fucking, I don't know, making your dick fall off or some shit. The new compound developed and tested by University of Florida professor of pharmacy and his colleagues leads to obese mice to lose weight to convince... Bro, in America, even our mice is obese. By convincing the body's muscles that they're exercising more than they really are, boosting the animal's metabolism. It also increases endurance, helping mice run nearly 50% further than they could before, all without the mice lifting a paw. The drug belongs to a class known as exercise mimetics, which provides some of the benefits of exercise without increasing physical activity. The new treatment is in the early stages of development, but could be tested on people to treat diseases like obesity, diabetes, age-related muscle loss. I mean, dude, I'll consume this garbage. He said, I thought all drugs were produced by Big Pharma. Excuse me. How dare you? This kind of R&D is certainly happening in Big Pharma. Like when they inevitably buy the patent for this and then lock it down for the next 50 fucking years, okay? Yeah, I saw the Politico article. We'll cover that too. Apparently, being part of the SS doesn't make you... Wait, is this... Am I blocked by this fucking guy? Oh, John Cipher. He's the CIA guy. Isn't he the fucking fake CIA guy or the real CIA guy who once famously said, Russia caused my hair to be white with all of the... Like, Russia is the reason why my hair is white. That's what he said. Former CIA spy. Yeah, former CIA clandestine service, now spycraft and NAFO fella sometimes writes. Yeah, fighting against the USSR didn't necessarily make you a Nazi for Politico. Yeah, no. Yeah, it did. And I will take it one step further. It certainly did even after World War II, okay? A lot of people will go, excuse me, the USSR after World War II, what about then? It's like, no, they still use Nazis. NATO. They literally use Nazis. They used Nazis and other kinds of fascists in every fucking country because they were the best at fucking killing commies, okay? Libs are mad at you for saying freeing a country from 96% slavery. Yeah, I know. I think I fucking banged on the Confederacy angle on that one. That one is like very indisputable. And I've seen a lot of liberals who were like, I had no fucking idea this was going on in Tibet. After I said that, because like I've seen a lot of people who would normally be like, fuck Hasan on this, genuinely become convinced and desperately looking for a way to counter propagandize against that. Did I do a blast off tweet today? I haven't. Oh my God. That's why I'm like, I didn't even blast off yet. I forgot. I got ahead of myself. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. It's Monday, news day. Jamal Bowman, J6 comparisons. Yeah, I got hypnotized into forgetting to run the, not the top of the hour break. I ran it already, but I got hypnotized into forgetting to blast off today. It's Monday news day. Jamal Bowman, January 6 comparisons. Trump is in court for fraud. Gavin Newsom's corpo pick for CA Senate and more. Get in now. Do we have a good... The chatter asking for politics derailed you? Dude, I never stopped doing politics. It's just that you probably personally don't like or aren't immediately interested in the issue that I'm talking about. Every single part of my commentary is still going to be political in nature, which it always is. What is the October 4th conspiracies? I'm not even familiar with what the fuck's going on there, but anyway, whatever. I love that. I love a good conspiracy, so let's fucking YOLO it. We'll cover that too. Very confused MB. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I should have used... This is such a funny meme, dude. What the fuck? Yo, Discord is popping today and yesterday. The U.S. also genocided millions of Koreans and Chinese in the efforts to stop socialism after Mao brought millions out of slavery, Japanese and U.S. imperial suppression and poverty. Yeah, but think about the vibes, though. Oh, are they saying that because, like, some of these dipshits know that, like, there's going to be an emergency broadcast message, and one of the QAnon guys was, like, smart enough to get ahead of that? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. There's going to be an emergency broadcast on every phone as a test, and all it takes is for, like, a couple dickheads to know ahead of time that that's going to happen and immediately tailor something around it, which is pretty funny because, like, when I first saw it, I literally thought about, like, I literally thought about when I first saw it, like, there was a Dexerta tweet that I saw. I was going to quote tweet it and be like, yeah, I hope it's, telling people to subscribe to the HasanAbi broadcast at the top of the hour or some dumb shit. And then some QAnon guys went and literally did that, basically. Like, me joking about that tweet, was basically the reality for the QAnon circles. Someone immediately used that to their advantage because, like, every single person is going to receive that message. So that's a great opportunity to radicalize people and, like, get them on board with your dumb bullshit, your dumb grift. Anyway, let's blast off. Fucking liberals freaked the fuck out over this a few years back because it was Trump in office. What's with your boy Gavin stealing our Marylanders? Bro, you can keep her in Maryland, okay? Brazzers, you so straight. Oh, true. This literally is a straight porn site. I didn't even think about that. Before politics, how was the after party? Oh, that's the last part of the saga. It's so funny because as soon as the hypnosis part was, as soon as the stream was over, I fucked out of there. I just like immediately peaced out. Now, a lot of you were tweeting at me saying, Hasan, why are you fucking tweeting about Gavin Newsom's like Senate pick at the after party? It's because I wasn't at the after party. Okay? I was not at the after party. I was on my way home and reading Twitter angrily, reading the fucking Politico article about the head of Emily's list, that Gavin Newsom. Okay? And the reason why I left was because I left Kaya home, guys. Remember, I left Kaya at home by herself for 3 to 4 hours when I live streamed. Came back home, took her outside, played with her a little bit, and then I had to leave again for another 4 hours. I can't fucking leave her alone for longer than that. That's crazy. And guess what? I didn't crate her. I just left her in my bedroom, and she didn't pee, nor did she poop in the house, which is fucking awesome. Okay? Yeah, this is why my Twitter is busted, dude. Want to switch governor camp? Like, that's not that bad. Yeah, sucks when socialists don't walk the talk, lol. You a creep. Yeah, Twitter is just broken as a website. She pooed, you just haven't found it in your $3 billion McMansion? True, maybe. Yeah, I saw this. The post left watch coming after me.
Like, go ahead. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like so autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
so China took over. Unilaterally took over Tibet,
like these are
their culture. They basically are trying to, you know, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that. Yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
I think that yes, I will be on the record
just
to
like
state
America did it.
That while the Chinese government,
I'm not going to say it.
Well, there is no equivalent in American intervention that you can point to in a similar capacity, unless you're talking about.
Okay, so
and I think this is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed.
That account tries to put you in the same light as Jimmy Dore or Glenn Greenwald, aka people that actually support right-wingers. Yeah, it's always so funny whenever that account is always like, there's a bunch of these like post-left watch or like, like there are plenty of fucking grifters who have left the left, but still abide by the aesthetics of the left while simultaneously always supporting right-wingers. I am very obviously not one of those people, but that account does not care about specifically those people. That account only cares about whoever the fuck deviates from standard Democratic Party politics and specifically American foreign policy. Okay? It is such an idiotic fucking take. To get so mad at a perspective like this. Some of you be calling the Union American Confederates genocide if you were alive back then. 100%. It's also funny to see I think it's also funny to see that so many of the people in the replies of this or in the quotes of this are like, yeah, maybe I was a little too harsh on Hasan. Oh, stop making me like Hasan. It's like, suck my dick, dumbass. You just got duped by other people clip chimping me and saying I'm not fucking leftist enough. I've been in this game for a lot longer than you have, and I've been saying the same shit for a lot longer than you have, okay? Stop getting fucking clip chimp dumbasses online. Looks like a lot of leftists agree with you, but said fuck you in the same sentence as well. Yeah, because unfortunately, we're all fucking losers on the left, okay? We can't ever get together and you know, align on our universal values that we have.
Okay.
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes. Tibet in the time frame where Chinese intervention happened would be the South. Yes,
So
they were doing slavery.
What was the
they were
moral
brutal.
aspect of the war of China?
The interests are obviously like national security or whatever the fuck they claim, but ultimately the reality was that beyond the material benefits, that yes, they were a feudal, oppressive, slavery-backed state, autonomous region.
Well, as if the American Civil War was about morals. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The only aspect that you can touch on as far as like Tibetan culture being erased is like the classic Dalai Lama dispute, which is bullshit. Like what the Chinese people are doing is bullshit. What the Chinese government has done is not good, which is a classic fucking socialist hang up on religious figures and idolatry, that you just cannot fucking let people believe in their own shit. Other than that, as far as I understand, they improved literacy rates for Tibetans and you know, offered material benefits. Obviously, the Dalai Lama himself, the current Dalai Lama himself, is like a CIA guy, but whatever. Abolishing slavery after the Civil War was strictly a punishment for the South. It was not about morals at the time. The PRC came to Tibet from the call of a Tibetan communist who had been asking the USSR for help for years. At least China increased the quality of life post-intervention. The North really didn't do shit for the people. Chinese intervention in Tibet, with obviously the exception of like trying to reinstitute religious norms and with seeing it as a mechanism of control and trying to reinstitute religious norms with their own guy and having like a consistent dispute. With that exception, what the federal government in America refused to do in the South was lessons to learn. I just did a really bad job of describing it. Fuck. I mean, the federal government should have went way harder in the South. Someone said you were doing this. Conquistadors did to Mexico. That's a really interesting fucking take because, you know, completely destroying and enslaving indigenous people. Okay, he's literally doing this meme. This is my take with a lot of like online dipshits, right? They don't comprehend, like, there's a difference between good things and bad things. Violence is a constant in the political sphere. Not a valid comparison because the conquistadors literally instituted a slave mandate, did not abolish slavery. They instituted a slavery mandate on the indigenous population. This comparison is literally like, it's not even frustrating at this point. You want to know why it's not frustrating? Because you're just a fucking stupid person for making this comparison. It's so goddamn idiotic because it's so goddamn ahistorical, okay? That's the major problem here. Using ancient ritualistic practices that we would personally consider barbarian with our own modern perspectives as a reason for enslaving an entire fucking population that called themselves, you know, people who do conquest, okay, which did significantly more barbaric shit to that same indigenous population, is psychotic, especially when you're talking about, like, you know, violent retribution to end slavery in a specific region. It doesn't make sense. It's ahistorical. I wish that people wouldn't be so susceptible to right-wing framing or immediate reactionary lapses of judgment, and instead we're able to think about this a little bit more thoroughly. Okay, I get it. You fucking hate socialists or tankies or whatever the fuck, but just, like, please, just be a little bit more open-minded. That's all I ask. Okay. Michael Parenti on Tibet.
The very purpose of our life is happiness. Ever since these Tibetans fled.
I don't know if I want to watch this because I feel like there's going to be some skinned babies on here. Like, I feel like anytime leftists talk about Tibet, they immediately hit the fucking look at the flesh removed from this baby line, which is real. There was a real thing that happened, but, like, I don't want to fucking show it. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's like a shit ton of skulls in here. I guess that's not technically TOS, because it's just skulls.
The very purpose of our life is happiness.
Like, looking at why skulls though? Penn and Teller are not leftists.
Ever since these Tibetans fled their homeland at the threat of the communist Chinese in 1959, their leader, the Dalai Lama, has been traveling the globe with a trite greeting card philosophy and a warm smile, desperately trying to enlist help in his quest to free Tibet and return to power.
I believe, you see, every human being have the potential to develop compassion.
This idea that he's a humble spiritual man with just a robe and a bowl and a prayer bead isn't really what the Dalai Lama is all about. I'm Michael Parenti, a political writer, author, and noted after-dinner raconteur. He headed a social system that was exploitative, terribly unequal.
Yes, that's the suck my tongue guy. Dude, the Dalai Lama telling that child to suck his tongue, I'm not even kidding, did unimaginable damage to the CIA's interest in, like, using him as a fucking person of notoriety. I'm not even kidding. Once he became memeified by, like, even the most normie libs that were like, whoa, what the fuck, suck my tongue, that's odd. It just, like, it was such a massive branding fuck up, dude. Straight up. Like, once that happened, everyone was like, kind of odd, dude. It's just, what the fuck. Also, this is not Michael Parenti. I don't know why you guys sent this to me. I don't know why it says the Michael Parenti library. This is very obviously not him. There is no yellow hue. I do not understand who this imposter is. It sounds a lot like him, but it's certainly not him. I've never seen him not yellow.
Tibet was Shangri-La. That is, if you were the Dalai Lama. No wonder he wants it back. He had a palace and a pile of servants. The rest of the Tibetans lived in huts and ate.
By the way, this is one of those like funny moments where, like, Penn and Teller are such, like, annoying r/atheism dipshits and libertarians in general, but, like, old school libertarians in general, that they're, like, anti-Dalai Lama. It's like, it's so funny to just be. It's so funny to be, like, so hyper focused on, like, religion being nonsensical that you just end up arriving at, like, a correct position.
Roast barley meal and yak butter tea.
You had a privileged priest class living in utter luxury and opulence, and you had a mass of serfs living in utter misery.
And if you broke the law, then torture and mutilation, including eye gouging, the pulling out of tongues, and even disemboweling were reportedly common punishments. As this State Department internal memo reveals, the Dalai Lama at one time took $180,000 a year from the CIA for his living expenses, and $1.5 million a year from the spy agency to finance Tibetan guerrilla operations against the Chinese, which included running a covert guerrilla training center in Colorado. Maybe they were non-violent covert guerrillas.
Violence and telling lies, cheating, these, I believe, basic.
MB says Dalai Lama oranın FETÖ'sü oluyor değil mi? Turkish people are so funny. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, FETÖ'cü. I never thought that this would be a thing, a comparison that I would ever hear in my entire life, but not wrong. Yes. Dalai Lama is the Fethullah Gülen of Tibet.
Against human nature.
To be fair, the robed one isn't taking money from the CIA any longer. Once people found out, it became a bit of a PR problem. So what would happen if the Dalai Lama returned to power in Tibet?
If he had his way, he would want the Chinese out. He would bring the Lama class back. It would be ruled by monasteries. The aristocrats of the exiled community would all go back with him. And it would be like old Tibet with maybe a few reforms.
Yeah. And then liberals could say, "Oh, it's so much better." They'd also do like heavy investments, but like Western backed heavy investments, you know what I mean? So they could be like, no, life is so much better now. And also, you're fucking annoying if you think that like having a Lama class and a little bit of feudalism there is in their culture. Like, it's really fucked up that you think that they are not allowed to have a little bit as a treat. Did you see what Tana said about you on her podcast? No, I did not. What'd she say? New Age feudalism, yeah. Being ruled by llamas seems sick. Oh, as far as historical revisionism goes, by the way, because our part in endless amounts of historical revisionism doesn't specifically end there. Since Canada did a oopsie and had a fucking literal Nazi, a Waffen SS Nazi, a Nazi, okay, which, by the way, my hatred for Nazis have never been higher. I've always been like, obviously, an anti-Nazi guy. But since watching Band of Brothers, oh my God, dude, I've been, my patriotism and anti-Nazi opinions have flourished, okay? My God, dude. My God. Damn, sounds like that was against his interest. Damn, sounds like that was against his interest in Tibetan, right? It does seem like, or does it seem like siding with the CIA makes sense? For me, it does feel like the latter. Why would he not side with the CIA, who was the other option to back his liberation effort? Yeah, his liberation effort to do what, though, is the question. Which is why I made the comparison to the Confederacy, Walter, Chatter. It's like the Confederacy were trying to align with France and England, who had unified interests in maintaining low cotton prices, right? And also destabilizing this new formation. Like, you take it one step further. Like, it's not necessarily just aligning with the CIA that's an issue. It's that, like, he was, from a long line of slavers who were brutally oppressive, where 98% of the fucking country was serfs. Do you get it? Anyway. There is a Politico article that is re-envisioning the Waffen SS. I'm literally looking at it, friggin' banana pants. Look at the screen. Okay, very cool. We got some Nazis in the chat. Nice, getting banned quickly. Okay, so... Watch Soviet storms of World War II doc from the USSR perspective. Let's go. As I was talking about, which episode are you on? I'm almost done. I think I'm on episode 9 or 8 or something. But anyway, as my fervor and anti-Nazi perspective becomes more solidified than ever before, Politico has some different opinions. Okay. Politico wrote an article saying, fighting against the USSR didn't necessarily make you a Nazi. Canada's HasanHuh scandal is a demonstration of how, when history is complicated, it can be a gift to propagandists who exploit the appeal of simplicity, which is a fucking psychotic thing to say. What the fuck is going on? There's an article by Keir Giles, voiced by artificial intelligence.
Fighting against the USSR didn't necessarily make you a Nazi. Canada's HasanHuh scandal is a demonstration of how, when history is complicated, it can be a gift to propagandists who exploit the appeal of simplicity. Keir Giles is an author and commentator. His most recent book, Russia or the Truth, has even got its boots on. And the ongoing turmoil over Canada's parliament recognizing former SS trooper Yaroslav Hunka highlights one of the most important reasons why something that's untrue but simple is far more persuasive than a complicated.
Dude, it's done. I don't even want to read the rest of it. It's over. You are saying that a guy who volunteered to be a part of the foreigner brigade for the Waffen SS actually had a complicated relationship. You know what this is? This is the, you guys put women in video games, okay, and you went too far by putting women in video games, so now I'm a fucking Nazi, okay? Except, guess what? He literally was a Nazi, okay? Like, I mean, literally the closest you can get to being a Nazi without being a part of the party, okay? He volunteered. I don't know how to fucking, what? I don't know how to fucking go about this. I don't know how to, like, hello? This motherfucker looked at the Holocaust and said it was the best years of my life, dude. God damn. Like, you know, I'm no Stalinist or anything, but fucking holy shit, dude. Social fascism is so real. What the hell? Chill out, man. It's like, what are we doing here? What the fuck's going on? You're just actually, unironically, not even cutting a liberal at this point and a fascist is bleeding. You're just tickling a liberal and a fascist is laughing. Fuck! How? Why is this written in a publication? This is, what is going on? This is like Stormfront shit. In the case of HasanHuh, the mass outrage stems from his enlistment of one of the foreign legions of the Waffen SS. Oh my God, fighting Soviet forces on Germany's Eastern Front. And it's a demonstration of how, when history is complicated, it can be a gift to propagandists who exploit the appeal of simplicity. The history is complicated because fighting against the USSR at the time didn't necessarily make you a Nazi. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. During World War II, if you fought against the USSR, you aligned with the Nazis, and you were literally a Nazi. Okay, and not only that, but even if you were to say, like, oh, the entire nationalist movement in Ukraine wasn't aligned with Nazis, even though, you know, that would still be somewhat historically revisionist, unless you're, like, literally talking about some edge case that I don't even fucking know about, okay? Right? This guy doesn't even fit that bill, okay? Before the Finnish chirp and chime in, okay? I know, you guys denazified your fucking Air Force like what, 5 years ago? Thank you for that. Except, this is even worse than that, okay? This is worse than Finnish people being like, oh, well, you know, we had a complicated history with that, blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, we're talking straight up, like, joining the Waffen SS, okay? I yelled too much. I got up and went to a different area in the room to fall asleep. As far as edge cases go, I guess the Japanese Imperials did also fight the USSR, but as you said, not this guy. Wait. Yeah. Exactly. They were bad. Hello? What do you think? I'm a fucking fan of Imperial Japan? What? Yeah, they were... Bro, the Japanese were the Nazis on the other side of the fucking planet. If anything... They got away with so much shit, okay? Shouts out to the Americans who allowed them to do that. They were fucking insanely evil. You know what I mean? Like, insanely evil. Bro, the fucking Manchurian experiments, dude? What the fuck? God damn, those motherfuckers were psychotic monsters, okay? And here comes at the beginning of the World War II, USSR started siding with the Nazis. Really interesting. Appeasement also occurred with the West as well. I hope you know that. And it doesn't fucking matter. This is literally the same energy as, I guess you didn't know that the Democrats were the ones who are on the side of the Confederates. It's like, yeah, did nothing else happen, dude? In between then? That's really interesting. What a fucking awesome... fun little moment of history. Let's not examine anything else that happened after that, okay? Let's not examine anything else that happened. Everyone always goes, this is the new liberal fucking counter, which is so stupid. Just like, you don't have to be ahistorical about it, okay? You don't have to come across like a dumbass hog just so you can do the fuck the USSR thing. You could just say you don't like the USSR's existence, you don't like what Stalin did or whatever the fuck, and just keep it at that. You don't have to also literally turn around and engage in ahistorical nonsense as though, like as though the fucking World War II didn't happen. You know what I mean? Are you a fucking idiot? Are you stupid? Wow, I can't believe the USSR engaged in a non-aggression pact and just like the West did, okay? I wonder, certainly nothing happened after that, right? Certainly nothing happened after that, and the USSR aligned with the Nazis and started, and they were a part of it. They were a part of the fucking, they were a part of the axis of evil. Also, why are people still doubling down on this? Everyone involved in bringing that old guy to Parliament apologized already almost immediately after it happened. His dead discourse in Canada. Because I think there is a more important revisionism. There's a secondary reason for why people are still arguing this point. Just like the reason why this guy is fucking hitting this take. Poland took a piece of Czechoslovakia in the Munich Agreement with the Nazis, so maybe people should stop bringing up Molotov-Ribbentrop. It's just... like, Molotov-Ribbentrop is such an idiotic fucking take because the more famous thing that happened after that is what is important, okay? Just like the West also engaged in appeasement, like, nobody's gonna fucking sit here and be like, remember when Americans, like, I don't know, remember when Americans also did that? And that's it? Like, nothing else happened? Like, what are we talking about? Everybody knows what happened. Watch Band of Brothers, okay? They were fucking pummeling Nazi skulls, okay? They were doing incredible things out there. Our boys were out there fucking, paratrooping, dropping into France, liberating goddamn European countries left and right. You understand me? God, it was so good. Fuck, I feel so passionate in my fucking heart every time. God, a Band of Brothers, what a show. What a fucking show. Anyway. It gives me such a patriotic boner. Anyway. Why did Stalin immediately start manufacturing weapons after the Molotov Pact? He was quite literally buying time for the inevitable war. What a fucking joke of an argument. I don't even care about that. You don't even need to make that. Okay? You don't even need to talk about every single Western country that made a pact before the USSR did with Nazi Germany, all this shit. None of it matters. You want to know why? Because the simplest explanation is always the best one, which is that the USSR fought the fucking Nazis and won. That's it. You know what I mean? That's it. There's nothing else that you need to bring up other than, you know, what our boys did, okay? What our boys did on the Western Front, okay? And what their boys did on the East. And together they were able to fucking rid the world of the Nazi scourge. Do you understand me? God damn, dude. Oh, I feel fucking passionate when I see. Brings a tear to my goddamn eyes, dude. They fucking took it down. They took that fucking gross empire down, just like you can take the top of the hour ad break down with a $5 a month subscription. That's right. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break scourge. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. I wonder how many people Band of Brothers recruited for the U.S. Army. I literally would have joined. I'm telling you right now, if I was my age right now, because Band of Brothers came out 36 hours before 9/11, if I watched Band of Brothers, I'd be like, I'm enlisting. Where? I need to become a soldier. I will believe anything you tell me. It is the best. It is the most, like, effective. The propaganda worked on you. First of all, they didn't even do this in anticipation of 9/11. They shot it a year before 9/11 happened. Okay? It was just incredible because it is the only propaganda element of, like, Band of Brothers and Saving Private Ryan and all matter of different World War II movies is that it completely changed the attitude globally and allowed there to be so much anti-USSR, anti-Soviet sentiment in the immediate aftermath of World War II. The most deliberate aspect of World War II movies. Oh, by the way, here's the 3-minute ad break now. The most deliberate aspect of World War II movies is that it personally changed and rewrote history for so many people that everyone thought, oh, it's just Americans. Like, simply Americans defeated the Nazis and maybe a little bit of help from, like, the English, right? And that the USSR is just completely sidelined. And the 20 fucking million dead is just simply not even considered. There's hella propaganda in Band of Brothers, dude. It's a great miniseries, but come on. I mean, the major propaganda, in my opinion, is the very little mention of Russians so far. And I'm like 9 episodes deep. And they don't even bring up. They don't even fucking bring up, like, a singular aspect of the USSR in that. There is zero mention of the USSR, like they weren't even there. We're going to get back to the revisionist article right now in a second, but there is, first you convince people the USSR was an equivalent evil to the Nazis, then you can convince them that it was the greater evil, then that the Nazis were a necessary evil, then finally that the Nazis were good. Everyone who falls into this pipeline works to pull others to the level they're on while themselves being pulled along to the next by the more advanced fascists. This is by design. And I do think that that is what we are engaging in right now. This is why the never forget narrative is so fucking important. Okay? Like, there is a reason for why we must not forget the Holocaust so that we don't repeat those same mistakes, right? Even though one might say that there are active apartheid states currently engaging in the act of genocide, like in Israel, right? Or there might be, not full ethnic cleansing, but some level of ethnic cleansing and slavery occurring in the United States of America still, and many other places around the world. The idea that this is like, the double genocide theory, I think was originally very insidious, very cynical, oftentimes fascist-backed propaganda that has now become the norm, like actively. And this also plays along with it. Secretary Anthony Blinken, 82 years ago, the Nazis murdered 34,000 Jews at Babin Yar. Soviets buried this history, which today Putin's government manipulates to provide cover for Russia's abuses in Ukraine. The U.S. is committed to justice for Holocaust survivors and accountability for atrocities, which is, again, insane. Soviet prisoners of war were among the people who were massacred at Babin Yar. Just like another aspect of anti-Soviet revisionism that is ahistorical and literally Holocaust denial almost, or not almost, Holocaust denial, Holocaust revisionism, is the forgotten side, is the completely forgotten side of like the communist, the internal struggle in Germany, okay, leading up to the Nazi party seizing power and what they did. Like the first people that were in concentration camps were literally communists, okay? People forget that. Or rather, they never learn that. "82 years ago, Nazis murdered 34,000 Jews at Babin Yar. They're rewriting history and they're going to get away with it. No matter how much we can call them out, the propaganda machine will keep churning until a critical mass of Americans believe this nonsense. I don't even know what to say anymore." I love how they use progressive language to defend slavery. What is this? Hasan with the standard tanky racism where you treat East Asians like some magical race of superhumans who aren't doing the exact same imperialism we do in the West. He just wants a U.S. with a communist flag on it. What? I don't understand this. Like, does this person think it's like chill? Like we should go, like it's racist to say that there is a like any kind of liberation that could exist in an Asian country? Like, what the fuck? The USSR lost more than 8 million soldiers in World War II, acting like they were the main factor that destroyed Nazi Germany is absurd. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I've covered the change in public opinion in France specifically about who shouldered the greatest burden in World War II that led to the liberation of Europe. And, you know, in the immediate aftermath, it was 57% USSR. In 1994, it was 25% USSR, 49% America. What happened between 1945 and 1994? The Cold War and a shit ton of, one, anti-Soviet propaganda, counter-revolutionary propaganda, but also what happened was the the cultural imperialism of Hollywood that completely rewrote history. So that is the insidious part of that kind of coverage. Which is why I think, like, for example, Call of Duty, like the original Call of Duty 1, was so sick because, like, it straight up showed you. I mean, there was obviously, like, a lot of the Russians will shoot you in the fucking head if you escape or whatever, because there were, like, a lot of brutal conditions in the USSR as far as, like, fighting against Nazis. But, like, the first COD single-player campaign absolutely did an incredible fucking job of just straight up showing that the USSR forces were liberators, right? They did a fantastic fucking job. It was, like, one of the few pieces of, like, American-made art that heavily featured that heavily fucking featured the Russian side. Yeah, World at War. This part is, yeah. Chop his ass up, dude. Oh! Oh my God, it's so sick.
You can make it, my friend. You always survive. The honor should be yours.
Do it, Reznov! Do it, Tovarich!
As long as you live, the heart of this army can never be broken.
Things will change, my friend. As heroes, we will return to Russia's embrace.
So fuck, I got chills, dude. Holy shit, I got goosebumps. So good. So beautiful. This is COD 5, my dude. I know, there was a lot of good, fucking Call of Duty portrayals, like, before they went full-blown nutty mode with American imperialism being like, Russians are the ones who are doing American. What if Russia was doing American war crimes that America never had to address ever? Like the highway of death. Oh, Jesus. Anyway. Wasn't that Battlefield? No, this was in the one of the last Call of Duties. So, yeah, this kind of historical revisionism is occurring, and it's insidious, it's nefarious, it's really fucked up, and it's very odd. But, yeah, history is complicated because fighting against the USSR at the time didn't necessarily make you a Nazi. Wrong. Just someone who had an excruciating choice over which of these two terror regimes to exist. There's nothing funnier than being a Ukrainian who sided with the Nazis when the Nazis openly said you were a dog and were killing your neighbors, and then they enlisted you to kill your neighbors, okay? And I don't mean just like Polish people, okay? But your Jewish neighbors, for example. So there is no two sides to that fucking coin. As a matter of fact, it's the one aspect of history that is obviously so close to our contemporary history and our understanding of society that, like, there are still veterans, you know what I mean? Including the fucking Nazi that was, got a standing ovation in Canada. Why are Jewish and Holocaust remembrance groups letting stuff like this slip into the mainstream media now? No, fuck no, they're not. They 100% are fucking attacking these people. Are you kidding me? No, they're not. This is one aspect that, like, they absolutely are they 100% universally get mad over, which is understandable. The fucking idea, when you have, what is the number of Ukrainians that fought in the Red Army? I mean, I think it's like, millions of people. The idea that, like, you will disrespect their sacrifice like this by propping up a fucking dude who literally decided to voluntarily join a group of people that were slaughtering his brethren, okay, his countrymen, and also literally jailed his fucking leaders. They didn't even give a shit. The Banderites targeted Ukrainians who openly opposed the fascist platform too, and they were jailed too. That's the other part. Like, they considered you to be a dog, and you fucking volunteered with the people who thought you were a dog. You were worthless. They jailed your fucking leaders. The biggest L of all time, thinking like, oh, these guys are totally going to give us liberation. According to research, during 1943 to 1945, about 4.5 million Ukrainians became Red Army soldiers. After June 1944, 33% of the Soviet Red Army consisted of Ukrainians. The losses of Ukrainian people during World War II account for 19 to 35% of total USSR losses. Unimaginable amounts of sacrifice. Millions of Ukrainians served in the Red Army, with thousands of generals and officers being Ukrainian. About 100,000 served as fascist collaborators, and this is who the West remembers. Exactly. It's harder to find if we're looking at it objectively from just a mathematical conundrum, it is quite literally harder to find fascist collaborators than those who served under the Red Army. Okay? And yet, the West still seems to take on that mountainous burden, that unimaginable task, and they still end up somehow finding the fucking Nazis to prop up. That is crazy to me. The USSR had a horrible track record against ethnic minorities. I do not get how you people can justify your commie boners. Fuck Nazis, of course, but goddamn. I don't know who you are talking to. Okay? I do not know who the fuck you're talking to, because we are specifically, you're shadow boxing with a made up person. Okay? I think that is one of the major issues with the USSR, specifically as it pertains to something that you shouldn't ever do again. It is such an odd thing to come in here and then turn around and bring this up. Like, it's like when dude, you know what this is like? This is like when I talk about how fucking hoorah I am, thinking about American liberators, right? I'm like, hell yeah, brother. They fucking went in. Our boys went in there and they fucking busted Nazi skulls. And you're like, well, what about the invasion of Iraq? It's like, dog, that's not what I'm talking about. Okay? I'm not talking about that at all. You know what my opinion is on that shit. So why don't you ever come in here and when I fucking go hoorah about killing Nazis on the American side, nobody ever turns around and goes, well, actually, Hasan, what about Vietnam? It's like, what are you, fucking stupid? That's not, am I talking about Vietnam? No, shut the fuck up. I'm talking about World War II. Suck my cock, okay? It's so fucking stupid, and it's so transparently propaganda that is nefarious, okay? That is precisely the reason why it only goes in one direction. Whenever you bring up USSR's victories in World War II, they go, the USSR was fucking, they were so bad, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, blah, blah, blah. But they never fucking talk about Americans when I'm talking about American victories in World War II. You want to know why? Because they're one-sided. That's why. They do not give a shit about the USSR or America's victories in World War II. They just give a shit about being anti-USSR. So odd. The history is complicated. It's not. However, the idea of foreign volunteers and conscripts were being allocated to the Waffen-SS rather than the Wehrmacht on administrative rather than ideological grounds is a hard sell for audiences to believe the SS's primary task was genocide. Whoa. This guy isn't just doing propaganda for this one specific Ukrainian. He's doing propaganda for the entire SS, which is pretty fire. That's sick. So the SS's primary task wasn't genocide, according to this guy. And simple narratives like everybody in the SS was guilty of war crimes are more pervasive because they're much simpler to grasp. That's awesome. That Politico wrote an article in Politico EU where this possibly is illegal for the record. Okay? That like we moved on from the clean Wehrmacht theory to the clean SS theory. Okay? It's not just that like, oh, the Wehrmacht, like, well, those guys, they were just following orders and they should not have actually, been put to the task. This motherfucker said, actually, the SS was good as well. Some people. Canada's enemies have thus latched on to the simple narratives alongside concerned citizens in Canada itself, with the misstep over HasanHuh being used by Russia and its backers. Like, the misstep over HasanHuh being used by Russia and its fucking backers, brother, he's a Nazi. And the Canadian Parliament propped him up. Like, your worldview has to be so distorted. It's so funny. Yeah. We are now at a point where it's just like straight up, I'm so horny to be anti-USSR, anti-socialist, anti-communist that I'm actually handing it to the fucking Nazis moment. I had a history professor who's focused on the Holocaust who told us to never forget amidst the Nazi soldiers were generals and thousands of apathetic German citizens, business owners, and community leaders who watched the Holocaust happen, which is just as evil as doing the fighting on the front lines. Yeah. Apparently, there's a good chance that the guy you playing Call of Duty World of War could have been a Turkic Muslim because the division he's a part of is a real division founded by Muslim Soviets in the 1920s. According to Russia's ambassador in Canada, Hunka's unit committed multiple war crimes, according to him, including mass murder against the Russian people, ethnic Russians, is a proven fact. But whenever a Russian official calls something a proven fact, it should set off alarms. Oh my God, he's literally just doing propaganda for the Waffen-SS Galicia division, which was heavily, well, like this kind of stuff. You're at this point, you're literally just doing straight up Holocaust denial. Okay, this article is doing Holocaust denial. Okay. Repeated exhaustive investigations, including by not only the Nuremberg trials, but also the British, Canadian, and even Soviet authorities, led to the conclusion that no war crimes or atrocities had been committed by this particular unit. That's false. No, that is literally false. What the fuck? That's not, they at least killed 100 Jews, if I'm not mistaken. I remember seeing that. In Ukraine. Anti-partisan actions with Kampfgruppe Beiersdorf. 100 Jews, and then and a fuck ton of Polish people. The judgment in Nuremberg against major war criminals found that all persons who have been officially accepted as members of the SS after 1st September 1939 were declared criminal according to Article 6 of the Charter, with the exception of those who were drafted into membership by the state and did not commit crimes. Members of the 14th Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS were volunteers and members of the SS. They were also found guilty of the war crimes by the head of the Commission for Prosecution of Crimes Against the Polish Nation and the Institute of History at the Ukrainian Academy of Scientists. No individual among the enlisted men of the 14th have yet been prosecuted or individually for any war crimes. By the end of the war, most of the officers of the 14th were either killed or missing. That's it. So, this is, yeah, anti-partisan actions equals war crimes. By the way, they would massacre entire villages under the guise of anti-partisan activity. So Hunka could still be processed? Yes. Poland, as a matter of fact, has asked to extradite Hunka to Poland to be tried for his Nazi war crimes, which would be fucking fire. They should do that. If Canada wants to, to make right for their obvious wrongs in this regard, they should start extraditing all of the Ukrainian Nazis to Poland and have them be tried, because that is what is just. But this is just the latest twist in a long-time running campaign. Yeah, this is actually Russian propaganda. Like, brother, you're doing Nazi Germany propaganda while talking about Russian propaganda. Did the Russian government immediately take advantage of this? Yes, they did. Why do you hand a dub to the Russians in this regard? And why, instead of re-examining how horny you were to be so anti-Russian that you're doing Nazi propaganda, that you're still running along with a narrative that further solidifies your perspective as like someone who's a Nazi defender and a Holocaust revisionist, instead of just going, yeah, we fucked up, we should extradite this guy. Yes, it's not just enemies of democracy that are subscribing to the seductively simple. Jewish advocacy groups in Canada have been understandably loud in their condemnation. But here, too, accusations risk being influenced by misconception. Bro, I'm sorry. This is literally the same fucking energy as Ben Shapiro defending Ann Coulter for anti-Semitism because she defends Israel, right? She's an ally to Israel, so it's fine if she's anti-Semitic. I don't care. That's what Ben Shapiro has said in the past, right? But in this circumstance, it's even worse, because you're literally defending a Nazi, like an actual fucking Nazi, and whitewashing his participation in war crimes, okay? You're whitewashing his participation in war crimes because he's anti-USSR. Like, you're so horny against a non-existing state, right? And you're so angry about like communism and socialism in general, that you are quite literally defending Nazis one step further than like Ben Shapiro defending Ann Coulter saying anti-Semitic shit. It is really fucking insane that we live now in a time and place where people not on Stormfront, not on 4chan, but instead straight up on fucking Politico, are whitewashing, not even doing the clean Vermont theory, but whitewashing SS war criminals. Like, this guy's basically saying, oh, these Jews are duped into getting angry about a fucking Nazi SS war criminal. Okay? Just suck it the fuck up, you know what I mean? The Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center registered as outrage, noting that Junker's unit's crimes against humanity during the Holocaust are well documented. A statement that doesn't seem to have any more substance than the accusation by Russia. The result of all of this is that otherwise intelligent people are now trying to outdo each other in the course of evidence-free condemnation. Yeah, this guy's doing like the Russell Brand defender style defense, but for a Nazi. Just he's like, oh man, there's no evidence here. Oh, this is cancel culture. I can't believe they're doing cancel culture. There's no evidence that this fucking Nazi who volunteered. This fucking Nazi who volunteered for the Waffen-SS actually did any Waffen-SS type Nazi crimes, even though technically he is, you know, a Nazi. Wow. Pretty sure this article is illegal in Germany and Austria. Yeah, 100%. Punka is now so old that he thought it was a good idea not to hide in Canada, but to receive a standing ovation on a national stage. No, my friend, it's not that he was old. It's that is the level of comfort that people who aligned with the Nazis have in a place like Canada, in the Western world in general. But specifically, the Ukrainian Canadian diaspora and the anti-USSR Nazis that exist in it have always been very horny to just like whitewash their atrocities. That's why we covered the actual fucking that's why we covered the ridiculous you know, the ridiculous hate crimes where a Nazi statue was defaced in Canada and the police opened a fucking hate crime investigation to the guys who defaced it. It is not. Whitewashing of the SS is legal in Germany. Wait, what? To achieve these aims, the organization used contracts with political parties. In the years following World War II, the Allied occupational authorities in Germany implemented policies which included demilitarization, denazification, democratization, and decentralization. The Allies' attempts were often perceived by the occupied population as victors' justice and met with limited success. Is this the Daughters of the Confederacy, but for the Waffen-SS? Is that what's going on? The Mutual Aid Association of former Waffen-SS members was a lobby group and a denialist veterans organization founded by former high-ranking Waffen-SS personnel in West Germany in 1951. Its main objective was to achieve legal, economic, and historical rehabilitation of the Waffen-SS. Oh my God, dude. God, I fucking hate reactionary pieces of shit so goddamn much. Liberals get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Are they going to have newspapers and radio? The passion and concern they feel for the fascists who were destroying and murdering people the day before. Liberals will get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Michael Parenti. The Ukrainian Canadian diaspora was very left-wing until these Nazi fucks got imported in. They turned what used to be a burgeoning and active trade unionist and socialist community into little Hitlerites too. Yeah. Are we still on the Twitter drama? Bro, I'm sorry, but like a major publication writing a fucking opinion piece defending an actual Waffen-SS Nazi is a little bit beyond, you know, Twitter drama, I would say, especially when it perfectly aligns with like Secretary of State Anthony Blinken also doing Holocaust revisionism in an effort to like fuck over the USSR, right? Like, this is an active and deliberate attempt to whitewash historical wrongs with the express purpose of trying to cut propaganda against the Soviets or whatever, a country that doesn't even fucking exist. God damn it. Ukrainian-Canadian political science professor Ivan Kachanovsky stated that the supporters of the SS Galicia Division in Canada, where many of the members immigrated after the Second World War, attempted to portray it as a patriotic military formation, despite its collaboration with the Third Reich and its responsibility in the mass killing of Jews, Ukrainians, and Poles. This is the natural extension of the well. The USSR committed atrocities to defense. Their right-wingers always dredge up to defend Nazis. One bad thing doesn't make something else not bad. Great video on how Western Germany preserved fascism in Germany post-World War II. So, Bes D Marx is incredible, and I've told him that I want to watch his videos on the show. The problem is that there's a lot of TOS in it. I don't know if this has TOS in it. We've had conversations about like some of the violent imagery that Bes D Marx happens to show. I don't know if this one has it or not. But we can go through this a little bit. Yeah, how Nazism survived in Germany.
Auschwitz wurde niemand umgebracht. Und ich sage es klipp und klar, leider wurde niemand umgebracht.
Classic. He said nobody was killed in Auschwitz. Let me say this clearly. Unfortunately, no one was killed, which is the typical neo-Nazi take. Okay? Does this guy write for Politico? Who knows? Now, of course, the Politico writer is simply a collaborator. Maybe aligns with the ideologies of the Nazis. Maybe doesn't care. But this guy is out and about. It's a little different. The destruction of Nazism with its roots is our slogan. The building of a new world of peace and freedom is our goal. Oath of Buchenwald, which survivors of the concentration camp took after liberation on April 11th, 1945.
In the slipstream of the capitalist crisis, and with the support of crucial parts of the state itself, Nazism has been growing stronger in the Federal Republic of Germany almost unhindered for several years.
Hang the Nobel Prize around Adolf Hitler's head? What?
Far-right AfD party with openly fascist elements is growing quickly and establishing itself as a dominant player nationwide. Parts of the right are talking more frequently about fascist coups or the Rassenkrieg, the race war, and their entanglements deep into the state apparatus are becoming public again and again. The increasing right-wing terror against migrants and other minorities creates a climate of fear and insecurity. Meanwhile, the state is ramping up its repression against those fighting against Nazism to suffocate rising awareness and resistance in its infancy. Some weeks...
Yeah, the music is a little loud. The audio mixing, unfortunately, goes a little heavy. But it's a great video. Bes D Marx does a lot of good videos.
Anti-fascist Lina A received over 5 years for alleged attacks against neo-Nazis. And this, after a series of revelations showing the complicity of the state in the creation of a secret far-right network. In order to understand the developments in Germany, it is crucial to know about how and why Nazism managed to stay alive, and therefore to learn about the so-called period of denazification after World War II, where, far from eliminating Nazi influence, Nazism was deliberately spared and reintegrated into the new West German power structure. Where
yeah, if only there was like a Western force that, you know, that basically took over Western Germany and reinstituted. Pin post to follow original creator. Have we not? We usually do pin a post, but yes, this is Bes D Marx, who's great. If only there was like a Western force that you know, came over and was like, "Hey, we should put Nazis back in power because they're really fucking sick at hating commies as much as we do."
Where it managed to survive.
We made the simple mistake. We made the same mistake with the Confederacy. That was not a mistake. Neither of those cases were a mistake, and it especially was not a mistake in the aftermath of World War II. It was not a mistake at all. It was by design. It was intentional. It was certainly not a mistake in the Civil War either, in Reconstruction, where it was white supremacy. White supremacy is not a mistake. It is a way of existence. If you have white supremacist attitudes, if you are growing up in a white supremacist nation, okay, and you have these values in your core, you are absolutely going to be infinitely more fearful of black people seeking out revenge, right, during the Reconstruction era than the fragile white people who were actually showing violent retribution and an unwillingness to cooperate, even after they got their shit pushed in, and capitulating to those white slave owners was deliberate. Even if you did not fully agree with them ideologically on the necessity of chattel slavery, you still had similar values, so much so that you did not consider it to be genuinely a problem to reinstitute the same racial hierarchy with maybe a little bit more legal hurdles slapped on top of it. Because that is precisely what happened.
To this day. Before I start, I just want to quickly say a huge thank you to all those who support the channel on Patreon, which I set up after my last video on Turkish fascism. Doing all the research and editing takes up a huge amount of time, and your contributions really make a difference.
I want to watch his video on NATO and Turkish ultranationalist fascism and how America played a formative and significant role. It's basically a carbon copy of this, I suspect. I haven't watched this video yet, but I assume it's the same like NATO-backed elements that America put in positions of power and offered support to, because that's what happened in Turkey. The ultranationalists rose up and got funding and training and help from under NATO, of course, got funding and help and training from America.
Most people have heard about the top Nazi leaders such as Hermann Göring and Rudolf Hess being prosecuted after the defeat of Nazi Germany in the famous Nuremberg trials. What is less well known is that West German denazification was an utter failure when it comes to thoroughly punishing Nazis in the several trials that were conducted at the time. From 1946 until 2005, after absorbing the GDR, the Federal Republic of Germany convicted 6,656 people of Nazi crimes, and the vast majority of sentences, just under 5,000, were relatively mild, involving imprisonment of up to 2 years. Note that this is a teeny-tiny fraction of the over 200,000 perpetrators of Nazi crimes. Picture this. The number of individuals convicted for Nazi crimes under the Federal Republic was lower than the total number of Nazis who had worked at Auschwitz alone. Up until the end of the 20th century, only 164 Nazis were eventually sentenced for murder, compared to the hundreds of thousands of individuals complicit in the massacre of 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. And I want you to keep in mind that anti-fascist Lina A. got over 5 years in prison for allegedly beating up Nazis, while the vast majority of those convicted, literal participants in the Nazi killing machine, didn't even receive 2 years. The half-assed denazification efforts didn't cause outrage among all people in Germany. If anything, a considerable amount of the population who remained in denial about the Nazi crimes opposed these efforts, dismissing the Nuremberg trials conducted by foreign powers as victors' justice. Germany was once again portrayed as the victim. This is no surprise, since a large section of the German population had been supporters of Hitler. 43.9% had voted for the Nazi Party in 1933, with some estimating an even higher percentage of support in the 40s. And they did not turn anti-fascist all of a sudden after the war. Before the state pushed for amnesty a few years later, it was a large section of civil society that helped the Nazis with legal assistance or with smuggling them out of the country. It was the Catholic and the Protestant churches that represented one of the few structural constants immediately after the war ended. The International Red Cross provided the fleeing Nazis with passports. Among those who left illegally were Adolf Eichmann, one of the main
The answer to the question, why are there so many German last names in Argentina? And why does great granddad claim that he came before World War II, but it doesn't seem like he came before World War II?
Architects of the Holocaust. Auschwitz doctor and angel of death, Josef Mengele, the former head of the Lyon Gestapo, Klaus Barbie, otherwise known as the Butcher of Lyon, or Ante Pavelic, Croatian founder of the Nazi-collaborating Ustaše. The US Counterintelligence Corps, which was informed about the identity of the perpetrators, helped with the escape. In Barbie, they had found one of their top assets in the hunt for communists. With the help of the Americans, Barbie managed to escape to Bolivia, where he would play a key role in hunting down Che Guevara. 4 years earlier...
Dude, for the record, once again, NATO in its inception, he's describing anti-communist sentiment that Americans and the American State Department is looking for in the immediate aftermath of World War II. Understand that this is specifically Americans working to find the best commie hunters, okay? Immediately after World War II, it was like, all right, it's time to actually get our shit in gear and go after the real prize here. Klaus Barbie should have been up in the gallows, for fuck's sake. The guy's appalling even for a fucking Nazi. Yes.
CIC man Vincent Lavista had described the Vatican as the, quote, largest single organization involved in the illegal movement of immigrants. Through so-called rat lines, Nazis would be smuggled out of Germany through Switzerland to South America, for instance. All with the knowledge of the Church, the Swiss government, and President of Argentina, Juan Perón, with companies such as the predecessor of the Swiss corporation Emschemi actively collaborating in this endeavor. But things didn't stop there. Describing denazification simply as a series of government mistakes or slackness misses the point. In order to fight the danger of communism from without and within Germany, among other things, the West German government saw great benefits in not only sparing the Nazis, but in reintegrating them in the state apparatus. Accordingly, The Nazi ideology continued to have significant influence in the power structure. Anti-communism, which was strongly intertwined with anti-Semitism, served the needs of the new regime. In particular, it was the phantom of the Red Orchestra, which influential Nazis took over from the Gestapo. Communist resistance to Hitler was unquestionably labeled as treason, and it was successfully insinuated that it was now having a stronger effect in the Federal Republic of Germany. It's important to remember that many representatives of the ruling classes in other countries didn't have a problem with fascism in general, but only where fascism endangered their own sphere of influence. Communism was the main danger to capitalism, and fascism was correctly regarded as an effective tool against communist influence. Quote, "Fascism has rendered a service to the whole world. Hereafter, no great nation will be unprovided with an ultimate means of protection against the cancerous growth of Bolshevism."
I bet this guy has no idea about Molotov-Ribbentrop, though, you know? Just saying. See, here's the thing, okay? Churchill, not a great guy, okay? But I'm not going to sit here and be like, he didn't do some great things against the Nazis, okay? That's it. That's the point. When you're talking specifically about what people did in World War II, okay? It's an entirely different point.
With an ultimate means of protection against the cancerous growth of Bolshevism, said Winston Churchill in a speech he gave in Rome in 1927. So instead of describing denazification as a failure,
he's actually, I think, am I wrong? I think this is Madison Square Garden. That is a Jewish man in New York. This is from Madison Square Garden in the United States of America, which is ironic because he's talking about Nazis in Germany. But this is the famous fuck, what is it called? The American German Bund movement rally that happened. Night at Madison Square Garden is the Night of the Garden is the actual name of the documentary, where this is a Jewish protester that protests against the Nazis, and the police actually arrested him, by the way.
We have to see the adoption of fascism as a logical consequence of class society, whether it's fascism in the form of an actual government system or the use of the fascist movement in the service of capital, e.g., either actively collaborate.
Oh, yes, that's such a good take that I forgot to mention. Of course, the American German Bund movement had to Americanize and like somewhat anglicize their narrative because they wanted to support Nazi Germany, right? So they, and this might come as a surprise to you, maybe you weren't aware of this, like you weren't following during the early stages of the Trump era where I was covering this exact thing, but they tailored their messaging around like, you know, George Washington and understandable white supremacist elements within American formation. And they literally were the first to say America first. Like they popularized the America first narrative where they were like, no, like America first. Like we love America. That's why you need to sign. That's why you need to go to war alongside Nazi Germany, not against Nazi Germany. Yeah.
With the Freikorps or the Fasci to crush communists, or just integrating fascist elements in the state apparatus, such as the police, whether consciously or unconsciously, to secure a counter-revolutionary basis for the worst case. In other words, you cannot denazify class society. But this deeper causation and involvement of much wider forces in society was left aside, of course, in the World War II aftermath. Fritz Bauer, the Attorney General who set the Auschwitz trial in motion, spoke of the atomization and parceling of the collective event, which had thus been diffused and privatized. This is reflected in the punishing of a relatively minuscule selective set of people, the tip of the iceberg. Take all the companies and their bosses who had financed Hitler's rise to power, who collaborated with the Nazi regime and profited from forced labor and mass murder in the concentration camps. The Thyssens, the Flicks, the Quants, the Porschepiechs, the Oetkers, most of them faced little to zero consequences. Industrialist Günter Quandt, whose ex-wife was married to Joseph Goebbels, expanded the family wealth at the expense of concentration camp prisoners or through expropriating competitors.
My family's in the German military-industrial complex during the entire period. There were no penalties. The companies produced screws and nails from 1945 to 1955, and today they are producing tanks again. Exactly. That is the second. This video is great, but there's also a really insidious second thing that is happening right now in Germany specifically, which he started off talking about with the AfD revitalizing that fascist sentiment, right? In a country that has a not-so-distant history with literally this exact same thing. The German military-industrial complex is currently growing once again. And once you have a robust military-industrial complex, that necessitates more imperialism, more bloodshed, more war. And that is fucking terrifying.
Mostly Jewish, and became a major producer of armaments and industrial goods, boosting the war machine of the Third Reich. However, no charges were brought against him at the Nuremberg trials, despite initial investigations. The Quants are the wealthiest family in Germany today. Among the roughly 100 most powerful businessmen who virtually ruled over West German capitalism in the 60s, a majority were the same people as before 1945, people who should have been punished for war crimes. I will dive deeper into the collaboration between capitalists and Hitler in a future video. Nazism this, Nazism that, Nazis, Nazis, Nazis. The West German ruling class got sick of hearing about denazification over and over. They've had enough of it. Schluss mit Entnazifizierung, end denazification, was a campaign slogan of the FDP, which is part of the so-called center-left government coalition in Germany today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, social fascism, baby. It's interesting that you know, that same coalition also existed in the lead up as well. FDP are neoliberals, not center left. I mean, please, Germany's only growing their military again because of our policy. They actively resisted for a long time. I mean, after a certain point, you have to remember, it's not even necessarily like America giving the go-ahead or America influencing. It's capital owners that want to make money. This is an opportunity to generate revenue. Okay?
But the big winner of the 1949 election was
FDP was never left. They are neoliberal with a marginal social liberal wing. Yeah, they're the gay conservatives. I don't know. I don't know enough about the FDP.
Another party, Konrad Adenauer, from the conservative Christian.
He meant center left with Greens and SPD are as so-called left and FDP as center, but it's all liberal labeled. All three of them are right wing.
Democratic Union, short CDU, was elected as the first Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. The CDU is the largest conservative party in Germany. President of the European Commission Ursula von der Leyen is a member. A year later in 1950, Adenauer and former officers met in Himmerod Abbey to lay out the conditions for the rearmament of Western Germany, releasing war criminals, putting an end to the defamation of the former soldiers, and the need to change public opinion regarding the Wehrmacht. US President Eisenhower, who had previously called the Wehrmacht soldiers Nazis, would suddenly change his opinion, perpetuating the clean Wehrmacht myth and supporting the rearmament efforts, not least because the Yankees needed strong partners in the Korean War and in the fight against communism more broadly. The US soon deemed denazification as counterproductive and agreed with Adenauer in ending denazification efforts. The chancellor said that the...
Like, in my opinion, doing this, like, liberals who fucking oftentimes, like, talk about, you know, appeasement from the USSR without mentioning appeasement from the West to Nazi Germany, always suspiciously never mention obviously what happened during World War II, but then also what happened after World War II, which is when this becomes infinitely less acceptable. Like, you took all of the fucking genocidal freaks and war criminals and you put them in positions of power because they were rabidly anti-Soviet, anti-socialist, anti-trade unionist sickos. Okay? You did that knowing full well what they had done. You did that specifically because you wanted them to do that again if the scary communist boogeyman ever returned, if the specter kept haunting Europe, okay? The specter of communism.
Main culprits had already been prosecuted. After all, there were much bigger problems than Nazis in Germany in the eyes of the new German government. Stoking the fear of the Red Menace, Adenauer would say, quote, "In a moment you will hear a cabinet resolution that we passed this morning, the aim of which is to ruthlessly remove all supporters of communism from positions in the Federal Republic, whether they are workers, employees, or civil servants." The context was a resolution.
Yeah, sure, Hasan, that's the reason. I remember why Oh, shush, Hasan, you're not German. I remember why I find these streams so exhausting. Yeah, sure, Hasan, that's the reason. What was the reason for why America actually put Nazis in positions of power in Western Germany? Can you give me the brilliant five-head take that you have for it? Hasan, you must understand, you must be German to understand the intricacies of allowing Nazis into positions of power in your government. Is a fucking sick question. Sick take, unless you're like, because they had military experience. Oh, what was the military experience that they had? Who was it against? Military experience fighting who? This is yet another incredible moment where you just repeated exactly what I said in a sarcastic way. In this like super asinine, cynical way where you're like, no shit, the Americans? I think there was military experience against another group of individuals as well that the Americans actually cared more about. Think about it. Considering that the Americans were the ones who were putting them back in power. Think about it. Yeah, I mean, this is like declassified shit. Nazis and Axis collaborators, this is from CIA.gov. Nazis and Axis collaborators were used to further U.S. anti-communist objectives in Europe. Some immigrated to the United States. Leftist conspiracy equals declassified CIA take always. But this kind of stuff is like really, this kind of stuff is really shitty because like this is more so like deliberate omission from most normal, like most of the areas where you could get your education from. And that's where the problem lies. Like this is the same energy as like not knowing MLK was a socialist, not knowing Einstein was a socialist. It's because it is purposely omitted from the record, despite these people openly stating their political ideologies. And when people... And when people don't learn about it, and enough people don't learn about it because they've learned a whitewash perspective and they think they understand it, they think that, you know, the other side is significantly scarier. They make justifications for it. This is where cognitive biases come into play. Like, you have learned a different history that is, you've learned an incorrect assessment of history, an incorrect retelling of history, and you think that there is no top of the hour ad break. Your bias is kicked in. There is one, okay? And if you want to eviscerate or liberate yourself from the top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. All right, here's a 3-minute ad break now.
That the new government passed in 1950 called the Decree Against Enemies of the Constitution, or the so-called Adenauer Decree. While it's worded neutrally, its thrust was clear. Of the organizations named in it, 11 are communist, but only 2 are right-wing extremists. The decree was the prelude to further legal measures against the left-wing opposition. Adenauer targeted not only the Communist Party of Germany and its sympathizers, but also popular resistance to the remilitarization that he sought. While persecuting communists, Nazis were slowly but surely led back to occupying key positions in the new German state. Not only did denazification stop, but it was deemed as having gone too far. So, one of the first things that the Adenauer administration did was to pass amnesty laws, reducing the sentences of around 800,000 people, or even setting them free, including...
This is why I get frustrated whenever people talk about NATO without like the historical development of NATO, the express purpose as to why NATO was developed, like, and why if you are a leftist, like you claim to be a leftist and yet you are a like rigid NATO defender. Okay? You don't have to be pro-Russia. I am not. Okay? I'm not pro-Vladimir Putin by any means, but the idea that you're like, you claim to be a socialist online and yet you're an ardent supporter of NATO is so insane to me.
Including thousands of SA, SS, and Nazi Party members who had been convicted for assault or murder and for actively taking part in the transportation of victims to concentration camps. Among the many Nazi military leaders who were reintegrated into the West German army was Adolf Heusinger, who had served as an operations chief in the Wehrmacht. He later became the head of the West German military and the chairman of the NATO Military Committee. The chief of staff of the German Chancellery, the quote, left and right hand of Adenauer, Hans Globke, had written the commentary on the Nuremberg race laws, which determined who was a Jew, thus deciding who was persecuted and who was locked up in concentration camps. He now said, quote, the German people knew as little as I did. Then there were those Nazis who were key people in the foundation of international bodies, such as Walter Hallstein, who became one of the founding fathers of the European Union, and Kurt Waldheim, who became Secretary General of the United Nations and President of Austria. And of course there were Nazis in the universities as well. Historian and fierce anti-Semite Werner Conze is among them, but also the rector of the University of Freiburg and one of the most influential German philosophers, Martin Heidegger. Heidegger never apologized for his support of the Nazis. He joined the party in 1933 and remained there until the bitter end. After 1945, there was a massive campaign to salvage Heidegger's reputation, claiming that he had been critical of the Nazis all along, but that he couldn't state it openly. All of that fell apart in 2014.
It's so good. Yeah, dude, I promise I was like super critical, dog. Like, I promise.
The latest, when the Black Notebooks were released. And let's not forget the so-called assault gun of democracy, one of the biggest German news magazines, Der Spiegel, co-designed for far too long by old men of the Nazi regime. One of the vice editors-in-chief was a certain Georg Wolf, former SS Hauptsturmführer and SA member. These examples are only a fraction of all the Nazis holding powerful positions in the police, in government and all the ministries, or in the judicial system. And don't get the wrong impression that Nazis only occupied supportive secondary offices. No, they were part of the highest echelons of power. The later Chancellor of Germany, Kurt Georg Kiesinger, had been a Nazi Party member from 1933. Kiesinger would accelerate the reintegration of Nazis and would successfully campaign against the banning of the NPD, a neo-Nazi party that exists to this day. Meanwhile, the Communist Party of Germany was banned.
It's odd that, like, you know, instead of denazifying, they decommunistified further, which was Hitler's intention from the jump. You know, both cleaning his own party of anyone who had trade unionist or socialist or communist opinions, okay? But then also the rest of the country, as a matter of fact. So it's very cool that time and time again, post-World War II, you see this exact same strategy being applied in the Western world, right? Canada takes in an influx of refugees from you know, different parts of Eastern Europe that aligned with the Nazis with the express purpose of trying to change the diaspora culture to be anti-Soviet, anti-socialist in general. Okay. Same thing happens in Germany. It's very similar to you know, destroying Reconstruction era social harmony, or trying to develop social harmony and reinstituting the same social hierarchy, racial hierarchy that existed. Okay?
And in 1956, the second and last ban in the history of the Federal Republic, followed by over 125,000 prosecutorial investigations and around 10,000 convictions, reaffirming that within a bourgeois democracy, the communist is seen as a far greater danger than the Nazi. I'll talk more about the persecution of communists and the broader left.
Why do you compare Soviets with socialism? Unbelievable bullshit. You're right. You're so right. Yeah, why would I do that? Well, I'm not the one doing that. They were the ones doing that. You understand that, right? In the eyes of a fascist or a capitalist collaborator with fascists who see fascism as a way better mechanism of organizing society, there is no difference between trade unionists, socialists, or if you're in America, I guess Democratic Party members who are liberal, kind of. You know what I mean? So how can you look at like a historical analysis of how Nazism survived in Germany and how all of these Western countries post-World War II considered Soviets, trade unionists, anyone who had like any allegiance towards communism or socialism or the USSR to be in the same in-group? Is this what your perspective is? Trade unions are banned in the USSR. Oh my God, I'm going to die, dude. I'm not talking about the USSR, man. I'm talking about the Western understanding of like any kind of movement towards even building social democratic principles beyond what was allowed by Americans and capitalists and the capital owner class in European countries. You're trying to do like sectarian infighting for like 1958 Germany. I don't know what to do with you, man. I don't know what's going on. How are you this fucking horny?
In Western Germany in the next part. With the exception of Gustav Heinemann, all German presidents from Theodor Heuss to Roman Herzog were contaminated by National Socialism. They had been either members of the Nazi Party or the Wehrmacht and included a concentration camp.
Like, how do you look at a situation like this and not think, wow, that's pretty fucked up? And your immediate reaction is like, well, the USSR was bad. They didn't let trade unions exist. Like that's your main point of contention here. Yeah. Unlike in Nazi Germany, they were very fond of trade unionists, you know. specifically. Like, what's the argument? What are we doing? You think these guys fucking did not facilitate in executing them? They did. And they didn't even get fucking punished.
Builder, or a profiteer from forced labor in those camps. And it wasn't only guys from the conservative parties. Rabid anti-communist SPD chancellor from
Soviet forklift operators over the ones I've worked with.
1974, Helmut Schmidt, had received 7 Nazi awards for his engagement in Hitler's army, and had also been described by superiors as having a, quote, impeccable National Socialist attitude.
Wait, also, you can have critiques of, like, mismanagement of labor, but I think the USSR did have trade unions. You know, that's, like, there were other issues, but I don't know. I don't know what your critique is in that situation. In general, in Europe, you keep hearing that everything is immigrants' fault, not enough houses, care getting expensive, but also keep talking about how there aren't enough people to do jobs and we should get Eastern European immigrant workers. Thanks for educating people about this. People will need it when in 2 to 6 years, the AfD-CDU coalition will take over Germany once again and hate crime all the minorities. AfD-CDU coalition, but AfD specifically, in Germany, the Italian leadership has already fallen to literal fascists. And Marine Le Pen is coming to France as well in the next election cycle. Okay? So that's 3 major power players in Europe. No, I don't care about Orban. Like, whenever people say, like, "Whoa, what about Viktor Orban?" Like, no, nobody gives a shit about fucking Hungary, okay? Like, I'm talking about actual countries that matter in the European Union formation. Like, you know, not countries that have, you know, symbolic opinions and are ashamed of being Turkic in origin because they're Christian, so they're different now, okay? Like, give Hungary back to Turkey. Let's be done with this conversation, okay? Forcible Islamization of Hungary and put it under the Turkish control once again, where it deserves to be, okay? Do I really think Le Pen is going to win? Yes, I do. Dude, there are libs in here that don't understand jokes. No, I mean, all jokes aside, like, Germany, especially Germany, but like, yes, France, Italy, but especially Germany is really important for the European Union, okay? The German industry refocusing on the military-industrial complex or building a larger military-industrial complex is a genuine problem. German sympathies growing, fascist sympathies growing in Germany is a massive problem. Germany is the economic engine that drives the European Union, okay? It's fucking terrifying. Actually terrifying. You are joking, but Orban attends summits of Organization of Turkic States? Yeah, dude, are you kidding me? The white nationalist, fake fucking Putin supporter who relies on EU giving its state money to exist is never going to be like, yeah, let's go and join the Turkic states. Like, he's not, you know. You can already see the the Cavernical came to my defense here. How is this post left, or how is this post left, or how is he's wrong? Are we gonna say that Vietnam invading Cambodia to get rid of Pol Pot was the destruction of Khmer culture or something? It's just super reactionary mindset of, well, if someone says China is better than the alternative, then they must be a tanky simp. I'm not even defending China's actions towards its neighbors overall, but I'm not gonna start crying about Tibetan slavery ending. I think it's the problem with people who don't know history, look at it through their at least keep it real propagandized view of the past. Is like the Korean War too. Who is bad and good is based on current politics and not history based take as well. Are Scandinavian countries also falling to fascism as well? I don't know enough. I know that Sweden has a lot of, you know, that Hitlerite particle. They got that dog in them in certain parts of Swedish politics. But I don't know enough about Finland. I do know a little bit about Finnish history. Okay. I don't know about Norway. I feel like, no, Anders Breivik is a fucking singular psychopath. Like, he did not represent a broader Norwegian movement of like white nationalist, white supremacist psychos. Listen, my point is, or my opinion is, oftentimes, if you can maintain a robust social safety net, as long as you can like offer amenities and like offer welfare, some level of like social safety nets to the people, it's going to be a little bit harder to implement that fascist spark in the population. If you look to the economies or the happiness metrics, which are kind of silly in most cases, but like if you look at the confidence that people have in their governments, in countries that have larger social safety nets, whose economies have not suffered, there is less reactionary momentum. But there still is reactionary momentum because, like, no matter what happens, social democracies still fall into that same capitalist trap where there is still always going to be an erosion of said social safety nets. But there is always going to be a need. There's always going to be people who want to privatize certain aspects of the economy, or further privatize it, and try to erode mechanisms of regulation and control on the free market, because capitalists always want more profits. And the best way to do that is by starving the beast. Neoliberalism, like you saw under the Thatcher administration, but also the Reagan administration. Okay? So when that happens, oh my God, dude, why couldn't you explain this to Ethan? I did. Okay, I'm banning motherfuckers who still want to do debate purgatory in here. You are not a fan of mine. You are not a fan of the truth. You are just in here specifically to try to get me to eat debate and get mad at you instead so you can clip it and derail the conversation. It's very unproductive. So yeah, as I said, like, reactionary movements growing in attitude in Sweden, especially, a lot of people will tell you it happened due to like migrant Muslims, right? Whereas those reactionary movements started growing before there was a massive war on terror and a refugee crisis caused by it. It actually started with the erosion of social safety nets. It predates Muslim migration. It's never about migration. Never. It's always the erosion of material conditions and people getting angry about said realities, and then this creating a perfect environment to like focus your efforts on something else, an external force. And that's how nationalism and fascist fervor rises. Okay? That's how America is so fucking psychotically fascist and nationalist as well. Think about it this way. Joe Brandon's Bidenomics. Joe Brandon's America. Look at inflation. It's sky high. Look at the immigrants. They're coming over. They're fucking destroying our culture and our society. It's like, no, they're not. There is no immigrant scourge that is destroying this country, okay? Not immigrants. It's not even AI. You said AI is? No, it's not AI either. It's capital owners. It always has been. It is the bourgeois, okay? Always has been, always will be, until we evolve away from the formerly necessary economic organization of society that you call capitalism. There was a point in time when the bourgeois revolutions and capitalism was demonstrably better in collectivizing, okay, and was demonstrably better than the prior formation of feudalism. But now, under our current global organization of the economy, we have moved back towards neo-feudalism instead of the internal contradictions that exist under a capitalist organization of the economy, inevitably creating an impasse that paves the way to a more evolved understanding, which I would call socialism. As MLK said, capitalism has outlived its usefulness. Absolutely. It absolutely has. Do you think that North African immigrants coming into Europe share the same values as Western Europeans? Yes, you racist fucking piece of shit. They do, okay? They want to put food on their tables. They want to have clothes on their backs. They want to have shelter. They want to exist in a world where they can do fulfilling labor. They want to be emotionally and mentally stimulated. Yes, they do. Unless you think that North African immigrants are somehow different. Well, I'll just ask you questions. I wanted to know what you thought. Come on, dog. I can spot a fucking idiotic, biased, racist-ass fucking comment like this from a mile away. If you truly believed in, if you were actually on the other side, the opposing side of this, instead of doing the cynical, just asking questions type shit, because you are a pussy, just like you are a racist. Most racists are pussies at the end of the day. You wouldn't have asked it in this way. You would have said, why do you think pussy-ass racists claim that North African immigrants coming into Europe have different values than Western Europeans when that is not the case? But you didn't say it like that. You said it in the way that you did because you're a pussy and you're afraid that people are going to call you a fucking Nazi. Don't try to backtrack out of it. Just be fucking real. So you think they align on everything. Now you are moving the goalpost and saying they have to align on every single thing. Okay? Every single person here who understands their class position is more aligned with an immigrant that also understands their class position and unified on the same fucking unified on the same agenda that we must uplift all material conditions for all workers across the world than a fucking Nazi little shit like you, because you at the end of the day will be a loyal foot soldier to capital owners while you won't even get cut into the fucking profits. Do you understand? So I have more aligned with people like that than I do with you. When push comes to shove, you will turn around and you will be a foot soldier, a loyal foot soldier to those who do not have your material interest at heart. A dog, a rabid one, that will inevitably be put down. Just asking questions, dude. Like, I haven't been fucking dealing with, like, cynical online Nazis who always do, like, these just asking questions shit. Yeah. Jacking off in the chat.
Just take a moment to digest this. This isn't just utilizing a few former Nazi members for their know-how. This isn't just marginal elements of Nazism that survived. This is structural. A certain Otto John, who was the first chief of the German Domestic Intelligence Agency, had enough and ranted against the, quote,
that was a normie Dutch person's opinion about North Africans? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just like, okay, ask a fucking normie American their perspective on, their opinion on, like, I don't know, Guatemalan migrants coming into America or Haitian migrants coming into America. They are going to be blinded by vitriolic, racialized hatred. I already described where that vitriolic, racialized hatred comes from and how it's weaponized and how it's utilized. The anger that you feel is towards those who actually control all mechanisms of society. It is not the random person that is coming into this country with only clothes on his back and maybe a fucking iPhone to make a better future for himself, okay, for his family. It is actually the bosses that cut your salary. It is the bosses that steal your surplus labor value. It is not the immigrant coming over the border. You and him have the same exact fucking interests. You want to have clothes on your back. You want to have shelter over your head. You want to eat food. Okay? That's it. You want to put food on your fucking table. Those are your interests. And the only way to achieve said interests is by working. Okay? By becoming a wage laborer.
In West Germany, and then quit his job. His successor was a former Nazi, but more on that next time. Professor Albert Norden from the GDR published the seminal Brown Book in 1965, covering around 2,000 powerful people in Western Germany with a Nazi past, including 100 admirals and generals, 15 ministers, 828 judges or state attorneys, 245 officials in the Foreign Office and at embassies, 297 high police officers and members of the so-called Verfassungsschutz, protection of the Constitution. This one is important.
I'll be back in a second.
We'll talk about the Verfassungsschutz in the next part. The West German government seized the book on a book fair and claimed that it was all falsification and, quote, communist propaganda. However, the communist propaganda in question turned out to be largely correct. And bit by bit, research in the coming decades would uncover more and more about the Nazi structures existing within the Federal Republic. The response of the West German government was to point out how Nazis were reintegrated in the East as well. And you'll hear this line of defense today as well from liberals and conservatives. What about East Germany, they'll ask. Now, to be sure, it is true that former NSDAP members found their way into the East German state as well. But the comparison is laughable. Denazification in the Soviet zone had been a much higher priority, even to the point of being criticized as being too harsh. Large landowners and the so-called Junkers, who were also often former Nazi supporters, were quickly expropriated in the East, while West German parties started to urge the Allied powers to stop denazification. It was not until years later when the West German politicians started pointing the finger back to the East. In fact, a huge amount of Nazis fled to the West, convinced they would get away with much less punishment. And they were right. A total of 12,890 sentences were passed in East Germany, almost double the number in the West, despite East Germany having less than 1/3 of the population of West Germany, and that despite the massive transfer of Nazis from East to West. Former Nazis in East Germany were 6 to 7 times more likely to be prosecuted and found guilty than their Western counterparts. Furthermore, not only were former Nazis more likely to be prosecuted in East Germany, but they also faced much harsher punishments if convicted. And lastly, Nazis were represented to a much larger degree at the very top of the political and economic hierarchy than in the East. And this will become very clear throughout this series. In the German Democratic Republic, individuals recognized as fighters or victims of fascism were provided with additional pensions and other privileges as a way to acknowledge their suffering.
It feels like these kinds of people are all over this platform. Every time you're pro-humanity, you got like, called a communist or dumbass, when really it's all about treating people equally. It's really heartbreaking. There's so many people who don't give a shit about other people's standard of living. What the fuck is wrong with them? They're just lashing out in anger. I appreciate you going over these topics. I remember some of these topics from AP World History, but the curriculum moves so fast, and sometimes we didn't get to all the context. Thank you. I can't speak on AP curriculum, AP History, because I didn't go to school in America. But I suspect that they don't cover it from this perspective at all. I'll be honest with you, that you're not going to see a lot of even sympathetic points of opinion, even if historically accurate assessments are technically sympathetic to that position in American schooling, I would say. I don't think that that happens.
On the other hand, Nazis were granted generous pensions in the West, while those who had fought against the Nazis and were interned in concentration camps received no pensions for those periods because they were considered not to have made the necessary contributions during that time. Now,
I promise you in my history book, there was a section on Marx with so many sections mentioning how controversial and unpopular ideas were. Yeah. Like, I think, you know how I've talked about the different tiers? How I've talked about the different tiers of transphobia and how, like, it becomes a mental illness, and the final stage of that mental illness is demonstrated within transvestigations, right? A similar thing can be said for anti-socialist sentiment as well. And I think one of the most advanced forms of anti-socialist sentiment is when you attribute, like, some policies from Mao or Stalin to Karl Marx. When you say that, you've like reached a level of 17-head consciousness where you're just like, anyone that's ever said sharing is caring is actually responsible for famines, which of course, you know, still exists under capitalism, but then it's the human beings that are just L nerds who aren't picking themselves up by their bootstraps hard enough that are just dying to famine-related diseases. 14 million to be exact every single year under a global capitalist organization of society where technological improvements have created a surplus of food supply and not like a scarcity as ones that existed in other lesser developed, less technologically advanced societies where they were desperately trying to collectivize in the course of a short period of time. Okay.
I have my criticism of the GDR's development over the decades, and this will likely be the subject of another video. What I want to stress here is that this deflection to the East is a cheap excuse to distract from the very real and consequential problems
existing. It's not worldwide. 14 million
today.
is, I mean, 14 million is worldwide, not in the US.
That modern, so-called united Germany is a new third thing. It's not. The Bundesrepublik Deutschland is the state apparatus of West Germany. And yet, liberals are perpetually in a rush to demonize the specter of communism for all their problems, including the rise of the AfD. But this will be discussed in one of the next parts. SS Commander Herbert.
That's my favorite meta, is being like, yeah, actually Nazism is rising in these countries, like, or fascism is rising in these countries because people are fighting it too hard. And that is literally just pre-World War II era liberalism played over again. Like, what are we doing? This is why the never again concept has to also feature more of like the buildup to the never again moment. It's like, oh, really? That's crazy. We were fighting the Nazis too hard. That's why, like, you know, they got galvanized in their position. That's crazy. Maybe you shouldn't have been such a fucking pussy at the time and also join the fight against the Nazis to make sure that they don't fucking thrive. Nope. Never mind.
Kappler, who was head of German police and security services in Rome during the war, had organized a massacre of 335 Italians in 1944 by shot in the neck. For this, he was sentenced to life imprisonment in Italy. What is less well known is how politicians like the Social Democrat Chancellor Willy Brandt campaigned for his pardon. Brandt's goal was to pursue a policy of so-called internal reconciliation, reconciling former Nazi followers and opponents of the Third Reich. The West German government appealed for a release of Kappler, which the Italian authorities denied. However, in 1976, he was transferred to a hospital.
Yeah, the Italian authorities are too busy doing like Illuminati fuck parties, the NATO-aligned Illuminati fuck parties that, you know, and sending fucking mail bombs and shit, you know, really cool stuff the Italian authorities were doing. Good thing that, you know, fascism would never actually rise in Italy again, right? Obviously. I mean, that'd be crazy.
He managed to escape, likely with the help of a carabinieri. Despite calls for his extradition back to Italy, the West German authorities refused and did not prosecute Kappler for any additional war crimes, citing his poor health as the reason. Kappler.
You're glad to see a return to theory rooms? This is not even theory. This is just regular history, European history that is like the secret dark side of European history that oftentimes many Americans or many Westerners in general are completely oblivious to. And I do think that it's a necessity because, like, for far too long, a lot of liberals have thrived in this community, or rather have not, like, really re-examined their position at all.
Died peacefully in 1978. And it was not until decades later, after most of the Nazi Party members had died in peace, when the West German authorities made a half-hearted effort to investigate re-Nazification. A 2012 study by the Federal Ministry of Justice itself found that a whopping 77% of its senior officials in 1957 were former NSDAP members, more than researchers expected. And their number even increased after 1949. Historians also found that, up to the 70s, over 80% of top judicial officials had worked in Hitler's justice apparatus, among them those who had handed down death sentences during the Holocaust. And in 2014, almost 70 years after the fall of Hitler, the Federal Ministry of the Interior also finally commissioned a group of historians to investigate its past, with depressing results. Between 1949 and 1970, the proportion of former Nazi members was 54%. Among them, the lawyer Gerhard Scheffler, who had already served in the Reich Ministry of the Interior in the 30s. During the war, he was responsible for the Germanization of businesses and organized the deportation of Poles and Jews to ghettos. He reappeared in 1950 in the Federal Ministry.
It's just a oopsie. Ja, it's just a oopsie. Das ist ein major oopsie. Yeah. It's a mistake. I mean, who amongst us, you know? Oopsie.
Interior. From 1955 as head of the Social Department, where he was instrumental in preparing the
Oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben. Das ist ein Oopsie. Ist Oopsie, ja. Ein großes Versehen. Oh, großes Oopsie, ja. Not gut.
Sozialhilfegesetz, the Federal Social Assistance Act. So this of course had a great impact on German politics. The most striking case was that of the head of the Residence and Asylum Law Department, Kurt Breuil, who had never abandoned his fundamental anti-Semitic attitude and who was then responsible for rejecting Jews who had fled from Germany.
It's gross that it's taking you this long to do a German accent. True. I don't usually deploy it, but, you know, 25 minutes of fucking seeing seeing so many Nazis not get punished in Germany and instead get celebrated and also put into positions of power. This video didn't even feature like the NATO side of things, for the record. It just straight up was just talking about, like Western Germany communisting instead of denazifying. But there's that component as well, which also, in my opinion, plays a role alongside this as well. Like, this is how it was done.
That this is the ministry which is tasked with the quote-unquote protection of democracy and things such as media and cultural policy. Regarding the Nazis that were reintegrated into the Federal Foreign Office, Adenauer said, quote, "You can't build a foreign office if you don't have people, at least initially in the senior positions, who understand something about the history of the past." Out of 17 diplomats who sat in the political department at the time, 13 had previously held NSDAP party membership cards.
Before you say, I'm starting to think Germany's just waiting at this point, that's not true. That's not fair, at least. Because just like in the build-up, in the lead-up to the Nazi party taking power, there were plenty of fucking awesome Germans who were fighting against said Nazi consolidation of power, okay? There were. And there are plenty of Germans to this day who carry on that torch. The problem is those in positions of power oftentimes avoid them or purposely push them aside or, you know, have their own McCarthyist trial style movement in Germany, as you guys saw here. What? Maybe the NATO part is in your imagination, you know, because American exceptionalism or diabolism, if being accurate. Wait, that's so sick. That's crazy. The guy is back. He said, maybe the NATO part is in my imagination. No, it's not. It actually was featured in the video, just not as heavily featured as one would. But here you go, man. It's so fucking easy. Google is free. It's so easy. It's free 99. These NATO generals had unusual backgrounds. They served in the Third Reich. Like, yeah, it's the USSR bandy unions guy, which, by the way, of course, you're adding American exceptionalism into that take. Yeah, I know. Listen, man, I can smell where your narrative is coming from. Okay, the Hasan is an American. Hasan's foreign policy is just America bad. Is pure copium. Okay, it's pure copium coming from people who desperately want to say America good, but are too big of a pussy to say it. Just say America good. You like America. You like any and everything that the United States of America has done. Okay, just say it. At least the conservative is honest. Okay? The conservative is honest. The conservative is like a bloodthirsty monster. The reactionary is openly a bloodthirsty, vicious monster. The reactionary doesn't hide behind like the aesthetics of civility, liberalism, the aesthetic. Well, some conservatives do that too. The conservative reactionary does not hide behind the auspices of anarchism. Okay? Just say you like America. It's okay. You live in America. You're selfish. It's fine. It's very, very frustrating to come in here and also present like it's not a 0-1 binary thing, motherfucker. Herd of nuance. Oh, notice how you got stomped harder than the neo-Nazi heads that you're talking about. literally in one immediate fucking Google search, and it took you 2 minutes to come back and try to drop a second line. Like, you didn't go, hey, you know what? Maybe you were right on that point. I am going to read and learn more about it. That's what a normal person does. Okay? A normal person goes, hey, you know what? I'm a little bit out of my element here. I'm a little bit out of depth. Okay? Well, you didn't do that. You didn't do that. And instead, you went along with, what does NATO have to do with governance? Yes, dude. You're right. NATO, nothing to do with governance at all. That's not how that works at all. Yeah, just having like American military bases in your country has nothing to do with a demonstration of hard power and soft power simultaneously. It's just, you know, just for funsies. It's not a 0-1 binary thing, motherfucker. Herd of nuance is also a wonderful contribution to the discourse as well. Go ahead, explain to me the nuances of having Nazis inside of NATO. Like, if your goal isn't to stomp out communism, okay, if you don't consider that to be a dangerous, scary ideology, which I assume if you've been a fucking 58-month subscriber, you like at least have to have some allegiances to communism, right? Socialism, anarchism, something. Like, so why do you defend an institution that was designed with the express purpose of murdering communists, socialists, trade unionists, and the like? Why? Especially when we just started this conversation with a fucking literal article that presents your perspective that, you know, the Waffen SS, there's nuances to that. It's not immediately Nazi. Hold on, Kaya is barking. I think she opened the door again. Oh my God, you're a fucking freak. Oh my gosh, she opened the door on her own again. Oh my God, how? It's so heavy. How do you always open the door? Okay, go to bed. No, go to bed. Go to Fuck, dude. She's such a fucking freak. Dude, how do you open the bed? How do you do it? How do you do it? Come here. How do you open the door? How? 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 How do you do it? Crazy.
If we are to believe German state propaganda, Germany successfully denazified society and established an effective memory culture, Erinnerungskultur, a culture of dealing with its Nazi past so as to not risk repeating history. As I hope to show with this video, as also confirmed by recent events, most of that narrative is bullshit. According to a poll, over half of Germans want to move on from remembering the country's Nazi past. Among AfD voters, it's 80%. A chilling 58% of the supporters of the increasingly successful far-right party further stated that Nazi Germany had its positives. But what about today? Surely, now that the old Nazis have died off, there's no chance that there's significant fascist influence in a democratic state.
Yeah, of course not.
Germany today. Well, you thought wrong.
Almost fell.
It was one structure in particular which would become
Wait, that is what I thought.
important
Fuck.
pillars in the West German state, being a core node of a secret counter-revolutionary Nazi network that's in existence to this day. It is this crucial building block of the German capitalist bureaucracy I deliberately left out in this part because it deserves its own video. So, in the next part, will analyze the history of an organization led by none other than the former Wehrmacht general and Nazi military intelligence chief in the Eastern Front, a notorious hunter of communists, recruited by the CIA to build an organization that would turn into one of the most important anti-communist
Wait, what's he talking about?
agencies in the world, the Organisation GALA.
This was fire. Great video overall. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't understand. Is this guy trying to say that like a lot of hardline fascists who participated in the Holocaust were hired by the CIA to continue doing at least some parts of the Holocaust? You know, the anti-socialist parts at least, like, huh. Yeah, I don't get it, man. I feel like this guy's a little political, I think. Thank God Germany changed a lot of policies lately and made improves to protect the Constitution and executive branch from Nazis. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Nazi symbols and child pornography found in German police chats. What? No way, dude. What's next? Are you going to tell me that the German special forces had a significant Nazi problem, so much so that they had to disband an entire unit? No! Stop it! What? No way. German disbands special forces group tainted by far-right... Wait, what? What? No! No! Stop, dude! What? What the fuck? Yo, dude. Yo! That's crazy, dog. That's wild. Huh. That's... Damn. That shit is... that is called a Oopsie, ja. Oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben. Das ist eine große Oopsie. Oopsie. Oh, you were making a joke? Yeah, no, I know all of this shit. Yes, of course I'm fucking being obtuse to drive home a point that it's like when I give you... It's like when I give you a talking point in the chat and people will be like, oh, he's lying. He made that up. And then someone fucking Googles it, or my editors will put the exact fucking data point corresponding to the thing I said in the YouTube video afterwards, just because I'm pulling it. And sometimes I don't get it entirely correct, because, like, obviously, especially when it comes to numbers, you know, it's a little hard. Oh, hopeless dude. I can't deal with you anymore. I didn't make it to 5 years and 2 months. 5 years, 2 months missing. Fuck you. Wait, why'd you ban him? Unban him. He can cry in the chat all he wants. If we let him cook any harder, he was going to start talking about the age of consent and horse day. No, it's fine, dude. It's fine. I feel like banning people like that pushes them even further in the opposite direction. Yeah, he's breaking up with me because I said Americans purposefully put Nazis into positions of power, and also allowed a period of no denazification to exist, and did not crush that sentiment in Germany because they wanted to use it against the real enemy. That in and of itself is just like historically accurate events. And instead of fucking looking at that and being like, maybe I should just, I don't know, develop a different perspective. Like, please, man, please. All I ask for you, Russian disinfo is so effective. Wait, please stop. You don't think this is Russian disinformation, what I'm explaining, right? God, liberals. Oh, my Lord. I don't think that there's any way to, like, maybe there is no way to, like, actually fucking change the minds of people when it's just so hornily made up. No, what is that? I don't get it. Like, something is so remotely critical of the USA these days that all of a sudden it's just Russian and Chinese disinformation to dick riding is unreal. Yeah, I know. Oh. Like the real argument here would be to say, actually, the USSR also did their own Operation Paperclip, which would be true. Like, you can just do that. Not to the same degree, nowhere near as severe as the Americans did. Especially no comparison on the Japanese side to what Americans did. Okay? But it's true. It's just... Yeah, he unfollowed, like fucking 5-year subscriber unfollowed because I fucking showed him, starting off with this, we went on a journey and where I showed him that, yes, there were Nazis that the Americans in power put into positions of power in NATO. And then he openly also said, well, it's because they had really good fighting experience. Like, at that point, it's just like cognitive bias is so powerful in your mind. Like, please re-examine. Okay? Please. I'm not saying be my biggest fan. I'm not saying agree with everything I'm saying. Okay? Just know that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. For $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Okay? It is a little sad, though. We get so worked up so much that people feel the need to announce their departure in this way. It's hard not to feel strong about politics, of course, but it's just sad because leftist infighting is more destructive than right-wing infighting. The right wing doesn't need a majority to enact fascist policy, but the left needs way more than a majority. Is so fucked. Yeah, but like a lot of those people just like move away from leftist organizing when they like, it's not even get caught up in the minutia. Like, you can have a difference in opinion. Like, you can be like, oh, I'm a anarcho-syndicalist versus like you believe in more centralized control. Like, that oftentimes yields ridiculous arguments and leads to infighting. But this is not even an infighting on a ridiculous point. This is like trying to justify American imperialism post-World War II that was also against his best interest. If he's like, if you are personally someone who considers themselves to be socialist and you find yourself defending the greatest anti-socialist organization that's ever existed, I don't know what to tell you. And I give you historical evidence as to its formation, and you just lash out at me. At that point, you're not interested in anything. Oh my God. It's documented, uncovered, leaked videos, recordings that expose the Alliance Defending Freedom's plot to wipe out public schools in America. Their goal is to take the entire system of education and replace it with religious schools. Here's how they plan to do it. Oh, fuck me.
Schools as an uncanny parallel to the Third Reich.
This is how Alliance Defending Freedom thinks about the public education system.
And the government is trying to usurp the role of parents. They're radical.
Yeah. The guys who are completely aligned with the Third Reich think everyone but the Third Reich is the Third Reich. Okay? That actually is a perfect dovetail into this conversation as well, which is that the same radical right-wing reactionary elements in American society literally, on the one hand, openly lend defenses to Nazis and agree with Nazis and think that Nazis had, a lot of similar shared perspective, who then fucking turn around and say, you know who the real Nazis are? The Democrats. You know who the fucking real Nazis are? Public school teachers unions. You know who the real Nazis are? Not the Nazis. Those guys, they were misunderstood. How do you always find it in your heart to only allow nuance to exist for the Nazis while you simultaneously talk about every single person that is very far removed from that attitude, if not entirely against it? Those are the guys who are the Nazis, not us.
They're fringy, they're not grounded in truth.
Religious liberty is not safe in the United States as long as we have the kind of public school system we have.
The plan that they outline on these videos is nothing less than taking down the public education system.
Our goal is not to just throw stones. Our goal is to take down the education system as we know it today.
Okay. This has been the mission of the religious right.
By the way, that fucking ad break segue that I did was so fucking fire because it was so perfectly placed in the conversation that I forgot that I did it. And then I forgot to run the ad break, which I'm doing now. Like, it was so good that it was so, like, in passing that I personally forgot I even served it to you. Which I didn't, which is why I'm serving it to you now at the top of the hour. You can avoid it by subscribing for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You could also get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute break now. Let's continue.
Really, since desegregation.
This is the Alliance Defending Freedom, the Christian right legal organization designated a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center that is trying to destroy public education in America.
No matter what they say, they're not really interested in protecting freedoms. They're interested in working to push their own radical, unpopular beliefs on Americans.
The Alliance Defending Freedom, or ADF, was launched in 1994 by leaders in the Christian right community.
And duped into believing that somehow you can separate
Look at the fucking pedophile coalition over here.
your Christianity, your religion, from what's going on in the country politically. And you cannot. They're intertwined.
Today, it's a nearly $100 million operation with a single goal. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel.
Alliance Defending Freedom is sort of on this mission to strip Americans of their rights and undermine democracy.
Kayla Hancock is the director of the Power and Influence Project at Accountable.us, a government watchdog aimed at holding special interests accountable for their influence in politics.
They were obviously the lawyers behind the recent 303 Creative versus Ellen's case, which upended decades of civil rights protections for LGBTQ Americans.
So to see the kind of ruling we got was just an answer to prayer.
They also brought the Masterpiece Cake Shop versus Colorado case around the baker who wanted to deny service to same-sex couples who were getting married.
I'm Michael Ferris. I'm the president and general counsel for Alliance Defending Freedom that defended Jack today.
They were behind the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe v. Wade, and they're obviously not stopping there.
We want Roe versus Wade reversed, but that's just kind of a huge milestone along the path to becoming a pro-life nation.
And now this, where they've sued to remove one of the most popular abortion pills from the market nationwide.
This case is very important because it concerns the FDA's approval and continual deregulation of the chemical abortion drug.
And, you know, I don't know when it stops, right?
And they really have demonstrated that they should be taken seriously.
Nick Sergey is executive director at Documented, a watchdog group that has been tracking the Alliance Defending Freedom and other organizations working in this area.
Documented has obtained internal videos, documents, and other materials from the Alliance Defending Freedom and Ziklag, and this shows that they want to do nothing less really than take down the public education.
This headline is really a straw man. We're not saying that fighting against the USSR made you a Nazi. What? Wait, are you on mobile? Fighting against the USSR doesn't always make you a Nazi. Sometimes it means you are a part of the Imperial Japanese forces, but it certainly, for the most part, has been done by fascists.
Education system.
And the fundamental change is to force, via a Supreme Court decision, a constitutionally mandated school
displacement taxation to measure body fat
Bill
percentage
Maher,
when?
former
No,
Attorney General
not yet. I'm
Trump,
too fat.
laid out the basis of this project.
It may no longer be fair, practical, or even constitutional to provide publicly funded education solely through the vehicle of state-operated schools.
This has been Mike Farris's life's work.
Michael Ferris is the former CEO and general counsel at ADF. he has been a leader in the homeschool and school voucher crusades.
The privatization of public education is very good for that system.
Ever since the 1970s, he's been making similar arguments that he makes in these recordings.
The voucher system, one of the most necessary changes that our nation's education.
Wait, what the fuck? The Ohio Homeschooling Network had Hitler quotes a part of the curriculum. Ohio's education department is investigating a white supremacist homeschooling network that shares Nazi-related sources. Oh, come on, dog. Yo. Dude. Anytime I see someone
this morning,
who
Ohio's
I like,
education department is
anytime I see someone who I like that is I don't remember this. I guess I might have covered it because it's Don Lemon times, you know, February 2nd. But like anytime I see someone who I actually like who did homeschooling, I'm like, I'm so glad that you did not come out the way that you were destined to come out. You know what I mean? You fought against nature and you won. Okay, this is a very unique situation. Like if you are in here right now and you were homeschooled and you're not one of those like fucking weird Nazi pieces of shit who's gonna come in here like to defend white supremacy or whatever, okay? Yeah, I am, of course, referencing Intelligent and MHUD for sure. I'm like, I don't know how the fuck that happened, but I'm glad that you guys survived homeschooling. Yeah, you fought against nurture, but also, like, kind of nature, too. Like, there is a... it's kind of against nature as well, because, like, it's natural for you to be a fucking weirdo at that point, you know?
Investigating an alleged Nazi homeschooling network that reportedly distributed.
It's so funny that the homeschooling and Nazi stuff is like actually kind of timely right now because Joe Biden deported a white family who's been living here for 15 years because they like escaped to America. They were refugees so that they could do homeschooling to their children. And Joe Biden deported them recently. Joe Biden's immigration office did it recently, and they're so mad. The right is so mad.
Lesson plans with writing exercises based on Hitler quotes. To explain, Omar Jimenez is here. Do tell. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Now, for starters, the state education official told me the Ohio Department of Education is basically reviewing compliance with statutory and regulatory policies in this state because it's not clear how much they can actually do about the curriculum of homeschooling. Now, I want to show you an example. This is a group that they believe operates out of Upper Sandusky, Ohio, and this is an example of a Thanksgiving copyworking assignment where basically, you're learning handwriting, elementary school age, and they're using Hitler quotes to learn that handwriting. This is a group that doesn't hide being pro-Nazi, white supremacist, homophobic, honestly, you name it. It's probably there. I want to show another lesson that was posted, quote, lesson leading up to Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This was by a user named Mrs. Saxon. She wrote, "It is up to us to ensure our children know him, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., for the deceitful, dishonest, riot-inducing Negro he actually was. He is the face of a movement which ethnically cleansed whites out of urban areas and precipitated the anti-white regime that we are now fighting to free ourselves from." And in bold and underlined under that, she wrote, "This is a lesson for elementary."
One of the craziest parts about it, which doesn't happen in this one, one of the craziest and perhaps saddest ironies of American history is that, not this quote, but sometimes right-wingers who get whipped up in a fervor to shit on Martin Luther King, unironically offer a factually accurate assessment. I'm not saying this quote is factually accurate, where they openly will say he's a communist or a socialist, which is so sad because liberals completely omit that information, whereas psychopathic reactionaries, knowing full well that if they say that is going to be like, it's going to add on to the pile of like anti-MLK sentiment, will routinely reveal that nature. They'll say like, oh, MLK was a fucking communist and wanted to destroy American civilization, American society. So you end up, ironically, learning about MLK's like actual socialist background from fucking reactionary losers who want to use it as a negative talking point. Real sad stuff.
Elementary age children.
I wonder how the local school district is responding, but also because it's homeschooling, they do have to be like certified to be able to get the credits, right? I just wonder what they can do, if anything, to stop this.
By the way, if it were up to me, I would abolish charter schools and homeschooling, and I would most likely not even let private schools exist either, for the record. I just want to make sure that everybody understands my point. Obviously, in the short term, that would be impossible in America, especially like the private school side, because rich people always want, special privilege for their children. But yes, I would 100% immediately destroy private schools. I would forcibly take over private schools and nationalize our schooling system and nationalize the standards, and also completely reshape the way we fund these schools in order to focus on need rather than just your geographic proximity to a rich zip code that's paying property taxes. So yeah, but yeah, I do think that homeschooling is a major issue. I think it's fucking ridiculous in the least, and genuinely disastrous at worst.
Basically, there's an annual check sort of to show that you are teaching. Now, what you are teaching is sort of out of their purview. And sort of the Upper Sandusky School District Superintendent basically said, this is egregious, these teachings, we don't support it, but also said as part of his statement, parents are responsible for choosing the curriculum in homeschooling and the course of study. The parents' chosen curriculum is not sponsored or endorsed by the district. The group's got more than 3,000 subscribers. And, we tried to reach out to the owners. I didn't get a response. Maybe no surprise there, but obviously something that the state is paying close attention to.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Omar. Good to see you.
This is a continuation of the single greatest witch hunt of all time. We have a rogue judge who rules that properties are worth a tiny fraction, 1/100th, a tiny fraction of what they actually are. We have a racist
we're gonna
attorney general.
Let's just get into that. Let's get right into that, actually, because we dove into like historical background on Nazi Germany. Oh fuck, we were watching the homeschooling, or not homeschooling, but the Christian educational system. And then we dove into these other, this side tangent. But I will be getting into the Trump situation in a second, the fraud situation. Fear not, that is coming. Why can't I? Oh my God, fucking Twitter video, please. Oh my God, please.
See going
institutions.
I think that,
It's taking place in the school. Now they're just schools. This has been Mike Farris's life's work.
Michael Farris is the former CEO and general counsel at ADF. He has been a leader in the homeschool and school voucher crusades.
The privatization of public education is very good for that system.
Ever since the 1970s, he's been making similar arguments that he makes in these recordings.
The voucher system, one of the most necessary changes that our nation's education system needs.
And you fast forward to today, now they're just being taken seriously.
I believe it's a winnable case now. Whereas 10 or 15 years ago, it probably wasn't.
Alliance Defending Freedom is a highly networked organization, and many of the organizations that they work in coalition with have really, since early 2021, been trying to fan the flames around LGBTQ rights in schools, and in particular, what they describe as critical race theory being taught, but is really just conversations taking place in the schools around racism, legacy of slavery in this country.
We are now dealing with a radicalized, indoctrinated, Marxist generation of youth that are actually the agents of the nation's destruction.
And they want to use the...
Like, dude, there's nothing funnier to me than dudes who are like small business owners or like major corporate stakeholders, shareholders, who fucking sit around and be like, and act like a public school teacher that is getting paid 35 grand a year, who has to take on like an Uber job on top of her regular job to survive, is actually participating in the destruction of the American population. They're the fucking agents of chaos, not us. Not us who have stolen from you, okay? Not us who have designed a society that is brutal, oppressive in nature, and is self-defeating, that's cancerous, exploitative, predatory, just awful in general. It's actually the fucking random teacher, dude. They are the ones who are telling you, like, an accurate retelling of history sometimes, and they must be stopped.
Anger that groups that they work with have helped whip up, really to try and push this legal strategy and do what the religious right has wanted for decades, really back to desegregation, and that's to push school vouchers.
The type of voucher for all program they're looking to secure would allow parents to remove their children from public schools, but would still force the government to subsidize their private education with public money, even at religious institutions.
I think that, you know, we could establish this as a constitutional right.
Ziklag is an organization that channels money to projects on the right. Peter Bollinger is one of the leaders of Ziklag, and he chairs their education committee.
For an investment of a few $1 million, we can literally and potentially shift the flow of approximately $750 billion of education funds.
But in these recordings, we're seeing the kind of ground floor for this legal strategy.
We intend to bring a handful of cases to challenge the constitutionality of what's going on in the public schools.
You hear them lay out their strategy as including, very clearly, judicial selection.
Judicial selection would be very much a part of our strategy.
They probably have specific judges in mind. They certainly have specific circuits in mind.
We're going to file one of these cases in the 8th Circuit. The 8th Circuit.
I thought Stephen A. Smith was the racist one, but it turns out Skip Bayless was the one all along. Motherfucker was secretly running this psychotic Christian cult this entire time, dude. What the fuck?
Circuit is the best circuit in the country for principled originalist judges.
Here we get a really unique insight into what they're hoping to achieve at this court in the next few years.
In this environment, vouchers may be the only workable and the only constitutional solution.
The same people who oppose Medicare for all, they love vouchers for all, including for the children of the wealthy.
Carol Burris is a former public school teacher and principal. She now serves as the executive director of the Network for Public Education.
You know, we see the rhetoric and the attacks.
Except Medicare for all is the nationalization of a medical system, or the first step towards nationalizing a medical system, which operates against capitalism. It is inherently anti-capitalist. Whereas vouchers for all is pro-capitalist because, once again, conservatives are very good at recognizing that their indecent points of view are disgusting when it's bared out for all to see. Okay? If a conservative is ever honest about their point of view, most people will look at that and go, this is fucking nasty. It's gross. You're a freak. So they spend a shit ton of resources specifically on messaging. And due to how consolidation of power and wealth works, there's a tremendous amount of money and disposable income just lying around for them to use at their disposal. Okay? So what do? They don't say we need to abolish public schools. Well, now the environment is so shitty that they kind of can get away with saying that. But they'll say, oh, we got to do a voucher system. This is about freedom.
Some public schools ramp up, accusing us of indoctrinating children.
There's a clear, open effort to indoctrinate kids in this woke ideology.
And
that motherfucker is definitely Skip Bayless.
It's really being used to turn the public, especially more conservative parents, against their public schools.
It has shifted from an education to an indoctrination. And I've seen that in the last few years. It's grown it's gotten even worse.
And they make it very clear what it is that they want to accomplish, which is the destruction of public education in our country.
The public schools, because of market forces, would be really compelled to clean up their act.
Problem is, no one ever follows the logic through of what would happen if we had a marketplace system in the United States. And that was the only system we had, which is the ultimate goal. There are going to
Yeah. People fantasize about the Wild West, but like, that was pretty fucking hyper-capitalist back then. Or at least it was like free enterprise with no regulation whatsoever. And let me tell you, that shit was not great, okay? The anarchist pipe dream.
to be places where parents are not going to get the schools that they want, if they can get a school at all. Because that's how the marketplace works, right? It goes where there are customers. So what happens when we have areas where there just are not that many families to serve? Where will there be a school? Where does your child go?
And there are very real issues with moving towards a fully voucher-based approach to our nation's education.
We have years of research on voucher programs, and it's very clear. Students who leave public schools, on average, or a private school, do worse. And sometimes a lot worse, like 0.40 standard deviations worse, which is huge.
Given the current makeup of the Supreme Court, I really believe that we could have success.
Will they be successful? You know what? I honestly don't know,
So
given
sad.
this particular Supreme Court and some of the rulings that they've had in the past.
And in many ways, the ADF and affiliated groups have already been successful.
There really has been an almost 180-degree shift in how the Supreme Court thinks about public subsidies for private religious institutions.
Kevin Wellner is a professor of education.
I wonder why. Can anyone point to why that happened? That's so shocking. I mean, even back then, even like Brown v. Board at the time was not significant enough to actually make changes. Like you actually had to continue pushing. Okay, Brown v. Board was the starting point for fundamentalist right wingers who wanted to continue desegregating schools, or wanted to continue segregating schools rather. Who were very successful, by the way. Schools in America are still definitely segregated. For those of you who don't know, the fucking racial makeup of schools in the United States of America, it's basically still very much segregated. But those guys decided to become an active base for the Republican Party and push their agenda. The Federalist Society was designed specifically so that that agenda could be demonstrated in the highest court of the land that is completely unaccountable. And that's why once that 35-year project came to a close under the Trump administration, you are now living in the ashes of that death and destruction of civil liberties.
Education, Policy, and Law at CU Boulder. He also directs the National Education Policy Center.
Vouchers for religious schools were thought to be constitutionally forbidden by the Establishment Clause in the 1970s, for example. And then we had a decision out of Cleveland in 2003 called the Zellman decision. It was a challenge to the voucher policy in Cleveland, where the court said, no, that's actually constitutional.
What do you mean it's segregated? I had a black kid in my class. Hello, law? There's no way you're being serious, right? That's a joke, I hope. Like that. Oh, okay. Because like, okay, good. You were joking. Because like that in and of itself is the joke. You know what I mean? Well, how could it be segregated? There's a singular black kid in my class is like, I get it. Okay, good. It was a
constitutionally allowed based on a variety of arguments. But
this is one of the worst aspects of having like 58 month subscribers come out in support of like Nazis and NATO, where like there's funny chatters in here, but I just don't know if like you're just making a joke sarcastically or if you genuinely hold that position, you know? Like I didn't really think that like, I didn't personally think that, you know, the NATO conversation would would create this level of animosity amongst like 5-year-long supporters of mine. But here we are.
But in particular, the argument that it's not the state deciding which schools receive the money, it's the parents deciding which schools to send their kids to, and then the government then steps in and funds those schools. And then we had this decision in year 2020 out of Montana, the Espinoza decision, where the court said, you know, under these particular circumstances where you have a voucher policy or you have a state policy that funds some private schools, the Constitution actually requires that you also fund religious private schools. Otherwise, it's discriminating and basically withholding money from an institution because it is religious. And then we had a decision 2 years later out of Maine, the Carson v. Macon decision, where the court built on that and extended it even further. So we're sort of creeping toward decisions that could be even more radical.
In recordings, ADF seems to believe that now is the time to strike.
Can Muslim schools get money? Wait till you find out about Fethullah Gulen, brother. Muslim schools already get money from the American government, just not directly from the Department of Education. But they do from the CIA, black budgets. Maybe the National Endowment for Democracy. But that's for the global operations, but some of which I'm sure goes back to the American schools as well.
And enact their vision for our country.
Supreme Court is better than I've ever seen it. And I think that we have to take our shot now.
What we know about this project is probably just the tip of the iceberg, but this is where they're coming from, and they won't stop because they, I think sincerely, view public schools as something that is that bad, that dangerous, that evil, that they will never stop.
We are committed to excellence. We are committed to victory.
It's terrifying, honestly.
They're winning. How do you bridge the gap of funding and quality of teachings? I was 2 years ahead of public standards while attending private school. It is by design a behemoth that is intentionally destroyed both internally and through a lack of funding. No adequate implementation of the funds, and also no real centralized mechanism of control. It's really fucked up across the board. Meanwhile, California schools, oh wait, dude, in a first of its kind of law, all California public high schools will now spend a week teaching students about the right to join or form a union, job protections for minors, and how to defend against workplace abuses and more. Yeah, except every single time California news comes out like this, they should mention that no, it won't. It will not happen because Gavin Newsom will come and execute you personally. Okay, he'll fuck you and then kill you. Maybe fuck you afterwards as well. What do I mean by this? Well, I guess this is a good segue into what I've been meaning to talk about, something that's been bothering me about gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom. Now, a lot of you know him as the handsome devil who loves, you know, slapping cheeks and busting nuts alongside Sean Fred Flintstone Hannity. Okay? A lot of people think that that is the way that it works. Well, it turns out he is a giant piece of shit. Once again, a perfect neoliberal holdout, entrenched power in California machine politics, showcasing once again that it does not have the best interests of Californians and specifically Californian working class individuals at heart. Gavin Newsom has made an appointment. Gavin Newsom made a promise to appoint a black woman to the Senate seat, the open Senate seat. Now, of course, as expected, the person that was appointed to that seat was an awful... Is she a labor leader? No. She was a labor leader. She was a labor leader before turning to the corporate side and becoming a fucking lobbyist for Airbnb and Uber. That's right. Gavin Newsom will appoint Emily List President Laphonza Butler to fill the seat of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein, elevating the head of a fundraising juggernaut that works to elect them women who support abortion rights per person familiar. Now, if you know anything about Emily's List, you know that Emily's List is not necessarily a genuinely progressive organization. They defended Michael Bloomberg, if you recall, because Michael Bloomberg gave them a lot of money. It's just a Democratic Party, socially progressive Democratic Party group that, if you're cool, now you never were? What do you mean? It's a Democratic Party cutout organization. Yes, you are correct. E-Town Zoo. A Democratic Party cutout organization that specifically weaponizes the aesthetics of social justice against, you know, the outliers, the Bernie wing of the party. Okay? It is machine politics in full display. This person who was the leader of Emily's List also has a much longer history that is way more insidious than just simply operating at the helm of Emily's List. Because Emily's List, you can still make the argument like, oh, this person truly cares about abortion or some shit, you know, putting women in positions of power. Now, obviously, Emily's List as an organization is a really funny one because it is quite literally girl boss feminism. Like, their entire goal is to replace anyone and everyone they can with women, right? With women. Just that's it. Except, just kidding, they don't fucking do that. They sometimes will absolutely side with the male candidate in a primary, if there's a Democratic primary, where there is a female Democratic primary opponent. I read some article earlier saying that she was pro-labor union and really progressive. Is that not the case? Not really familiar with her. Yes. The reason why you're saying that is because she was the former labor leader of the SEIU, the service, the service industry sector union leader. Okay? That does not matter because she took that experience and turned around and worked with Airbnb and Uber and lobbied the federal government for Airbnb and Uber. Okay? She is most notable for being Kamala Harris's campaign advisor, which is fucking hilarious, especially because Kamala Harris sucks. So, like, she is a perfect Democratic Party loser, okay? She was a Hillary advisor for the California primary and general election, where Hillary Clinton fucking got absolutely cumstered and dumpstered by the Bernard brothers, myself leading the fucking pack, okay? We absolutely purged, destroyed the Hillary cutouts here on the ground. Not that it fucking matters because Democratic Party, this is a Democratic Party stronghold, and whatever they say goes. Well, Chapo was leading the pack. I was leading the pack alongside my brethren at Chapo for hating women, okay, and wanting everyone to have health care, but in a misogynistic way. That's what we were advocating for. We were like, health care for all, but only if we can, like, shit talk women in general. Yeah. So that's what we did, and we fucking eviscerated them here in California. Okay, so she is like a double loser. Also, doesn't live in Los Angeles or anywhere else in California, as a matter of fact. She lives in fucking Maryland. So our dipshit governor had the opportunity to fucking put anyone he wanted into that appointment and decided to go with someone who doesn't even fucking live in California. But guys, she has strong ties to California. Okay? Strong ties. Very important. And all of these fucking pieces of shit. What? What's up with the extra SA material? What? What does that mean? What is extra SA? You think the term cumpstered and dumpstered is just like sexual assault? Is that what you think? That's crazy. Like, it's like saying fuck you. Like, if I say fuck you to this guy, he's like, wow, that's really fucked up that you just threatened me with rape. So fuck. Take a week off. I read that Newsom didn't want to appoint anyone who wanted to keep the seat so they would have an incumbent advantage. Why not? Why not appoint someone who's fucking awesome to the seat and then let them have the incumbent's advantage? Perhaps the real reason is because he wanted a corporate Democrat in that position to fulfill the role that Dianne Feinstein fulfilled. Okay? That's it. If you were truly a trailblazing, revolutionary, progressive figure, then you would have appointed someone who has similar shared perspectives. Okay? And also, yes, she can absolutely run. There was no deal made in that situation. She can still have incumbent's advantage. Oh, I mean, fuck it. Even Katie Porter is like a better alternative. And I know her, you know, I understand why people would be wary of her as well. But yeah, she's from fucking Maryland. He also boxed himself in the lip corner by vowing to pick a black woman no matter what. Yeah, that in and of itself was also fucking stupid. And Democrats need to stop doing that. They need to stop saying that. You can, for the rest of time, in perpetuity, if you want, exclusively appoint black women into positions of power. Just stop saying it, please. Because you end up literally hurting their approval ratings, okay? You end up just devaluing the experience that they have. Now, in this case, if we're making an accurate assessment, if we're genuinely looking at her background, it's shit, okay? But, like, it's so stupid. You're, like, self-tokenizing. It's so odd. Not going to be crafting policy, though, right? Like, she's just going to vote with the Dems, same as everyone. I don't think it's fair to expect any replacement senator to be a true progressive. Why not? Why not, chatter? Why not, Proto-Zoomer? Think about that a little bit. California is one of the most progressive states in the entire fucking nation. And I'm not just pulling that shit out of my ass. California has some of the most progressive voters in the entire country, okay? We consistently vote for higher taxes for renewable energy initiatives. We consistently vote for things that we know will improve the material conditions of our fellow Californians, okay? With obviously some exceptions. The state legislature is more to the left than Gavin Newsom. Think about that. It is fucking insane. Now, you said homelessness. Great question on homelessness. That's a great fucking talking point in this situation. Why does homelessness still persist, even though we have $188 billion 2-year budget surplus in the state of California, and we vote time and time again to fill the coffers, specifically in ballot initiatives that are designed to tackle the homelessness problem by taking additional taxes, funding social programs that will be implemented to revitalize hotels that are vacant, for example, like Project Roomkey, or build new housing development specifically to house the homeless and to create a housing first homelessness policy. And it's not like there isn't a willingness for it. There is a willingness for it. People have voted for these policies over and over and over again. And yet the only thing standing in the way of these initiatives is oftentimes Gavin Newsom, who is representing the interests of the mega wealthy, who sucks to suck for them, do not actually have enough voting power on the popular elections that we're having. So they just exercise their control at, housing development conversations that municipalities are having with the people that live there, or directly to Gavin Newsom himself. It is inherently undemocratic. It is anti-democratic. The fact that we have so much money, the fact that we are so much more progressive than many other states, and we vote in a way that demonstrates that reality, and yet none of these solutions come, even though there's money specifically carved out for those solutions, okay, is disgusting. This is fucking disgusting. Gavin was signing these initiatives, though? No, the fuck he wouldn't. Gavin Newsom vetoed a bill that was passed through the state legislature to add unemployment insurance to striking workers. Okay? Striking workers would be eligible for unemployment insurance. He vetoed it. He literally refuses to sign shit that his state legislature works long and hard to put forward. Okay? That means that Gavin Newsom, sitting atop the throne in his ivory tower in one of the most progressive states in the nation, is to the right of his own state legislature. Think about that. That means the state House of Representatives and the state Senate got together and figured out how to do a fucking bill, and plenty of organizers fought for it, and he turned around and he just said, "Nah, not signing it. I'm vetoing it." Now tell me this. Why is it that one of the safest seats in the country, one of the safest seats that deserves a progressive senator, more progressive than the rest of the fucking country, why was that afforded to a person who used to be a union labor leader and then turned around and became a corporate lobbyist for some of the most anti-union, anti-worker tech companies out there, like Airbnb and Uber? Okay? Why? Why is she the person? California companies pay higher taxes for unemployment debt. Wait, what? California's not broke at all. What the fuck are you talking about? California currently has, post-COVID, a $188 billion budget surplus. 2 years in a fucking row. First year it was $80 billion. And now it's ballooned to $188 billion. That's wild to be like, oh, California's broke, brother. No, the fuck it's not. And not only that, but also there are additional funding initiatives that have been voted on by the public that he's not implementing. This is the biggest Newsom recently. The dude's a demon. Gavin Newsom vetoes California bill weighing transgender child acceptance and custody disputes. I mean, he fails to pass the metrics of success even on socially progressive shit. Like, remember, I want to know how many fucking bills Gavin Newsom has vetoed and what those bills are. Let's see if there's like a good... Yeah, here, look. This is Gavin Newsom gets out his veto pen, okay? July 17th, 2023, a couple months ago. Last year, Newsom vetoed 169 bills while signing 997, including some very significant ones. In 2021, he vetoed 66 and signed 770 into law. The legislature can override vetoes with 2/3 votes in both the Assembly and the Senate, but that doesn't happen often, and in recent decades, almost never. He knows that there isn't 2/3 votes in both the Assembly and the Senate, so he can comfortably veto shit with the state legislature being to his fucking left. Especially when there are for issues, there are actually a 2/3 majority. They do have a super majority in the Democratic state legislature in California. But there are enough holdouts that he knows once he vetoes, they're not going to fucking push back. Here's another one. Gavin Newsom doesn't have the guts to face working people. He'd rather give our jobs away in the dead of the night. Late yesterday, the California governor vetoed AB 316. That would have put human operators in autonomous vehicles, saving jobs and protecting communities. 95% bipartisan support in the legislature and 75% public support, but Newsom still killed it. He's giving a green light to these dangerous rigs on the road. Any politician who turns their back on the workers, the current campaign contributions from corporate America and big tech better square up. Teamsters will not walk away from this fight. Ayanna Pressley's tweet about Laphonza. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, shit. She said, congrats, Laphonza B, on your historic appointment to the Senate. I look forward to your partnership and having two incredible black women serve consecutively when we elect Barbara Lee for... What the fuck? Dude, Ayanna Pressley is actually very interesting because, like, I mean, that's like a surprising... What the fuck? No, that's actually kind of a surprising take from her because she does sometimes do things that make me feel like she's... like she's more on the neoliberal side of the Democratic Party rather than, like, the squad side, even though she's always associated with the squad because, guess what? She's a black woman, okay? But this is great. That's a funny take. Only 300 likes, of course. I think she's been on the record that she idolizes Barbara Lee. Barbara Lee, Adam Schiff. No, I don't want Adam Shit in that role, okay? Barbara Lee or Katie Porter would be fine. Even though, unfortunately, Barbara Lee is old, too, which sucks. Barbara Lee would be better than Katie Porter, probably. Anyway.
California Senator Dianne Feinstein will lie in state at San Francisco City Hall on Wednesday. She died Friday at the age of 90. She is the longest serving member of Congress and former mayor of the city by the Bay. Now tensions growing over Feinstein's replacement even before that person is sworn in. New this morning, California Governor Gavin Newsom says he will appoint Emily's List president Laphonza Butler to fill Feinstein's seat. And Newsom did pledge back in 2021 to appoint a black woman to the seat. And no candidates currently running happen to be black. However, progressives have been slamming Newsom for saying he wants his appointment to be a temporary one. It's so funny to me, Niall Stanage from the Hill with me right now. He says one thing, he does what he says, and they slam him anyway.
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah. Oh, well, he said he's going to put a black woman there, so he did it. He put a black woman. Like, what level of political commentary are we operating on at News Nation, dude? You bunch of fucking idiots. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm pretty sure she said Barbara Lee isn't black. Yeah, she's a fucking idiot. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. The idea that there are no black women except for this one black woman from fucking Maryland is so stupid. Yeah, there was no black women in the entire state of California. Like, including Barbara Lee, but like none whatsoever. We had to find one in Maryland that works for fucking Airbnb and Uber. Suck my cock. You did that. You did that on purpose. Piece of shit.
Thus is the world we live in.
Well, it is the world we live in, Adrian, I suppose. I think the issue was the original promise that you already alluded to about appointing a black woman as an interim senator was complicated by his desire not to nominate anyone who was running for the full term that begins, well, after the 2024 election, at the start of 2025. Congresswoman Barbara Lee, who is black, is running in that race, but she's lagging to other contenders. And so there's this suggestion that Newsom is appointing a black woman only as in a caretaker capacity. Now, to be fair, his spokesperson has pushed back against that in this case and says, excuse me, that there is nothing to prevent Ms. Butler from running for that full term, from entering that race if she wishes to do so.
I mean, she has far less experience, wouldn't you say? I mean, just let's talk about experience.
What's Karen Bass like? Awful.
On the face of this, than anybody running currently for this particular seat. So wouldn't it make sense, unless he wanted to appoint someone temporarily that he thought could continue with the next full term?
Yeah, I mean, I think the final point that you make there is the crucial one, because if you think about the people who do have experience, you're thinking there of perhaps Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, London Breed, the mayor of San Francisco, or, you know, this is...
Oh my God, bro. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Fuck, bro. Oh my God. London Breed? Oh my fucking God. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Bro, we're so fucked. We are so fucking, we're so fucked. Dude, I'm moving to fucking Minnesota. I swear to God. God damn it, dude. The one part of the goddamn country where there's like at least some revolutionary potential, some revolutionary fervor. Dude, I swear to God, I'm not even joking. Middle America will carry us. Okay? The fucking coasts are lost. They are lost to the worst kinds of corporate elitist Democrats that take advantage of the stronghold that they've cultivated in these states instead of pushing the conversation further, showing by telling and also experiencing a more progressive, modest social democratic utopia. We have the money, we have the willingness on the ground, we have the organizational capacity to do such things, and yet corporate Democrats often stop that kind of progress dead in its fucking tracks. What? Revolutionary potential? Where do riots take place usually, bro? What are you saying? How do you find the site that shows labor approval for politicians, the AFL-CIO scorecard?
A Secretary of State in California. But if you think about it, if you appoint any of those people, then you then vacate another office that you then have to fill in some capacity, whether with an election or an appointment. In this case, appointing the president of Emily's List, then it avoids that dilemma. You're not creating one vacancy in the process of filling another.
You know, and Governor Gavin Newsom some might think surprisingly, being accused of tokenism here. Couldn't he be accused of tokenism on both sides?
In the sense of raising up.
It is tokenism. What do you mean? When you say, oh, I'm going to put a black woman in this position of power, it's literally, that's what it is. Definitionally, what you're talking about is tokenism. You're tokenizing black women. Like, what the fuck do you mean? That is the definition. You sure love talking shit about black women? Yeah, no, I mean, big fan of that. You're right. You fucking got me. Both racist and misogynistic. I am, dude. I'm doing misogynoir all day, every day, baby. I fucking love that shit, dude. I can't live without it. I'm literally like, oh my God, I'm sipping on that fucking misogynoir juice. When I say that like a fucking corporate cutout, corporate representative is not a genuine defender and is nowhere near as progressive as the seat should be. Fuck you. God damn. Take an hour off for that, you fucking asshole. Anyway, it is the definition. It is definitionally tokenizing a person. Yes, Laphonza Butler has the bona fides, okay? She has the background. She has the experience to be an awful corporate Democrat, okay? She is. She does. She did the work. Okay? She took the time. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break right now, by the way. Fucking chatter. Fuck me up. What the fuck is tokenism? Like a token. Like someone who is propping up a black person and pointing to a black person to be like, how dare you say we are racist? For example, like that chatter jokingly was saying, what do you mean segregation exists? There's one black student in my class. That would be a perfect depiction, a demonstration of tokenism. Anyway.
The importance of appointing a black woman.
Correct.
Yeah, I think you could. I think anytime a situation like this occurs, there's always the whole debate about identity politics. So on one hand, you have people saying, well, representation matters. There have only been 2 female black senators, one of them now the vice president. And there was some ill feeling among, frankly, black female politicians in California when Vice President Harris left the Senate to become vice president and Governor Newsom appointed Senator Alex Padilla, a Latino man. So in those cases, I think there is the issue about, is it a matter of representation, or are you raising up race or identity as the primary criteria rather than the ability to do the job best?
And then,
bro, when you say I'm appointing a black woman, it doesn't matter. You are literally making race the primary criteria. This does not mean that these people don't deserve to be in this role. Like I said, if the role is supposed to be a fucking corporate exploitative Democrat, then yeah, she has the perfect background for it, okay? But when you say you're appointing to a person to this position, you're literally doing the meme that Republicans say Democrats do. It makes no fucking sense. Why are you like becoming the meme? It's like that's what Republicans lie and say Democrats do. And you're out here being like, no, it's actually true. We are, appointing people in the position of power just because they're black. It's so dumb. It's just like, I thought these guys cared about optics. Like this is just a massive failure from that front.
And you open up a whole can of worms, and then you might open up a whole can of whoop, you know what? Because people get so defensive over this topic. Can we end on a somewhat light note with a long shot of the former Duchess, Meghan Markle, being considered as a name being thrown around as a
Well, this morning, California Governor Gavin Newsom is set to appoint Emily's List President Laphonza Butler to fill the late Dianne Feinstein's Senate seat.
Yeah, they did it with Ketanji Brown, like, who's better than pretty much every other fucking Supreme Court justice, okay? At least with her background. And you just basically fucking cut it down by being like, oh yeah, it's because she's a black woman. Like, it was the dumbest thing ever, dude. She was more than qualified to be a Supreme Court of the United States Justice. Yeah, Sotomayor isn't bad either. And they do have their fucking moments where they're awful corporate elitist pieces of shit. But the point is, she was absolutely qualified. She was absolutely fucking qualified. And yet, she was sold to the public like she was just there because she's black by Democrats. Republicans are the ones who are who are supposed to say like, oh, you're appointing a black woman there because she's black, like, and no other reason, you fucking idiots, like that, which is racist as fuck to say, because she absolutely is qualified. But Democrats were like, you know what? We're gonna undercut their message by doubling down and being like, no, actually, we are only appointing her because she's black.
Seat. Butler is sworn in. She will become the third black female senator in U.S. history and the first openly LGBTQ senator to represent the state of California. CNN's Kyung La joins us from Los Angeles. Now, Kyung, what has the reaction been? This happened very quickly and I think surprised some people.
Certainly. It took some Democrats here in California, it took them really aback. And if you think about it, though, and when they take a beat and they think about this choice, it does make sense politically. But Butler is not currently holding an elected position. She is somebody who is a formidable political figure, especially in the state of California.
She's a formidable political figure at raising money. That's it. She's a money raiser, and her allegiances are obviously very apparent to anyone who pays more attention to this process than just like fucking reading a political article or listening to CNN and moving on.
Nationally, she's known for leading Emily's List. But here in California, she is known as a very strong operative. She did lead as a senior advisor Kamala Harris's presidential run in.
Yeah. Yeah. When I talk about a strong operative, I love bringing up massive fucking failures, dude. Wow. That's crazy. She was Kamala Harris's fucking she was Kamala Harris's senior advisor. That's sick. She did great. I mean,
2020. And she also led a labor union, the most powerful labor union in the state of California. So she is deeply regarded. She's also an ally of Governor Gavin Newsom. Now, her selection, as you point out, Phil, is fulfilling a promise that Governor Newsom made that when Kamala Harris vacated her Senate seat to become Joe Biden's vice president, that he would appoint a black woman. And she will be the only black woman serving in the U.S. Senate. She also does certainly embark on that historical journey, being the first open lesbian to serve in the Senate. But all of this, Phil, does scramble this election. The Senate seat is up for grabs next year. There are already 3 powerful California Democrats running: Adam Schiff, Katie Porter, as well as Barbara Lee. So whether or not...
Damn, bro, that's crazy. First open lesbian? No way. Oh my God. Let's fucking move past. Let's completely move past the other stuff like Airbnb and Uber. Wow, sick. How can you sit here day in, day out, and this is not more about you guys in the chat, but like your parents, sit around and watch television all day. How can you not genuinely develop the most cynical attitude towards this kind of thing with the obvious recognition that they're just using these like identities as Straight up a way to just market whatever kind of fucking corporate Democrat that's going to do their bidding and push the agenda for the DNC and not necessarily have the best interests of Californians in general. That's the problem, is that there is one element of this that does feed into the reactionary fervor, which is when people see this all the fucking time, especially when Democrats personally say this, when they openly state their desires, they're like, oh, we want to put a black woman in position of power. They fucking galvanize the psychopathic, racist, reactionary Republicans who have been saying that. Okay?
Not. Laphonza Butler decides to jump in and maintain and run as a candidate after holding this seat for a year. That is going to be the open question. I am told that there were no preconditions in her taking this appointment. So it's going to get very crowded and very interesting, Phil.
Being in a minority group and feeling that this is someone on your side, it's feel-good nonsense. I don't know. That's a serious question. Maybe some of my black female chatters can answer this, but like, this community is the worst place to ask. They're gonna fucking say, fuck no. But like, your mothers, your grandmothers, your aunts, like, does it actually appeal to them? Do they go, oh, this is great? Because when I look at approval ratings or when I look at demographics, and how they perceive certain candidates, like, it doesn't translate to voter behavior. Like, Kamala Harris is a black woman, and Joe Biden was more popular in the black community than Kamala Harris ever was, right? This is a perfect demonstration of what I mean. Like, I don't think that kind of, representation politics is like, is even successful. You know what I mean? My older cousin, both of us are black females, loved Kamala Harris and was so excited to see her be VP. Yeah. That's white supremacy, why they like Biden more. I mean, there is truth in that, for sure. It's just that Kamala Harris is also so bad. Bro, Kamala Harris is so bad, her dad doesn't like her. What do you mean? And let me tell you, that's not fucking white supremacy, okay? Like, now, he wasn't the best dad, as far as I understand, but still. Yeah. Donald Harris is a famous Marxist professor at Stanford University. And he is legitimately anti-Kamala Harris and has talked shit about Kamala Harris's narrative on, what was it, Hot 97? It was like one of the morning programs where she was like, oh yeah, I love smoking a little bit of weed. I mean, after all, I'm Rasta, or I think she says like, I'm Jamaican, something like that. Donald Harris wrote an entire fucking article talking about how disgusted he was that she would lean in to the racist memes about weed and as weed as it pertains to Jamaican culture, while simultaneously being a fucking cop who arrested people for less sentences. I mean, for lesser crimes than that. Kamala Harris shamed by Jamaican father over pot smoking joke. Told you. My dear departed grandmothers, whose extraordinary legacy I described in a recent essay on this website, as well as my deceased parents, must be turning in their grave right now to see their family's name, reputation, and proud Jamaican identity being connected in any way, jokingly or not, with the fraudulent stereotype of a pot-smoking joy seeker in the pursuit of identity politics. Speaking for myself and my immediate Jamaican family, we wish to categorically disassociate ourselves from this travesty, he added. Anyway. I'm a person who made the mistake of following the Kamala Harris VP trap. Representation definitely isn't enough. So, okay, that makes sense then. There are still people, even in this community, that are like, no, I like to see black faces in high places, to use Cornel West's term or commentary on the matter, where you're like, no, it means progress is happening. Which is fine. I mean, I do understand that there is a benefit to it, or at least like I get why people like representation in like movies and TV and shit. I personally understand that. But like, yeah, I mean, Dr. Paxmore is so right. California has the worst housing crisis in the country, and he chooses this Airbnb piece of shit. Like, California also has an issue with driverless cars. California also has an issue with unionizing gig economy workers, specifically at Uber. And it's like, he literally took some of the worst aspects of Californian labor, like some of the biggest fights that California labor has engaged in, and some of the biggest problems that California faces, and he said, who's the perfect distillation of being on the wrong side of both of these battles? That's who I'm going to fucking take. Oh, isn't there one in California that I could find? Okay, well, let's take this lady from Maryland. It's just like, representation matters. Why? I've talked about this quite a bit, especially when this was like the biggest fucking thing in like Gamergate era politics. Why does representation matter? Because your background and your experience, okay, as a black person is going to be very formative and offer you a infinitely better perspective that often is not represented by white people when you are fighting for black causes, or when you are fighting for poverty, for example, black poverty or poverty in general. It's the perspective and your advocacy that is guided by your background. That is the only reason why representation matters. Okay? And that's what it's supposed to translate to. Except, you know, it unfortunately is just simply a talking point for the Democratic Party to put you in a position of power where they don't literally fucking give a shit. They just are going to represent corporate interests no matter what. Right? Oh, there it is. Breaking news. U.S. Representative Matt Gaetz files a motion to remove House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. That's right. They're vacating him. NEVERKEVERS have risen up. Folks, it's happening. Anyway, my point was, it's really fucked up and it's silly. Politico only covers her as like a labor leader and doesn't actually go into her background of like what she did. Here, Service Employees International Union, president of the SAU California. She worked closely with Governor Jerry Brown on policies like hiking the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Okay. And then what did she do? What did she do after that? It'll be a major undertaking for her via the seat, Porter and Schiff, the leaders' fundraising polls, Newsom's appointment regardless of whether Butler runs for the Senate and wins, blah, 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 blah. We already covered most of that. Why does every profile of her stop after She worked at the, or was the president of the SEIU, California chapter. Why? What could she have done after that? That is maybe the reason why I'm shitting on yet another black woman in a position of power. Is it because I'm racist? Is it because I'm misogynistic? Well, yeah, I'm both of those things, obviously, but the real reason why I'm shitting on her is because she worked for Airbnb and Uber. Okay? It's ridiculous. Two of the worst fucking issues. Two of the toughest battles in California, and Gavin Newsom finds the one fucking person that represents the worst side, the corporate side, on both. All right. Let's get to Trump and the New York Attorney General sitting just feet apart in the Manhattan courtroom.
General of New York sitting right there. You can see Donald Trump sitting there next to his attorney, Christopher Connors, lead counsel.
I think it's a real shame that we just got this late-breaking decision by the judge. There will not be cameras in the courtroom, because that would serve as sort of a counter example to some of these, courtroom step presser events that are taking place, because certainly that's not going to happen inside the courtroom. There are things, you can read a transcript, you can get reporting from inside there, and certainly CNN has, a lot of people there, but there are.
His lawyer's got an Asus ROG, bro. What the fuck? Yo, what's she playing on there? What's she playing on there? Lena Abbas. What are you playing with? You a gamer? What's that? Quit playing with our fucking hearts, Lena. What the hell are you playing with?
Sort of ineffable things that you get just by observing a courtroom, a glance, the way somebody is seated, whether or not, we're hearing about.
And it's got the fucking RGB. Oh my God.
Sort of Tish James and her eye contact with, or not with Donald Trump, things like that I think are really important. But no, this is political theater. The press conference that Trump just gave, I don't think we carried all of it, because it was not really pertinent to actually the case at hand.
The judge.
My queen, dude.
If this continues, does that impact the judge and how? I mean, the facts are the facts, right? And what happens in the courtroom is clearly very different from what they see outside the courtroom.
Yeah.
But does it impact? Does it have bearing inside the courtroom if he's turning this into a campaign event?
No, it shouldn't. The answer is no. It absolutely should not. And I think that this judge will do a good job of sort of keeping the court and the public opinion sort of separate. However, we've been talking about this before. It could only impact the courtroom when it sort of veers off into that, tips over the balance of, potentially interfering with witnesses, when sort of danger comes into play, if he's actually, advocating violence, for example, things like that. We're seeing.
You think Lena Abbas is a Valo E-dater, dude? I'm sniping Lena Abbas, and she's she's on a Valorant E-date doing Uvu voice with some 45-year-old dude who's also lying about his age and acting like he's 17. Do you think they get you think they get usernames like Alina Habba, not Lena Abbas? I don't know what I'm fucking saying. I fucked their name up. More like Alina Hubba, am I right? Psst. Okay. Hasan, it's the Asus ROG Scar laptop. I don't know what size, but that's the laptop. I mean, I can tell from, I don't know what exact laptop it is, but we know it's a fucking Republic of Gamers laptop.
That aspect of it play out in some of his federal cases about, where to, really rein him in on his First Amendment rights.
CNN's Bryn Gingras standing by for us once again. Bryn, the AG's office really just laid out what they hope the judge will do here.
Yeah, it took a little less than an hour to do so. I want to go to what's happening right now, though, Kate, and then I'll talk about that. Right now, we're actually hearing from Trump's attorneys and their side of opening statements, essentially saying here that there were no attempts to defraud, there were no unjust profits made, and there are no victims in this case. Essentially saying Donald Trump built a huge empire, and he did it all, you know, rightly so. Essentially saying.
By the way, I was thinking about this in the shower this morning. And like what Donald Trump did is ridiculous. But having said that, like a lot of people do this kind of frauding. Like a lot of people do this kind of defrauding, fraudulent activity. And we are really punishing him because he's Donald Trump. I mean, it's a good thing, and we should do it. It's almost like the inverse of the Hunter Biden thing, where like Hunter Biden lied about, Hunter Biden lied about being under the influence while like purchasing a gun, right? That's the most American thing he could have done, but because he's Hunter Biden, and also because he fucking filmed himself doing such a thing, it's something that's absolutely prosecutable, right? But yeah, I think we should move in the direction of prosecuting more people, not less.
Saying that he didn't do anything that was against any rules, and he performed all the right sort of maneuvers in order to make money. And so this is the crux of their case, right? This is how they are trying to defend their clients. We know that Donald Trump is sitting there at that table with his attorneys, weighing in on what they're saying as they're giving these opening statements. But prior to that, you're right. We heard about, like I said, an hour or so, less than, from the state's attorneys saying that they did defraud, that they wrote out financial statements and lied on those financial statements. We saw video depositions from multiple members of the Trump family, including the former president, his adult sons, and members of Trump Organization, including the former CFO Alan Weisselberg, and the state's attorneys asking the questions of when they were lying. Were they lying then, or are they lying now? So these are some of the things that we are hearing from inside that courtroom as these opening statements continue. And sorry, I'm just getting some information.
I love that his like one of his counters is that, yeah, we lied, but like it's a win-win, you know what I mean? Everybody made money, which is pretty sick. Like that's a very cool way to try to defend yourself, where it's like, yeah, whatever, shut the fuck up, everybody made money. Funniest part is big groups like that are usually audited by one of the big four, and if they did their engagement duty, they would have raised this issue on the financial statements. This is why using private industry to self-regulate is flawed. Yeah. So, Hasan's tax evasion accountant, do you think that he's going to shift the blame over to his accountants and have them eat it? Or because there's internal auditors or internal accountants and external ones, and I know the external one talked today. Like, how does he get out of this? He just like changes it to a different name, sets up a new LLC, throws the account under the bus, tries to lower the punishment because it's at $250 million right now. CPA here, the bank relied on his SFC, which was unaudited, so we can't blame his accountants for that. Just pull an Eric Adams and say your CPA made a mistake because he recently became homeless. I forgot about that, dude. That is, God, he's so sick. God, Eric Adams is such a fucking freak, dude. The Daily Beast. Donald Trump apparently calls in a massive McDonald's order at the New York City courthouse. Respect. Please tell me we're going to go over the lawyer forgetting to check the jury trial box, Lamau. What?
From my producer here is saying that Trump actually is standing and he's leaving in the middle of these opening statements that are happening, and there is a 10-minute break, so he's actually leaving that courtroom. So I'm not sure if we'll actually get my colleague down here to give some more information, Kara Scannell. She's inside the courtroom, but again, just a 10-minute break during those opening statements, so we're still trying to get that information. But guys, the crux of this case obviously laid out in these opening statements, a lot of questions as to what, if there was any fraud. We know that the judge made a huge ruling last week saying that there was fraud in some of elements of this case and penalizing Trump and his sons and the Trump organization, taking away some of the business certifications as well. And we'll see if he hands down huge penalties in the amount of dollars. That's one thing that the state's attorneys did say before they wrapped up their side of the thing, saying that they asked the judge to bar the.
His lawyers didn't request a jury trial on the paperwork, so he's not going to get one like he intended to. Respect. Base lawyers.
Trump family from doing business in the state of New York. So again, things are very fluid right now. Of course, we're going to continue to get you updates from inside that courtroom.
Trump's hot lawyer is why I don't have a jury too. I was so right about her. That's so funny. Wait, she's the one who fucked it up? Get the hell out of here. Wait, send me the actual correct link, chatter. What the fuck is this? Oh, I love her. The RGB one.
That was very good. That last 5 minutes was outstanding because the judge essentially conceded that the statute of limitations that we won at the Court of Appeals is in effect. Therefore, about 80% of the case is over. I was going to come out and say that.
Mind-blowing. Legal experts warn that lawyers' incredible screw-up is very ominous for Trump. Another video game attorney, L. Bro, honestly, you can't be fucking hating on Donald Trump for hiring her. The problem is, I said when she first came into the fray, I said that he hired her specifically to do like external communications from the legal team because she's hot, which I think she's a media personality first anyway. She has like a fucking shitty ass legal degree from, I think like the Bahama law school or something. Like I forget where, but she is like, yeah, she got like a Trump University ass legal degree, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see where she went to law school. I mean, not that it matters. I mean, you still have to fucking pass the bar, but. Oh, I wasn't wrong. Okay, Wait, no. She got a Widener Commonwealth Law degree in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I was no, it's not the American Samoa University. Yeah, she went to Widener Commonwealth Law. It's like, yeah, it's in the bottom 25%. 147th best school in the nation. It's like in tier hell. It's like you know, bullshit ass, barely accredited ass fucking university. And she was hired specifically to be the media person. And she was originally a media person. So I'm just shocked that like they actually made her do like real lawyering. You know what I mean? What the fuck? Alina Habba sued for being a gross racist hell boss. For creating a hostile work environment at the New Jersey law office. Defendants Alina Habba and Michael Madayo seem to particularly enjoy listening to and rapping along with what is generally perceived and classified as gangster and hip-hop music to energize, motivate, and otherwise pump themselves up prior to making court appearances, alleged the complaint filed by Nasiah Drayton in the Superior Court of Middlesex County, New Jersey. Drayton was the only African-American employee in Habba's shop, describes feeling uncomfortable with her boss, regularly blasting and singing along with graphic lyrics, replete with the N-word and demeaning references to women and their anatomy. As one does in a law office, obviously. Okay. I take it back. Fine, bring her on stream. Yeah, 100%. I would love for her to come on stream. That's not a joke. She can defend Donald Trump and then tell us what video game she plays. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but this complaint, like, I don't know. I mean, her fucking singing along to rap songs is stupid. It certainly has. Being shown on a Hasan stream, being featured in the new Second Thought video, and not being recommended by more algorithm has made a huge difference. Been waiting a minute. I'm getting the plug. It's originally from Second Thought because Second Thought gave the promo, and then on his recommendation, I also showed his video. So, you gotta hit send again. Wait, what do you mean? Hit sent. +1 permission, +1 online cred. No, that never works that way. My cred never goes up online. People who hate me just like bury all the people who defend me and support that kind of thing. They're like, fuck you. Or worse, they'll start attacking them to be like, you're fucking commies. Anyway.
As you know, we're not entitled to a jury, which is pretty unusual in the United States of America. So we think it's very unfair that I don't have a jury. But the judge's last statement was very fair. And if I read it right, I'll let perhaps one of the lawyers speak to it. But Cliff, maybe you'll speak to it if you would. But the way I interpret that, and the way everyone else in the room seems to interpret that, is that the statute of limitations.
That's awesome. Let me copy edit for you. Hey, Alina Habba, please come on the show and explain to us what games you have in that Asus ROG laptop and also why you forgot to request a jury for the trial. Please and thanks. You type like such a boom boom. Fuck you, dude. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh my god. I almost. Seems like more of a COD player. No, I almost accidentally. Law tip. When you think about it, lawyering is a lot like gaming. You just have to know the right input combinations, laws, to be able to get the outcome you want, winning the game or case. Straight up experience alone will give you 80% of the skills you need. Game sense. Thanks, BioMart, for yet another wonderful law tip. Yeah, but the thing is, she might be a gamer, but that doesn't mean she's a good gamer. You know what I mean? She might be a G, but that doesn't mean she's GG. Oh my God, I hate myself. I'm so fucking stupid. Why am I like this? I'm just so fucking annoying and awful. And if I wasn't like at least average or maybe marginally above average looking, I would have gotten zero benefits in society. Seriously, I'm sorry. Okay, let's just stop. All right, let's continue with this.
But a lot being laid out about how this case is going to look, and we're hearing it could last as long as 3 months, and we do fully expect, guys, Trump to take the stand at some point.
Yeah, and while you're speaking, and we're looking at one of the live cameras from outside the courtroom, Bryn, and we do see, as you just reported, looks like they have started a break as we're seeing people leaving court, and it does look almost like they're setting up for Donald Trump himself to be walking out soon as well. We're going to keep our eye on this, Bryn. One thing that I'm seeing from our colleagues in the courtroom also reporting that for the Attorney General's office, in their opening statement, they asked the judge to bar Donald Trump from doing business in New York. That's on top of financial.
Yes, chatters are asking. They're not letting people record inside, unfortunately, which is a sad day for American justice. It's a sad day for everybody. Justice will maybe be served, but you know what won't be served? Fucking content, our juicy content.
Financial penalties that have clearly already sought. That would be such a blow to Donald Trump, the business, the organization, the empire, and the brand.
Yeah, so no, that's one of the things that we also don't know what's going to happen next after the judge's ruling last week. As I said, the business certification.
At least we still got that Georgia trial that will be televised, which I'm fucking stoked on.
From Trump, his sons, and the Trump organization were stripped. And it's last week during a hearing, the judge gave Trump's attorneys another 30 days to figure out exactly what that would look like. So that's very unclear where that stands right now. But yes, just before they finished those opening statements, they said that they do want to bar the Trumps from doing business in New York. And this is where his empire, started. So it's very unclear as to what the future of the Trump organization and the wealth of the Trumps will look like after this trial gets finished. Remember, it's a very significant trial. And like you said, the Attorney General is asking for $250 million, which doesn't seem much to the Trumps, but the judge is the one who makes the discretion of how much he's going to penalize for finding.
Okay, there's no such. First of all, the trial in and of itself shows that $250 million is a lot to Trump. If you pay attention to the fucking literal points in the trial, you would have realized that, oh, fuck, that is actually a lot of money for someone like Donald Trump. It's a lot of money for anybody, but certainly for someone like Donald Trump, who apparently is in court right now because he lied about his net worth, which means where he lied about his net worth, which was supposed to amount to $1 billion, okay? And he lied about it and said it was $3.6 billion, which means the $250 million is a quarter of his net worth, like his true net worth. So that's a lot of money. That's not a little bit of money. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for anybody, but definitely someone who is only worth $1 billion. I can't believe I'm saying only worth $1 billion. God damn it. I hate what this is, like what this story even is. The other side of this is that these courts are, in my opinion, they are designed specifically. Wait, does Hasan defend Trump? Always, brother. I love Donald Trump. He's my favorite. He's the greatest president of all time. I especially love the tax cuts that he gave to the wealthy. I thought that was fire. Anyway, and then sunsetted the tax cuts that the working poor got because fuck them. They need to be more productive. They need to know their place. Anyway, yeah, I love Donald Trump. What's not to like, dude? He made America great. He gave corporations massive tax cuts at a time when corporate profits were sky high. He deregulated all the fucking federal agencies that were barely doing a decent job to begin with. He put a psychopathic fundamentalist Christian zealot like Betsy DeVos, who spent her entire fucking life destroying public schooling in the state of Michigan so that she could do that for the rest of the country, which I love. She's also personally related to Eric Prince, who is a war criminal who should literally be tried under the International Criminal Court, but we can't do that because he's too rich and too powerful. Love that. That's a sidestep though. Eric is whatever. He's who cares about him? Yeah, what's not to like about Donald Trump? He showed attack plans to Kid Diddler Rock. I mean, think about that. Evil Hasan be like, feed the rich? Hell yeah, dude. Feed the rich. Exactly. Nobody wants to work anymore. That's what I say all the time. Yeah, he built a wall and made Mexico pay for it, even though he kind of didn't. He just like basically threatened Mexico with economic, with possible tariffs, so that they would retain the migrants and refugees that were trying to come into the United States of America and passing through Mexico, which is really odd because we claim that we, the wealthiest nation on earth, do not have enough resources to take care of all of these people, and then we literally are saying, Mexico, you take care of them, when there are literally Mexicans in Mexico that are also trying to leave Mexico to come to America. So I don't know how the fuck they're going to take care of these people. Yeah, just great stuff. And now we actually want to invade Mexico, so it's sick. Except I do legitimately believe that we will never invade Mexico, partially because of the same exact racist reasons why we didn't last time around. Too many Mexicans. That is not a joke. Look it up. Okay? There was a point in time, I forget exactly when an American congressperson famously said, no, we can't invade Mexico. There are too many Mexicans there, and if we take over, then they have to be American citizens. Making invasion predictions again? Hell yeah, I am. We could have most of Mexico. They offered it to the USA, but it would dilute the blood, brother. Hell yeah. Mexico was invaded, just not taken over. All right. Let's keep going.
Whichever way he chooses on these issues at hand in this trial. So it's going to be significant. And it's so interesting as we watch the beginning of this, before opening statements even started, about how Trump made all these comments attacking James, as he hasn't been shy about doing, attacking the judge, which again, he hasn't been shy about doing, not even addressing Letitia James when he walked into the courtroom today. And, you know, the judge is the one who's going to make those decisions, not a jury. So we're going to...
That's a bit of a pussy move that he has like Twitter fingers, but like when he sees Letitia James in person, he doesn't have the smoke. Kind of a coward move, if you ask me. Like, what's up, bro? You afraid? Huh? That was going on? You don't want that smoke? What's going on? You call her a thug all the fucking time online, bitch.
Certainly see how that all lays out. Another thing, when we talk about him testifying, we also could hear from his sons as well. His attorneys saying that they're going to be bringing people to the stand that are going to show that the way he did, they filled out all these financial statements, that they are just everyday things that happen in the state of New York, that they were completely okay and there was nothing wrong about them. So it's going to be a lot of interesting testimony, although it's very confusing, right? Because it has to do with all these financial statements. But at the heart of the case here is, did they commit fraud? Did they knowingly commit fraud? The judge making that huge ruling last week saying that they did. So we'll see how it continues to play out.
Absolutely. Bryn, thank you. Bringing us details from inside court as we continue to look. Now that they're in break, expecting that Donald Trump will be leaving the courtroom sometime soon. Caroline and Ellie are here with us. Once again, what we heard from Trump's attorney, as Bryn was laying out, no victims, there was no intent to defraud, there was no unjust profits, and there were no victims.
Yeah. That is a valid defense to the remaining counts. Again, important to note, the judge has already ruled in favor of Donald Trump before the trial on one of the counts, but these are the remaining counts. That is a valid defense. I want to hear what the AG's response to that is going to be. Another really important thing, the fact that this is not a jury trial changes everything. It changes everything about the public statements. It changes everything about the way you would give your opening statement in the court. It changes everything about what
It was a victimless fraud, dude. It's fucking awesome.
Witnesses you're going to call, how you're going to cross-examine them, because now you're making your case not to, in this case, 6 civilians, but to not just the judge, but a judge who knows this case. He's probably the foremost expert on this case. So that really changes the entire atmosphere here.
I mean, he's not wrong. Like, I literally, I said this, I think the first time that we found out about this, like, Donald Trump, just like Stalin, is a bit of a bank robber. Bank robberies are victimless crimes. He defrauded a fucking bank to get better conditions on a loan. Okay? Am I going to, am I going to stay true to my genuine perspective about banks and say that, like, robbing a bank is cool and also a victimless crime, even when Trump does it? Yeah, I think so. I think the real shitty part about it is, like, on the one hand, he's inflating the value. On the other hand, he's deflating it for lowering his tax burden. I think what he should do, like the proper thing to do in this situation, is take that assessment, that appraisal that he utilized when getting the loan, and force him to pay taxes on it. Because, like, this fucking piece of shit is still operating in the state of Florida as though Mar-a-Lago is worth $20 million. He actually sued to ensure that the appraisers still considered Mar-a-Lago to be a $20 million property. Pay taxes on a $750 million property, please. That would be sick. I would love that. That would be justice served. I don't give a shit about you stealing money from the banks. But I do give a shit when you're stealing money from the government.
And we saw how brief the opening statements were compared to what we're used to here. And that may speak to what Ellie's talking about.
Yeah, the judge doesn't have to get up to speed on anything. To your point, Kate, this first sort of landmark decision in the summary judgment.
Yeah, I mean, the houses around are like 300 million, whatever. No, they're not. They're like 50 million. But Mar-a-Lago has a land deed restriction, which Trump uses. You steal money all the time. No, I don't. The only time I steal is at the top of the hour when I serve you a 3-minute ad break and I tell you, like, subscribe, and I urge you to steal. Haha, I got there before you did, Prank Jonske. Yeah, exactly. Fuck you, bitch. That's right. You were fucking 11 minutes early, but I wouldn't let you get that. And I stole that from you. I stole that ad break. I stole that ad break segue from you, just like you can steal someone else's Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. And you will be able to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Here's the terminal break now.
that the judge ruled on last week. It's kind of a unique statute in that the pervasive fraud, typically in fraud charges, the hallmark of a fraud charge would be some sort of intent to defraud, would be a victim. This is more of a what we call sort of a strict liability charge, in that really the judge was able just to look at the facts. He's already is going to be ruling on the law, but for this bench trial, he's also the finder of fact. He looked at the the receipts, as it were, and said, no, this is fraud. As a matter of law and as a matter of fact, this is fraud, and we don't need to move forward with that count. Now, for the issue of intent on these other issues, I think there are 5 individual defendants here on top of all of the entities. I don't anticipate it, but we definitely could see sort of a blame game going on, a sort of a finger pointing, specifically maybe with Alan.
Hey, real question: how is it not criminal? Because it's business. And it's specifically real estate, which is where like the boundaries of what is fraudulent and what is a crime and what is legally permissible get blurred, because it's like one of the most capitalist industries that you can be in. Loving the new Donald Trump show. What? Oh my God, how did they film it like that? Bro, this is so perfect. Oh, is this AI? Like, or is this real? What the fuck? It's AI, right? There's no shot. Is it real? Please tell me this is real. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's real.
Woo! Yeah! Woo! Look at the judge. What's up, Judge? You looking good, my friend.
Oh my God, it's real. It's actually... Kaya, what's going on in the world? Shit's crazy. Conservatives are getting mad at the judge smiling. Man, I fucking love this, dude. Like every part of this, dude, it's amazing. It's amazing. I hate Michael Rappaport. I think he's so fucking annoying, but this is awesome. Wow. Actually perfect. Yeah, no notes. Like nothing. This does not need anything else. This adds evidence to the simulation theory. I don't care. Yeah, 100%. I gotta run it again. Like, he's so mad and so butthurt. And then the camera pans over to the judge. Only for the judge to, like, literally lock on to the camera, smile, take his glasses off, smile again, and go, ah, what are you gonna do? Fuck! Dude, I'm losing my mind. It's so crazy. Rappaport is such a cock. I love how he was on SVU playing a pedo, but you can tell he told him he wanted to be a tough pedo at least because he saves one of the cops from getting beat up. Fuck, man. Bro is serving, and why not? It's a history time. Yeah. He knows it. He knows he's making history. He's just fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ. What is going on in the world, man?
Weisselberg, I expect there to be some sort of advice of accountant defense, you know, saying, look, I signed papers. There was no intent on my part. I was just doing what people told me to do. But it'll be interesting to see if there are any.
Wow. I love that. I fucking love that, dude. God damn, that shit was fire. Oof. All right, fuck Newsom's pick. We already covered that extensively. Where the fuck's the playlist? Did I lose it? I went off on so many different tangents today that like they don't have the link to the playlist real quick. I think I just closed it.
Well, this morning, California Governor Gavin Newsom is set to appoint Emily's List President Laphonza Butler to fill the late Dianne Feinstein's Senate seat.
Okay. Trump unleashes on rogue judge. We're skipping all that. Trump torches operative judge during trial. This judge.
The court in Manhattan is in a recess right now in Trump's civil case, but the former president did stop to talk to the cameras on the way to lunch. Let's listen to what he said.
This is a disgraceful trial put forward by an attorney general who's corrupt. We have murders going all over the city, all over the state at a record level. It's an epidemic, and they waste their time on this with banks that were very happy. They got all their money back. They weren't defrauded. I've been defrauded.
Oh, that's awesome. He's like, they should investigate the banks.
Judge, the rule that a building, that a property is worth $18 million, when in fact it's worth over $1 billion, probably $1.5 billion. It may be worth anything. When many properties.
Wait, why does he say it can be worth anything? Oh my God, is he going to publicly be like, I can sell this to Saudi Arabia for any money, any number I want? Is he literally just about to be like, listen, I could sell this for infinite money to Saudi Arabia? I know he said it, guys. Saying it in deposition behind closed doors is very different than saying it to Fox News publicly. Understand something, okay? He said it in deposition, okay? The only evidence we have of him saying that is in the footnotes that the judge wrote, okay? There is a very, like, you know about it because I've been talking about it nonstop. The average American is not familiar that Donald Trump said, I have an unlimited line of credit with Saudi Arabia. They'll buy my properties for however much I want. Okay? Because while there is truth to what he is saying, I don't think that that would be well received by the broader majority.
Which I sold are worth much more than were listed in the financial statements. By double and triple. What do you have to do? And we're wasting our time on this trial with a Democrat judge from the clubhouses. It's a disgrace. They ought to look for the murderers and the killers that are all over New York killing people and the violent.
Dude, there's so many murders and killers let loose in New York that are killing people. Yeah. It's crazy because, like, the murder rate is lower than fucking, like, South Carolina. But, you know, they're doing it. I promise. They're out there doing it. The violent crimers, dude. They're fucking out there. Oh, yeah, they're called cops. True.
The crime that's being committed in our city and our state is disgraceful. And we're going to be here for months with a judge that already made up his mind. It's ridiculous. He's a Democrat judge. He's an operative, and it's ridiculous. Other than that, things went very well.
What are you going to have for lunch? Will you come back after lunch, Mr. Trump?
Probably.
Former president saying he'll probably come back after lunch. He is hot. I mean, this is hitting.
Whoa! Okay, keep it in your fucking pants, Silver Fox.
Him where it hurts the most, but he sees this as being so extraordinarily unfair.
Pretty defiant
posture from him, and a little bit different than when you saw him in some of these federal cases. This seems pretty clearly to him like an opportunity to galvanize his base, and he's going to capitalize on that.
Well, I think a lot of people are looking at this, and they're looking at what the judge valued Mar-a-Lago at. Now it's true that in 1985, Trump bought Mar-a-Lago for way less than its asking price. I think that the Post family wanted $21 million, and he got it for somewhere between $5 and $7. But that piece of property in Palm Beach now is worth a lot more when you look at comparable properties. I mean, smaller houses on less property that don't even have ocean or
it is not residential real estate. You cannot use Mar-a-Lago as residential real estate. This is not my opinion on the matter. This is the Trump opinion on the matter. You cannot use Mar-a-Lago due to land deed restrictions as real estate. Therefore, you cannot price Mar-a-Lago as real estate. This distinction is very important. Why? Because this important distinction has allowed Trump to use Mar-a-Lago as a depreciating asset year over year while keeping its valuation at $20 million when declaring it to the IRS. Okay? So I need y'all to understand that everybody involved in this matter is aware of it. Okay? Everybody involved in this matter, including the Trump organization, members, people that are working within the Trump organization, people that are on Fox News, every single person that covered the news story a couple of years back about why Donald Trump pays so little in taxes in an effort to defend Donald Trump already did their due diligence and found out that Trump uses real estate depreciation as a way to lower his tax burden. Now, if I had enough time, I would go back and find these exact same Fox News commentators, including maybe even Tim Pool, who has spoken about the Trump Mar-a-Lago property value. I would literally go back in time and find them, clips of them, defending Donald Trump lowering his tax burden by openly saying, oh, he uses his land use, his land deed restrictions as a way to lower his taxes. Okay? That's what he did. It's also not how you evaluate the value of financial disclosures. If you want to claim it as something other than cost, you should get an arm's length appraiser to do an appraisal. Well, if you're Trump, you don't have to.
Intercoastal Waterway frontage are going for $35 million. Now, it's zoned currently as a club, so that may devalue it a little bit, but it used to be a private residence. Then he got it rezoned as a club, so you got to probably rezone it back. But it's got to be worth more than $18 million.
It even seems like on the details, he's really making this about the politics of the case and is able to do that because he thinks that this is a pretty open and shut thing for him in terms of being able to prove his point that this is a political prosecution and, is improper.
You look at that judge and you also look at the way that he is comporting himself. You get a sense that this could be over for.
He can rezone it and sell it as residential. Can he undo his deed? I doubt it. I mean, if you're saying like the American, like any American authorities are corrupt and like they would allow him to rezone fucking like a 2-acre property after, 3 decades of ownership that specifically stopped him from doing so. I don't know. DeSantis will block it. No, he could rezone. The problem is he didn't prior. Yeah, it doesn't matter because it's not currently rezoned. And you can't, guys, you can't on the one hand use your land deed restrictions specifically as a mechanism to lower your tax burden while simultaneously going to the banks and being like, well, what if I actually rezoned it? And then it was worth $1 billion. And without doing it, okay? Without doing that. You can't do both of those things at the same time. As the president, he rezoned it with his mind. Yeah, he did. He rezoned it in his mind. He declassified the classified documents in his mind. That's
for
it.
Trump in this particular courtroom, but he'll definitely appeal it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it seems that former President Trump took a very short lunch, and now he's back in front of the cameras in the courthouse. Let's listen in.
As I say, murders are going on as you stand here, and they're wasting everybody's time for many months on this case where banks got paid a fortune, loan money got paid money back, didn't even need their money. We built a great company. We have to go through this. So this just broke, but before I discuss that, why are we trying a case that the appellate division of New York State has just ruled recently that we won 80% of our case? And this judge refuses to acknowledge the ruling, which is very plain for all to see.
Dude, God, this is perfect. Inconvenience Donald Trump popping off without the bully pulpit president is my favorite Trump. I've decided. Like, dude, honestly, if he just had a television show, I think he would be happy and everyone would be happy. Like, because everyone will watch it. He's just the best. He's so good. When he's like bitchy and angry and like yelling, he is literally the best. No bully pulpit. No actual legitimate power. Win-win situation. Just give him a fucking reality TV show, dude. It's perfect. He's the white man's Wendy Williams, okay? 100%. Old Apprentice episodes would be such great React content. Dude, those things are like, I think those things are in a fucking vault, brother. They, if I even thought about reacting to it, NBC would come down so hard up my ass, dude. I would actually get permabanned off the platform just by thinking about it. Wendy Williams, the white man's Wendy Williams. Okay. True.
We won, as you know, it had to do with Ivanka, and it had to do with other things. It had to do with the statute of limitations, where they wanted to go back to 200 years ago, 500 years ago. It was limited, very much limited, and it amounted to about 80% of the case was won by us in the appellate division. And this rogue judge, a Trump hater, the only one that hates Trump more is his associate up there, his person that works with him. And she's screaming into his ear on almost every time we ask
a Trump hater.
A disgrace. One other truth.
He's right.
So this rogue judge refuses to acknowledge the fact that we won 80% of this case in the appellate division, including statute of limitations. You know, in the statute of limitations, you have a period of time. He wants to go back so far that nobody's ever even heard of such a ridiculous thing. So we won the case in the appellate division, and this judge refuses to acknowledge the appellate division, meaning he's got contempt for his own court system. Nobody's ever seen that before, where he refuses to even talk about it or acknowledge it. And the Attorney General is she's a corrupt person, a terrible person, driving people out of New York, number one. That's number one. Number two, it just came out a few minutes ago where Palm Beach County, the people that do this, agree with us 100%, and they say the judge is wrong. The judge is wrong in his ruling. He valued Mar-a-Lago at $18 million, and it's worth $1 billion, maybe $1.5 billion. And you saw where various properties.
He's right, dude. Maybe $1.5 billion, maybe $2 billion.
That we have that are valued in the financial statements, which is totally subject to the clause that you've all been hearing about doing buyer beware, as they call it. But this just came out. Error in New York civil fraud case against Trump is flagged by industry insiders who say valuation of Mar-a-Lago cited by judge is based on a misunderstanding of basic real estate practice. So they're saying the judge has misunderstood basic real estate practice. I say they're wrong about that. he didn't misunderstand it. This is a rigged court. He's put there to do a job on Trump. Now, this comes from highly respected officials in Palm Beach County. Also, apparent mistake by Judge Engoron surfaces in the use of a Palm Beach County appraisal of Mar-a-Lago that, an expert says, is detached from the true value of the property. Now, I don't know the...
Wait, what? Wait, how? What? How can there be two separate valuations for the same property when the appraiser that is valuing it for the government purposes of paying taxes on the property, but then when you go to the fucking bank, you could just like say it's literally like 100x, 200 and what was it? No, it was 2,300% more. Like, that's insane. Why would the bank allow that? Do they hate money? I'm a realtor, and someone as big as Trump can pay off an appraiser 100%. People do it all the time. Yes, but the difference is like the part that is an issue. Okay, there's usually a difference between property tax appraisal and market price, but not to the tune of 20x. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what? Okay. What Trump is claiming on the property tax appraisal and market price is common practice. It's just not the difference between $76 million, which wasn't even the tax appraisal, by the way. Tax appraisal, I think he kept it at 20 or 18 or something. But like $76 million versus $700 million. Okay? That is fucking nuts. Trump is 100. Oh, by the way, I don't know. I mean, it is like a lib ass judge, but I do still think Trump will probably win this. I mean, I guess if he had a jury, he probably would have, but without the jury, I don't know. And that doesn't mean that he's not doing fraud. It just, that's not how this works. It's like saying on a home loan, you make $750K and you actually make $75K. Is all of real estate valuation completely made up for capital owners? Am I crazy? I mean, yeah, pretty much. It's in fucking Florida. No way it's worth $1.5 billion. Tax appraisal is usually half true cash value, which is the selling price in a normal market. Okay, but you also didn't mention tax appraisals usually 1/20th the true cash value. You said half. And Trump isn't even operating on the true cash value. He's like, if the true cash value is I don't know, half, like you said, of the or double the amount of the tax appraisal, what he showed to the bank is fucking 10x that. You know what I mean? Like, he 2x'd it, which is common practice when you're doing appraisal, which is fine. I mean, it's not fine, but like, I guess it's fine in the eyes of the law. But then he 10x'd it when showing it he 10x'd it when he was showing it to the bank.
People that we're talking about in Palm Beach County, but they saw this egregious trial, this horrible, horrible trial going on, while at the same time people are being murdered right outside of the streets, and nothing happens to those people that do the murdering. They go after Trump. So this was just released by Palm Beach County, that the judge in this case is wrong. And by the way, he's talking about...
Dude, this is so fire because, like, the judge does still have all the power in the situation. And all he's doing is basically going on TV and being like, well, guess what, judge? In the eyes of this random guy who wrote an op-ed, you're wrong. What do you have to say to that, judge? It's like, what? Who cares, dumbass? What the fuck are you talking about? It's so stupid. Go ahead, dude. Attack the judge more on a case where there's not even a fucking jury. That's so sick.
So they're explaining to him that he's wrong. Here's another one just came out. New York v. Trump could set precedent for the use of New York's overweening executive law. One doesn't have to be a lawyer to see the danger to anyone doing business in the Empire State. Anybody that does business in New York State is crazy. When you have a radical left attorney general like Letitia James, who's a disgrace to our country, who got elected on the fact that she's going to take down President Trump. We're going to take him down. She knew nothing about me. But she got elected on that basis. And we have others likewise. Take a look at what's going on in Georgia. Take a look at Jack Smith. Take a look at these people. This is called election interference, and worse than that, really much worse than that. And you don't get much worse than election interference, especially we're talking presidential election of 2024. So...
Dude, he's so mad. I love seeing him mad. I can't be alone on this. Like, even though it's like 1p right now, I don't know. It makes me so happy seeing him just angry. He gets so cute. He gets so fucking cute when he's mad. Like,
This judge should change his ruling.
Because this op-ed says so. The Palm Beach courtesan, or whatever the fuck he's holding up that he has a printout of, said the judge is wrong. So the judge should change his ruling. Oh! He's like a baby. He's like a fucking angry baby, dude.
County said he was totally wrong, and he was ruling based on them. He ruled we didn't even have a chance to...
This is the best his lawyers came up with. Hello. The lawyers do not control the show outside of the courtroom. It's the Trump show, baby. That's number one. Number two, his fucking hot-ass lawyer forgot to request a jury for the trial. So he's already, like, doubly cooked. Okay? Fucking gamer-ass lawyer, dude. Couldn't game the goddamn system. Yeah, too busy grinding league. Still fucking stuck in ELO hell. So he's cooked.
Testify. I got a call last week. Sir, we lost part of the case. I said, the trial didn't even start. You know, the trial starts, I guess, today. He ruled that we lost a big part of the case because he's a Democrat club politician. He's a Democrat operative, and he's a disgrace to people that call themselves judges. And I hope my lawyers go in, and I hope they fight him very hard, because this guy's getting away with murder. And his clerk should not be allowed to be in his ear on every single...
Her GTRP is leaking into a real-world job. Yeah, this guy's getting away with murder, which, of course, he's also not prosecuting. There's a lot of murders happening in New York right now. So many murders, and they're purposely not fucking prosecuting those murder charges.
Question. You take a look at what's happening with her. She hates Trump more than he does. So that's where it is. We have 80% of this trial has been won. In June, they came down, the end of June, with a decision. Very powerful decision. And it said, on statute of limitations and just about everything else, would you say approximately 80% of the trial? Attorneys, is that right? Approximately 80% of the trials won. He refuses to acknowledge his own appellate division. And I think it's a disgrace to our country. And somebody has to fight, because if you don't fight, Our country's just going to go down the tubes. This is election interference. This guy's a highly partisan person, and we can't let this stuff happen. So you should ask yourselves as professionals, I have a lot of respect for you, not all of you, but a lot of you. Why is it that he didn't honor the decision of the appellate? And by the way, I believe it was a unanimous decision, right? It's a 5-0 decision, unanimous decision. And he said, I'm not going to honor it. Let's go to trial. This is a judge that should be disbarred. This is.
It's wild that, like, these same courts gave Steven Donziger a contempt of court, like a bullshit contempt of court violation that actually imprisoned him under false pretense. And yet, this guy can just go outside and still be within earshot of the fucking judge and just, like, yap and say whatever the fuck he wants. You know what I mean? Like, this is a moment where you could technically hit him with a fucking contempt. He just yapping around, dude. Throw him! Lock him up! These fucking re-thuglicans, dude. They got no respect for the law, brother. You know what I'm saying? Lock him up! Sick and tired of these re-thuglicans, okay? With no respect for the fucking law. I say law and order. Law and order. Lock him up. Lock his ass up.
Office. This is a judge that some people say could be charged criminally for what he's doing. He's interfering with an election, and it's a disgrace. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's a walking, talking contempt of court. All right, speaking of contempt of normal processes, let's take a look at the NEVERKEVERS, you know? The worst pedophile you know did the funniest thing possible. He had the opportunity to do so, and he took it, you know? One shot, one opportunity. You better lose yourself in the moment. You own it. You better never let it go. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to Fox News Live right now. Let's see what the fuck's happening there. Maybe they're covering it. But the NEVERKEVERS have risen up. Ladies and gentlemen. Actually, you know what? Let's go CNN first. The NEVERKEVERS have risen up. Police 9-year-old girl found safe after vanishing New York camping. What the fuck is that? A 9-year-old girl vanished? What? I don't know about that. Okay, Fox News is on an ad. Here's the clip of Gates. Let's go. Let's go.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? I extend my remarks. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House.
Does the gentleman first yield back his 1 minute speech?
I do.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida now seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House.
The gentleman will state the form of his resolution.
Declaring the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives to be vacant. Resolved that the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives is hereby declared to be vacant.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed.
Bro, I have no idea what the fuck they're saying, dude. I mean, I don't think they do either. I think that they're fucking like Yale graduate staffers write this shit for them to just like read. I actually don't understand why they have to do all of this stuff. Like, I legitimately don't get it. How did Matt learn this shit? Bro, are you kidding me? You think members of Congress learn anything? No, they have like 11 people working round the clock, straight up in many instances just Wikipedia-ing stuff. I'm not even kidding. Like, if you understand the inner workings of how this stuff works, we took AP Gov. I mean, they don't show you the fucking inner details, do they? I don't know. Maybe they do. I never took AP Gov. I didn't grow up here, so I don't know. But I worked in Congress and can confirm, yeah, half the time they just go on fucking, half the time congressional staffers are the ones who are, you know, giving them exactly what to say. And they are just Googling that shit right before they write it.
Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Florida will appear in the...
You said because they're civilized? This dude literally had an active pedophilia investigation by the FBI on him, which he went to Donald Trump to ask for a pardon for, which is very suspicious. And then suspiciously, the FBI also dropped the case on him, even though they did charge his bestie. And in that pedophilia investigation, they found that he sent underage women Venmo purchases, like school supplies, lol. Like, he was just straight up, you know, flying around and technically sex trafficking minors, while also paying them via Venmo. So, give me a fucking break, right? All right, here's Matt Gaetz on CNN talking about this.
Made with Democrats, the only deal is to make one with McCarthy, because I'm not offering anything and won't offer anything. And by the way, if the Democrats want to own Kevin McCarthy, they can have it. Because one thing I'm at peace with is when we stand here a week from now, I won't own Kevin McCarthy anymore. He won't belong to me. So if the Democrats want to adopt him, they can adopt him.
I mean, this is awesome. Why does he not realize how cringy he looks? Who gives a shit? Fuck Kevin McCarthy. I don't give a shit. This is a fat dub. Anytime Republicans are infighting, it's a fat dub for the Democratic Party because they look like clown asses. There is nothing that causes more universal disdain for. There's nothing that causes more universal disdain than congressional gridlock. Okay, so if this is happening inside of the Republican Party, all the better. Okay? Everybody fucking hates it. Everybody universally hates congressional gridlock, and it currently is happening almost entirely on the Republican side. Like, it's great. Fucking, this is such a democratic position to be in for the Republicans. It's shocking to me. Why haven't the establishment GOP Madison Cawthorn, Matt Gaetz? Because Matt Gaetz is not Madison Cawthorn. He has a lot more media presence. He's not seen as like some fucking random green dipshit. Well, number one, he has a DUI charge in Florida, which makes him locked in. You know what I mean? Like, if you get a DUI in the state of Florida and you're a representative from Florida, it's over. Like, you cannot be impeached. Your position is permanent for the rest of your life, okay? So there's that part. Yeah, there's a DUI buff. Everybody knows. And also, he's kind of seen as... He just used own and adopt interchangeably, which is kind of weird given his adoption of that 15-year-old Cuban boy. Yeah. Matt Gaetz dated minors, but at least he didn't do gay shit and without the cocaine orgy thing. Republicans are chill with dating minors, but not chill with gay shit. Excuse me, Matt Gaetz didn't do gay shit. Yeah, he just, suspiciously adopted a full-grown adult minor, like a grown enough minor, Nestor. So I don't know if I'd, who knows? Also, secondly, Republicans don't like that gay shit. Are you fucking kidding me? Hello? Roger Stone Republicans in Florida love that gay shit. Or Matt Schlapp, really. Yeah, Republicans do so much gay shit, dude. Are you kidding me? Roger Stone is gay? No, but he does something that you could categorize as like under the banner of gay shit, which is put out Craigslist ads looking for a buxom young lad to fuck the shit out of his wife as he watches, which is real, by the way. That is a real thing. Yeah. A nubile young lad looking for a nubile lad to fuck my wife. Advocate.com. Trump trickster Roger Stone. I'm trisexual. I've tried everything. Oh, anyway. So yeah, Matt Gaetz and NEVERKEVERS are fighting. Kevin McCarthy has responded, bring it on. Dude, listen, Kevin McCarthy, he fucks. And the women he cheats on his adult wife with are absolutely not underage, okay? We're talking Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're talking that other California congresswoman. You know? Telling you, Kevin McCarthy fucks. We'll see what happens. They're adults. He fucks adults. So, who knows where this will go. Kevin was sexually tamed the Titan. Yep. This woman definitely isn't. Ah! Dude, no, you can't do that. You can't send me Marjorie Titan Green photos like that unprompted, dude. Fuck. Yikes, dude. Anyway. Here is... Oh, AOC talked about McCarthy.
I'm Jake Tapper. Democrats started Saturday expecting the federal government to shut down, but by the end of the day, it was still open. And they had made no concessions to the Republican majority to keep it that way.
They just kind of got
now in New York,
what they wanted, which is cool.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So, first of all, you just heard Congressman Matt Gaetz say he's going to move to oust McCarthy as Speaker this week. If a motion to vacate the chair comes to the floor, how would you vote?
Well, my vote beginning this term for Speaker of the House was for Hakeem Jeffries, and I do not intend on voting for a Republican Speaker of the House, but I believe that it's up to the Republican conference to determine their own leadership and deal with their own problems. But it's not up to Democrats to save Republicans from themselves, especially.
So do you think that there will be any Democrats that might vote to save McCarthy?
I mean, I certainly don't think that we would expect to see that unless there's a real conversation between the Republican and Democratic caucuses and Republican and Democratic leadership about what that would mean. But I don't think we give up votes.
Yeah, dude, Hakeem Jeffries sucks so bad. Ugh, I hate. I don't even want to think about Democratic Party politics. This is why I love when Donald Trump is like sassy and being a bitch. You know what I mean? Because like. That part is fine. We're all enjoying it. We're all united. We're all dunking on Trump. And then all of a sudden, you're reminded of the alternative on the other side. And you're like, ugh, Hakeem Jeffries, like, fuck me. And there is really nothing you can do about it. Ugh.
It's for free.
And but would you vote to vacate? Would you vote to get rid of McCarthy as Speaker?
Would I cast that vote? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Kevin McCarthy is a very weak speaker. He clearly has lost control of his caucus. He has brought the United States and millions of Americans to the brink, waiting until the final hour to keep the government open, and even then only issuing a 45-day extension. So we're going to be right back in this place in November. And, you know, I think that our main priority has to be the American people and what's going to keep our governance in a cohesive and strong place. But unless Kevin McCarthy asks for a vote, again, I don't think we give something away for free.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard your fellow squad member, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, say Democrats should only support McCarthy in exchange for a 50-50 power sharing agreement.
Well, I mean, I think when it comes to power sharing, we will discuss that as a caucus and what we would finally accept or not. But again, it comes at a price. You don't just vote for a Republican speaker for nothing. That's not what we're elected here to do. We're elected here to make sure that we raise the minimum wage to a living wage, to make sure that we cap the prices of prescription drugs, and to make sure that we work for working class Americans.
What's your take on what just happened, on the threat of a government shutdown and just the whole experience?
Well, I think the Republican Party right now is completely out of step with the American people. And what we saw today and what we saw this week leading up to this final hour, you know, compromise, not even a compromise, but really capitulation by the Republican Party, we saw them go through every single possible iteration of cutting benefits. They tried to cut across the board 30% of the budgets of critical agencies like the Social Security Administration. They voted, some of the most moderate members, quote unquote, moderate members of the Republican Party, casted votes for things like 80% cuts under the Department of Education to low-income schools. This is not a moderate party, period. There are not moderates in the Republican Party. There are just different degrees of fealty to Donald Trump. But it starts with a lot of fealty, and then it goes to extreme fealty. And so we saw them go through every single iteration, walk through into every single wall, kind of run around the House like a Roomba, and until they found a door that House Democrats opened, they finally realized that we should not shut down the government.
Fox News had an unhinged take on it, and I love it. I'm here for it. There's nothing funnier. There's nothing funnier to me than the Republican Party imploding over the dumbest fights that you could ever have. Like, the entire, like, funding the government is already, like, a fake, made-up problem anyway. There's always unlimited money. The deficit consistently grows, right? Whenever we have to pay for wars and stuff. And it is fucking hilarious when that fake notion that the American government has to, like, use taxes to fund itself, which is already like a made up concept, is not real at all, then turns into we also can't even pay the things that we already attributed, like allocated money for, specifically because Republicans want to use it as a political football, a back and forth where they want to, like, cut child tax credits or something, or just, like, kill poor people. Hey, I'm a Republican from Alabama, and I decided I have a provision here that says if you make less than $35,000, I can own you as a slave. You know, we got to put that in there, or else I'm not voting to fucking fund the government. All this kind of nonsense, all this kind of back and forth doesn't have to happen. Only country where on the planet where it happens is the United States of America. And then while everyone is having this back and forth, and people are just like, people are looking at that situation going, what the fuck are these idiots doing, right? Millions of people might not get their paychecks because of these fucking dumb morons, okay? Obviously, that looks terrible for the Republican Party. So what do? They're like, oh, Jamal Bowman did a January 6th. They, on Fox News, they were unironically talking. I think it was on Fox and Friends. Let me see if I can find it. They were trying to say Jamal Bowman.
The House Sergeant at Arms and the Capitol Police are investigating perhaps 3 times over.
Jamal Bowman was doing a January 6th style disruption of process. Okay? And they've been doing nonstop coverage over it. Like, they've been talking about Jamal Bowman as though he fucking deliberately hit the fire alarm to what, help the Republicans? Like, they said he should go to jail. They said they should throw the book at him. There was a lady on Fox and Friends who even said that it's because they think they're above the law. And at first I thought she was talking about like Jamal Bowman being a Democrat. And she literally specified and said, no, like his race. I'm not even kidding. It's not even in the same building, by the way. No, she meant like black people think they're above the law, which is such a wild thing because like, I feel like a couple years ago, not a couple years ago, like pre-Trump, like in the early 2000s to like 2014, 2015, 2016, you would get fired for a comment like that. Especially because it's the morning show, right? And it's not fucking Bill O'Reilly. You're not literally Tucker Carlson. You're not Sean Hannity. I feel like even a Fox News host would get shit canned for bringing race into an issue we're talking about a black congressperson who like hit the fire alarm. Okay? Not specifically about crime, okay? And not from someone who is in the upper echelons of commentary. Like a lower level morning show host on Fox News would 100%, I feel like, would have gotten fired. I can't see if I don't know if I can find it. Let me see if I can try to find the clip.
I wouldn't dismiss the calling Republicans Nazis so lightly because this has always been part of the strategy. If you call somebody Hitler or you call somebody a Nazi, why wouldn't you sabotage a vote? Why wouldn't you rig an election? Why wouldn't you create a witch hunt against the person that you've been calling Hitler? So they call them Nazis.
Here.
So I was watching this network as this was all unfolding. And then a quick little note came out. A fire alarm's been pulled on Capitol Hill. What could this all be? And then quickly it was.
And at first he was like, oh, what kind of defense can I run for this? Because it's probably a Republican. That's probably what he thought originally. And then he was like, oh my God, it's a Democrat. Oh, this is great.
I mean, sometimes there's a lot of confusion around these things. Quickly it was identified that guy did it. Who's that guy? Well, here's the cover of the New York Post. What in the blazes Bronx Representative Jamal Bowman pulled the fire alarm on Capitol Hill as Democrats sought delay, because I was watching Hakeem Jeffries and he was on the floor trying to filibuster and delay this vote on a continuing resolution because they wanted time to read it and make sure the Republicans hadn't snuck something into it. And Representative Bowman pulled the fire alarm. And he admits that he did, yes, but he spins it. Here's the statement. Today, as I was rushing to make a vote, I came to a door that usually opens for votes, but today would not open. And I'm embarrassed to admit that I activated the fire alarm, mistakenly thinking it would open the door. I want to be very clear. This was not me in any way trying to delay the vote.
Yeah.
What a liar.
The admission of guilt in the denial is what that is.
Yeah, by the way, he is a former.
Yeah. What reason would he have? What fucking reason would he have to like delay the process? I don't understand. The process is currently being delayed by the Republicans. I don't get it.
Former principal. So they know a lot about fire alarms because they do this stuff all the time. It's like, you can't make this stuff up, you know? And so he says he didn't know, look, why he would do this and think he could get away with it. Tells you he feels like he's part of a protected class.
Yeah, above the law.
He's the right, yeah, he's above the law. He's the right party, the right race. He's going, I mean, unless and I believe the Republicans, by the way, should absolutely throw the book at him. Why? Because he disrupted a proceeding, and there are Republican voters sitting in jail in D.C. right now. Yeah. I believe the Republicans, by the way, should absolutely.
Let's run it again. Hold on. What did she say? You might have missed it.
He's above the law. He's the right party, the right race.
tells you he feels like he's part of a protected class.
Yeah, above the law.
He's the right, yeah, he's above the law. He's the right party, the right race.
Telling you, man. Some fucking lower rung on the totem pole lady like this and the fucking morning program in previous years doesn't get away with it. Okay? Now it don't matter. That's a fucking congressperson you're talking about. Who the fuck are you? Like, I'm not even the biggest fan of Jamal Bowman, except he is pretty yacked, which I respect. But that's nuts, dude. That's fucking nuts. Okay? Like, that is completely psychotic. Because it is, how do I describe it? Like, in the United States of America, contemporary forms of racism do not revolve around the Nazi-style racism of, like, all black people are inferior, right? It usually is like, oh, black people are criminal, like, that's why we're racist towards them, that type of thing. Like, there has to be, like, a justification for it. What she's doing in that situation is, and she's so callously and so, like, she just dropped that in there so clearly without even recognizing that she was saying it. Like, as though she says it all the time. So casually. Yes, not callous. Okay? She just fucking casually just laid that into the middle of the conversation, and they moved beyond it. But the point is, a lot of people hide their racism, or rather look for justifications for their racism. This is a black person who is a fucking congressperson. Okay? This ain't the Charlie Kirk show where he will go on and say stuff like every black congressperson is actually there due to affirmative action. Okay? This is Fox News. This is a morning show at Fox News where she automatically said this person, being black, thinks they are above the law. Like, those kinds of people think they're above the law. That's a fucking literal principal of a school who is now a fucking congressperson. Okay? That is literally old school ass Klan level racism across the board. Like, straight up, you're a black person, doesn't matter what your accomplishments are, across the board, you are a bad person, you are inferior. That's nuts. It's also obviously so stupid to say, because, like, imagine thinking black people are above the law. Like, what the fuck? Only 4chan groypers say shit like that. You know what I mean? That's insane.
He's going, I mean, unless and I believe the Republicans, by the way, should absolutely throw the book at him. Why?
Are you serious? You're talking about him being a government employee, dude? Oh, is she? Wait, hold on. Why did she say his race then? Wait, that's what she said? That's so crazy. Hold on.
Tells you he feels like he's part of a protected class.
Yeah, above the law.
He's the right, yeah, he's above the law. He's the right party, the right race.
When, like, which race are we talking about? The government race? Go ahead, Chatter. You have the floor. Go ahead, Chatter. You have the floor. Go ahead. The right party, the right race? Uh-huh. Like, what's the race that we're talking about? Like race? What do you think? You just repeated what she said. You think that's just her saying he is a government employee who thinks he's above the law? Or do you think she just, if you watch their program, there ain't no fucking way, dude. No. No. Careful, I think you're being racist. No, you are actually. Spray tan technician law. Bro, that is the most insane thing I've ever heard. This dude is straight up heard someone go, he thinks he's above the law because of his race, okay? They always talk about how government is high and then the average citizen. Hey, you fucking idiot. You dumbass. You absolute moron. Why did she use the word his race? That has absolutely nothing to do with his position as a government employee. The fuck are you doing? Average juicer fucking IQ has plummeted since the Gamba arc, dude. What the fuck is going on? Account created in 2013? My dude, you got to stop watching Twitch, okay? Myself included, you know, stop watching everybody on Twitch. It has melted your brain. Account created in 2013, you cannot be this fucking stupid, dog. You're like a 35-year-old juicer who just told me, actually, you have to watch the full context of Fox and Friends, like I don't every goddamn morning, okay? To understand the intricacies of their racism, even though one of the fucking substitutes that they brought in today fucking straight up accidentally said some insanely racist shit. Not saying they're not racist. You're 29. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I can't have this conversation any longer with you. Oh. Does Chatter not realize that you're the one that remembered and looked up this clip? It doesn't matter. Chatter doesn't realize a lot of things, okay? But listen, you should realize that real lies. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, we're moving on. This was like a brief aside on how fucking unhinged and diabolically racist Fox News can get.
Yeah, there is. I wouldn't dismiss the calling Republicans Nazis so lightly, because if you, this has always been part of the strategy. If you call somebody Hitler or you call somebody a Nazi, why wouldn't you sabotage a vote? Why wouldn't you rig an election? Why wouldn't you create a witch hunt against the person that you've been calling Hitler? So they call them Nazis to justify this behavior. Anything is possible. No question, he tried to interrupt a government official business. This is probably the worst deliberate act since 9/11. The question is, does he go to prison? It's for how long? He was trying to initiate an insurrection on his own, and he should be treated just like the January 6ers, which gets to my amazing comparison. When you think about the extreme, wacky participants of what happened on January 6th, the nutty conspiracists, the QAnon suckers, the misguided pirates, they weren't a sitting congressman, you know, and that's the key difference.
Yeah. The January 6ers who fucking came to the Capitol specifically to like execute Mike Pence and brought zip ties with them and kept saying, we want to hang Mike Pence. Those guys actually were just simply walking around. Okay, they were just touring the office. Jamal Bowman trying to fucking run over to the other building and got cooked by some confusing ass fucking emergency exit signs. Well, he is a part of a organized unit of people who are there to disrupt congressional proceedings, but disrupt congressional proceedings that would somehow benefit, fucking benefit the Republican Party. Doors can be confusing. Did you see the actual fucking signs? There was like 8 signs on there. That door is currently open. And the sign did not specifically tell. The sign was so confusing. It looked like it looked like a Los Angeles parking sign. Okay. Oh, can't park here on the 3rd Monday of every spring. If you have a blue car. And you're like, what the fuck is this sign? What do you mean? What the fuck is going on in this fucking sign? Just tell me if I can fucking park here or not. Maybe ESL, maybe fucking dyslexia, I don't know what it is, but if I encountered that sign, I probably would have fucking hit that door. I was ready to make fun of Jamal Bowman all day, every day. The sign was not confusing. Lamau, what? Show me the sign, chat. Does anyone have a photo of the sign? The funniest part is, like, it was such a minor disruption that like they literally voted immediately. Like they didn't even disrupt the process. And the only people disrupting the process for weeks on end were the Republican Party. Come on, Hasan, you know Greg Gutfeld is carrying Fox these days. Hashtag no content. Yeah. Fuck, this guy blocked me? Yeah, here it is. Everyone rushing to judgment needs to take a deep breath. There was no evacuation of the Capitol. Also, the sign was less than clear. Thank you, pro-lib show, and call to activism. It says emergency exit only. Okay, so there was this thing. And then it says emergency exit only. Push until alarm sounds 3 seconds. Door will unlock in 30 seconds. It says push until alarm sounds. 3 seconds. Door will unlock in 30 seconds. I see that. This is not that hard to understand, man. Listen, brother. I'm a fucking idiot, okay? I see some shit like this. I'm definitely pushing that. I'm not baiting. Please, it was on purpose. Wait, really? No, homie, you missed the story. Please, he did it on purpose to delay the vote. Please, Haas, it was on purpose. I'm not baiting. I'm not baiting. Please, it was on purpose. What purpose does he get out of delaying the vote? Are you okay? Oh, door's open. I just said, are you okay to the fucking Amazon delivery driver. Are you okay, chatter? Here's a senator explaining what was happening.
The Speaker of the House just enraged the one group he's been trying to play nice.
Dude, Jeff Jackson is such a phenomena. He wanted to block the vote. He wanted to pass. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Chatter, I think you need a break. Okay? I don't know what the fuck's going on, but you definitely should not get your information from TikTok. And Mr. TikTok's very own famous congressperson, Jeff Jackson. Okay? God, you guys are such fucking suckers. Oh my God. This is, dude, this motherfucker is popping off on TikTok, okay, for months now. Has, I mean, every time he does anything, he's got like 3 million votes or whatever the fuck. And holy shit, this dude is like, it's so obvious that people literally watched his video and immediately fucking made up their minds, okay, and are like, no, you don't understand. This generic white guy who is just like good at TikTok because he understands it is actually correct. Okay, then why the fuck did he vote for it?
With all year, and now they're going to come for him. He did it because he thought it was the only move he had left to avoid a government shutdown, and he was probably right. The issue is that there are about 20 members of the majority party who want to shut the government down. The Speaker doesn't. So last...
Chad did a complete 180. They were all love Jeff Jackson. Dude, miss me on some fucking bullshit. They are not even permanent emergency exits. They sometimes put the signs there. Yeah, exactly. For the record, I hope you understand this. That door is currently open. That door that he fucking pushed through or tried to get through is currently open. At certain times of the night and even on weekends, they close certain entrances and then these signs are placed there. Okay? So theoretically, if there was an emergency and this was your closest exit, the unclear instructions tell you how to get out of the door in that scenario. And those signs aren't always on there, which is why the signs are like on top of some fucking random shit. Like, where is it? That's why they place the signs on the, like the thing that you push to exit through the door. And all you dumb motherfuckers in the chat are literally like, no, dude, I get it. I get what's going on. I get what's going on. It's fucking, it's not confusing. I'm smart, dude. It's like you can be smart and still be like, oh, this is a relatively confusing process in general. Yeah, it's not a permanent sign. It's a fucking door that you normally can get out of. The dude was like, what the fuck's going on?
Last week, he tried to compromise with them. He offered them a short-term budget with lots of deep cuts to all kinds
Anyway,
of...
I want to see this Jack motherfucker talk about the situation. Maybe he just wants to oust Jamal Bowman because Jamal Bowman clearly has better gains than him. Even though his biceps are probably like around 23 inches, Jamal Bowman can fucking bench press like 365 pounds. So I would suspect that he's a little bit jelly beans about it. So he's just going to be like, yeah, Jamal Bowman actually wanted to heroically stop the vote from happening or delay it.
Programs. It was a super conservative offer, but they voted against it anyway because they want a shutdown and all of the media attention that comes with it. So the next day, it's Saturday morning, the government is set to shut down at midnight.
Wait, he doesn't talk about Bowman in this? Why the fuck did that chatter go, no, Bowman did it on purpose to delay the vote then? Sorry, wrong vid. Are you that horny? What's going on? Oh my God, horny Zoomers. Oh my God, please stop. Trying to fire the Speaker of the House. Indictment. We were out of session and there wasn't much to tell you, but we're back now. Jamal Bowman set up as a prankster. Maybe Bowman did try to interrupt the vote so we could get another set of preacher curls in. Yes. Yeah, fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, he's a dad, soldier, and congressman. I kind of want to watch.
The Speaker of the House just enraged. We all figured that's what's going to happen. Then we all got a text message. Come to the Capitol immediately. I throw on my suit. I get on my bike. I'm there in about 5 minutes. When I showed up,
Okay, flex, dude. Oh, I bike real fast. Like, I'm so fucking brolic. I hate this guy. Sorry. I hate this fucking guy, dude. I'm sorry. I know everybody loves him because he's so yoked, but this is the one yoked guy that I just can't stand. I don't know why.
I learned that the Speaker was getting ready to cross the line.
I think there's something like... I think there's something about it that pisses me off about him because he's so good at TikTok. I think that's what it is. Like, I'm so fucking bad at TikTok, and he's so fucking good at TikTok. He's like objectively more successful than me at TikTok, and like that just irks me. Okay, it makes me so mad. And it's not even me being bad at TikTok. Motherfucking Austin Ox is responsible. Okay. You think this classifies as a good TikTok? Bitch, it's got 424,000 likes. Yes, the people have spoken. Okay? Yeah. No, he is very good at TikTok. He opens up the conversation with like a really piffy, short, quippy talking point. He sucks you in. He does like a brief 2-minute video. Everybody loves that. His TikToks go crazy. But yeah, like AOC, for example, decent at social media. But I know that my politics is at least like somewhat aligned with hers. I've never seen this man before in my life. Yeah, because you don't go on TikTok. I know only because like I monitor this sort of shit. I never actually watch his TikToks, but I know his videos go hard.
He didn't want to cross. He was going to go around his right flank to the minority party to get the votes he needed to keep the government open. But the minority party would only accept a clean budget extension of about 45 days, not the one with all the cuts from the day before. The right flank was furious, just beyond furious. Whatever comes after fury, that's what they were. And the minority...
Is this getting gerrymandered? He'll be out soon, don't worry. I mean... His district is getting gerrymandered, but he's going to be more annoying on TikTok now. You know what I mean? That means he's going to fucking TikTok harder. Okay? Yeah, he is a lib. Yeah, he is a lib. I think chatters forget, like, I shit on libs a lot on here. Probably more than I shit on Republicans, because, like, Republicans are the evil that we already know who suck ass.
The party was skeptical because the Speaker had just given them a 71-page bill and then tried to call it for a vote immediately without giving anyone time to read it. The minority asked for 90 minutes to read the bill, and they were told no. So the minority leader asked to speak to the entire chamber. And the rule is, party leaders get to speak for as long as they want. He spoke for 52 minutes while the minority party combed through the bill. And they did find one piece that almost sunk the whole thing. There was one piece that would have allowed for congressional pay raises, and that piece was taken out. So we voted, and it passed. Right after it passed, one of the leaders of the right flank marched right up to a microphone and asked to speak to the chamber. The congressman next to me said, "Here it comes. He's going to make his motion to fire the speaker." But at that moment, the congressman who was presiding over the chamber, who's an ally of the speaker, brought his gavel down and said, "We're adjourned," which bought the speaker some time, but the right flank is still going to try and fire him this week. We don't know if they have the votes. We don't know if the speaker is going to try and make a deal with the minority party to save himself. And we don't know who would replace the speaker if he's fired. So that's the latest. I'll keep you posted. The Speaker of the House just enraged the one group he's been trying to play nice with all year, and now they're going to come for him. He did it because he thought it was the only move he had left to avoid a government shutdown, and he was probably...
Okay. So did he say anything about Jamal Bowman in here? Why did that chatter send this to me, as this is like proof? He doesn't really do any advocacy in his TikToks, which is why he's popular. He breaks down these process like Congress that we dumbasses have no clue about. Why is he describing this like it's happening in a European parliament? It was so boring. Please never show him again. He described gay sex with Bowman? No way, dude. I thought he would have mentioned the top of the hour ad break at least, which comes at the top of the hour every hour, and how you can avoid them for $5 or free with Twitch Prime.
We just passed an $890 billion defense bill. I was in the room for it because I'm on the Armed Services Committee, and here's how it went down. This bill is huge. All these...
I want to hear what he says. I dislike his use of flank instead of wing to remind you he's a vet. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, he talked about One Piece. That's crazy. Well, one piece of advice for you to avoid the top of the hour ad break is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Or... that's it, actually. Those are the only ways. Here it is. Okay, here's the Jeff Jackson.
I have run 10 miles a day, every day, for 18 years. That's 65,000 miles. A third of the way to the moon. My goal is to run to the moon. This is literally the best thing I've ever eaten. And it's so bad for me. I'm gonna have to jog while I digest this. I have run...
These different parts are under construction for months, then we bring them all together and we vote on the whole thing. On that day, hundreds of extra amendments get filed by members who want to get something specific in the bill. This year, there were over 800 amendments. So we do this marathon day where we vote on all this, and this year we finished at 1 a.m. And there are two things you should know about this day. First, a lot of it is designed to fool you. Tons of these amendments are not good faith efforts to try and improve the bill. They're just fake outrage amendments. It's culture war stuff that takes the place of actual scrutiny over the immense number of policy decisions that are in the bill. I mean, you can imagine how much stuff is in the annual defense bill. And most of the people on this committee are very serious people. But this day, the one with the most reporters and cameras in the room, is not the day for serious people. For the most part, it was the march of the phonies. Second, on this day, the chair of the committee has a very specific job.
This guy's tilt is making me not respect his words. Yeah, dude, he's got prey eyes, even though he was a predator veteran. You know what I mean? Like he was a killer, I thought. So what the fuck's going on there? You know what I mean?
His job is to say no to his own party. Why? Because he knows that some of the amendments his party is proposing are deal breakers for the other party, and he wants a big bipartisan vote coming out of committee to give the bill the best possible chance of passing the whole House. And he did a great...
This guy's a process pervert. He's a cookie cutter lib. I know. That's why it's very frustrating. How did this dude pop on TikTok? At least Marianne Williamson likes crystals, because a lot of Americans like want to at least understand the stupid decorum shit that occurs behind closed doors. And you have like, this gives you an insider look. Okay, this gives you like an insider look on what the fuck is actually happening. So it's like a lot of people just care about, a lot of people specifically just care about like the palace intrigue.
Great job of knocking away the real grenades that would have blown up the whole thing. He definitely knew what.
Oh, he drops in a couple like, oh, the real grenade.
Chance of passing the whole house. And he did a great job of knocking away the real grenades that would have blown up the whole thing.
Primetime finally figured out why Gold Bar Bob Menendez is being taken out. The president of Turkey, Erdogan, wanted to buy F-16s from us. But Gold Bar Bob, chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, put a hold on the jets.
True. Yo! Okay, Jesse. Okay, is he cooking?
And now that the hold is lifted, Turkey's on an F-16 shopping spree. Erdogan admitted it, saying this, quote, "One of our most important problems regarding the F-16s were the activities of U.S. Senator Bob."
It's so funny because I was memeing about this, and then because Erdogan is the meme president, he literally came out and said that, which is so fun. It's awesome. Again, no memes, okay? All memes are reality. I was kidding. I mean, I knew that Bob Menendez was definitely standing against Erdogan receiving, like Turkey receiving the F-16s. And the reason was because his new wife that he did crime, his new crime wife is Armenian. but I did not think that Erdogan would come out and pop off like this.
Menendez against our country. But it wasn't just a $20 billion sale that cleared. Turkey was holding up Sweden's application to NATO until they got their F-16s.
That is not the reason why they dropped the Sweden thing, okay? The real reason why is because Erdogan is a bit of a crime wife guy too, okay? Like literally. Bob Menendez and Erdogan are actually kind of on the level. Actually, Erdogan is like the GOAT at crimes, obviously. Bob Menendez is doing like low-level shit. Erdogan is working with like the entire government's budget, right? So what ended up happening is there are like 1,000 different things that the American government and international courts could sue Erdogan over. And they opened up an investigation to one of those misdealings. And Erdogan immediately dropped the Sweden thing. Like immediately. So that part is actually not correct.
And now that Gold Bar Bob's gone, Turkey gets their jets. Sweden gets its NATO membership. Look how nicely things fall into place for Biden and his boys when 2 gold bars are found in a senator's house. That's probably a conspiracy theory.
Wait, what? That's so sick. Dude, I for one love this, okay? I appreciate it. I respect it. Jesse Waters, you tried it, okay? Yeah, he's saying Bob is innocent. God, these people are so stupid. I can't. I'm watching while getting paid by the government. Hell yeah. That's because Jamal Bowman failed to January 6th the funding bill that he ended up voting for, which doesn't make sense. But some chatters think that that is the case alongside Greg Buttfeld and people on Fox News. I don't know what happened there. Why are they defending a demon rat? Because they love bad things. Okay? Come on, man. What do you mean? Why is Fox News defending a Democrat? Because he did crimes. Duh. Because they're bad. Okay? And if you are a Democrat who's done a bad thing and found in violation of the law, then yeah, they will defend you. They unironically love crime and bad things, okay? Not the good kind of crime that, I don't know, happens to be like redistribution of wealth or some shit, like bad crimes. These are the guys who will sit around and be like, you should execute Jamal Bowman because he fucking pulled the fire alarm. And then immediately turn around and be like, Bob Menendez, gold bars. Seems like a real case for the NATO charlatans to come in and massage the courts. If you send me that fart video one more fucking time, I am going to literally put you on a fart ship. Okay? And send your ass to motherfucking Jupiter, okay? The fart planet, where you will live amongst the farts if you make it through that journey. Fuck, man. ProPublica interviewed President Biden, which I don't really care about. Desantis on Bill Maher. All right, let's do that one.
First up, he is the governor of Florida, who is, wow, currently on our show?
Currently make a gas giant joke? Yes, dude, I've been popping on with boomer jokes all day today. I don't know if you guys noticed.
Running to be the Republican nominee for president in 2024, Governor Ron DeSantis.
How you doing?
That's a pretty good blue state.
I know. Welcome back.
Not bad. All right. On a scale of 9 to 10, what'd you think of my monologue?
Honestly, I was laughing. I'll give you that.
Right.
Laughing on both sides of the aisle, too, so it was good. And welcome back to the show. I know you guys were on hiatus for a while.
Thank you. Yes.
Now, I do got to put in a plug. Like, if you ever have problems in California and in Florida, not only do we have no income tax, no vax mandates allowed in the state of Florida.
Well, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. I know, but people do wear cowboy boots with a suit.
That's right.
So I'm not going to fly. Okay, that's just a crazy thing.
We're proud of it.
But there were no cowboys in Florida, Ron.
Oh, yeah, you should try Florida. We're one of the top cattle states in America. Once you go from the beach, you go to the interior of Florida, nothing but cattle ranches.
Oh. All right. Well, yeah. I stand corrected. Yeah. Because I'm wearing orthopedic shoes.
There you go.
Okay, so the debate. It was a shit show, but right. I mean, even you said you would have turned it off if you were watching it. I mean, people screaming over each other. I couldn't hear what anyone they're saying. It was terrible. But I heard you won. I heard the polling said you won. What did you win? With Trump? No, honestly, with Trump not in the race, what did you win?
Well, but I think that.
They're having a mid-off. I mean, look at these fucking little booties, dude. That, my God. Every part of this sucks so much ass.
You know, he's not showing up. He's missing in action. He owes it to voters to show up and defend his record. And I think he thinks he can take a juice poll and then people don't get to vote. That's not the way the system.
So Maher is a straight Democrat, okay? Let's keep it real. He is a petulant, annoying, asinine, out of control, loves the fucking smell of his own farts, piece of shit, but he is a Democrat, okay? So probably the real reason why he's propping DeSantis up is because he thinks Trump is definitely going to win, which is understandable because, you know, it looks to be the case. And he wants to, like, at the very least, you know, pull his own weight in the battle and try to push DeSantis a little bit more so there's like more of a chaos in the Republican primaries. So he is unbearable and annoying, but he is still very much not a Ron DeSantis fan. Okay? Like, I'll keep it real. Like, there is no way. In his own mind, he probably thinks he's, like, splitting the votes in the primaries or something, and that's why he's pushing for it. There's no shot. Like, Ron DeSantis will, or not Ron DeSantis, Bill Maher will have, like, the worst Republican psychopath on, okay, like Ann Coulter, and they'll have a back and forth and, like, laugh about it or whatever. But ultimately, he's a Democrat. Like, he is 100% like a very annoying Democrat. You don't think he can slowly turn into a Republican over the years? Why? Why would he? He's at least smart enough to understand that the Democrats have his best interest in heart. And on top of that, he doesn't care about, like, I don't know, executing gay people or some shit. Like, he's the motherfucker who's just, like, stuck in, like, in the 90s mentally, okay? Where he just straight up is like, no, I'm a Democrat. I know that, like, my material interests are being defended by the Democratic Party, because they are. But also at the same time, I think these, like, kids need to shut the fuck up and get back to work and cut it with this, like, trans shit and gay shit. I don't know. He's like a Bill Clinton Democrat. Exactly. And of course, despite his, like, insane transphobia, I think he is the type of guy who's like, I'm transphobic for scientific reasons. You're transphobic for religious reasons. And that's a major distinction between you and I actually hate you for it, because I am the good kind of transphobe. You are the bad kind of transphobe. Like, that's the type of dumbass he is. Yeah, he loves Obama. He donated like $1 million back then. He is definitely. That is kind of a weird for a Democrat to be against all social positions. No, he's not. No, that's not weird at all. What do you mean? No, he's like, I hate identity politics. I hate how much, like, people talk about fucking social shit. Who gives a fuck? We should attack religion, and that's the worst thing that could have ever happened. He is very much so a centrist Democrat. That's what he is. He hates cancel culture. I'm gonna have to disagree with this one. I'm 100% correct on this. If you think Bill Maher would ever vote for the Republican Party, you are wrong. Okay? He will say all of this shit that basically seems like he's just like a psychotic Republican. And at the end of the day, he will literally vote. He will never vote for the Republican Party. Never. Nope. I know for a fucking fact he would never, ever vote for the Republican Party. 100% he voted for Rick Caruso. Hey, Rick Caruso ran as a Democrat. You can have, if Ron DeSantis ran as a Democrat, Bill Maher would vote for him. He's not voting for Ron DeSantis as a Republican. He will never, ever, ever vote for a Republican. The only person that he would vote against might be Bernie.
Works. You got to go earn votes. So I'm showing up. I'm showing that, and here's the thing. In the midst of all the show.
Yeah, chat needs to understand that most Dems are libs and not leftists like them. And Bill Maher is closer to the average voter than you are, chat. Like, it's not an accident that his show is actually pretty fucking popular still. It sucks, but it is the case. Old people vote. People with money vote. Think about your fucking parents. Think about your libtard parents, okay? Think about them. They probably have a lot of opinions that resemble Bill Maher. Maybe not as annoying, but no fucking shot. No, they love voting, and they're lifelong. Like, Bill Maher's a lifelong Democrat, dude. No shot. Bill Maher would never vote Republican out of aesthetic reasons. Bill Maher is the most annoying type of Democrat in many respects. Okay, he is the classic elite coastal libtard, okay, who thinks that he is doing the right thing by voting Democrat every single election, even if their values don't align. And in some ways he is right, because marginally Democrats are better, right? But he's not even making that calculation on the margins. He's making that calculation because Republicans are stupid, okay? He is the classic, like, every Republican is a podunk, cousin fucking, backwater, dumbass idiot who is just like really religious and wants to turn the country into a fucking religious theocracy. And I mean, the religious fundamentalist part is like, you know, that is correct. He's accidentally correct on that. But yeah, he is like very much a West Wing Democrat. Exactly. A Bush era liberal. Yes. He's too much of an elitist. He's too much of an elitist to fucking vote. He's too much of an elitist to fucking vote for the Republican Party. He thinks, like, you know, the Republican Party just smells bad.
Show that happened. I was the one guy that people said, you know what, this guy's actually acting like a president when the rest were not. And so, okay, there I am. I told Donald, let's do a debate. I'm debating your governor.
Oh yeah, no, he in the unions, he's in the minority. I wasn't talking about like every single voter. I'm talking about like specific, like your dad. Okay, if you're on Twitch and you have a liberal parent, like your liberal parent is probably going to be kind of on a lot of issues, especially social ones. He's probably going to be closer to Bill Maher than you, right? But you're right, on union issues, he's in the minority for sure. Yeah. Overall.
Gavin Newsom.
We're going to get
soon,
to that.
But let's do a debate with me and him. I'll do it.
All right. But this, can I ask you one thing about these debates? Can you get rid of this guy, Doug?
Also, you went to a sex party with Bill Maher? No, I didn't go to a sex party with Bill Maher. What the fuck? You weirdo? No. The girl I was hooking up with at the time went to a sex party with Bill Maher. Very different distinction. No, I don't like sex parties. I think they're weird and smelly. Explain? I've talked about this before.
Burgum. This guy, this bugs me. He is not going to be president. This guy could start dating Taylor Swift. No one would care. North Dakota, it's not even a state. All right. But, you know, the thing is, you did not take my advice.
What was it?
I was on this show a few times when we talked. I said, this guy's crazy to run this time. He's, what are you, 45 years old?
Yeah.
You just had a birthday, right?
Yeah.
You could run for the next 20 years. If you were Biden, the next 40. Okay, why run against Trump? You're trying to thread this needle that will never happen.
Well, for a couple reasons.
You can't disavow him because that's the base, and yet you're running against him. And that's why, I mean, let's face it, Ron, if campaign was going well, you wouldn't be on this show.
Oh, that's not true. No, so one, I don't think he can win the election. I could win the election. Two, I don't think.
God, he is, dude, Ron DeRizlis is so fucking devoid of charisma that he makes Bill Maher look like a god in comparison. Like, I despise Bill Maher. Okay, I hate him. But god damn, dude. Ron is so fucking bad in front of him where he's like, I could beat him, that like Bill looks like the coolest guy, okay? He's doing the fucking Piers Morgan technique. He's doing the Piers Morgan, dude. Have a guy who is like infinitely less charismatic than me so that I can look good in comparison.
I think he could actually get the job done that we need to do. For example, COVID. I think we need accountability for what this government did to this country with the COVID restrictions, mandates, and lockdowns. Donald Trump is not going to do that. He says he did everything right.
Who's clapping?
He says he saved millions of lives with lockdowns. He claims his mRNA shot saved 100 million lives. He's not going to clean house at CDC, NIH, FDA, or any of that. I will do that. I will get the job done. And a lot of other things we do. The one thing about...
He's going to rehire Antonio Fauci so we can fucking kill him. He's like, I hate the vaccines that I definitely got because my cancer wife was dying of cancer. And I was fucking terrified of giving COVID to my cancer wife. But I will now act like I hated the vaccines, even though I did a distribution protocol set up in Florida because my entire fucking state is full of geriatrics who would have died just like my cancer wife would have died from fucking COVID. Bitch, you got the fucking vaccines and you distributed them in Florida to all the rich white folk, at least. Crime wife or cancer wife? Crime wife every time. Armenian crime wife trumps cancer wife in that situation. Unless the cancer wife is also doing crime. Doesn't have to be cancer related.
Me in Florida, and even my critics will acknowledge.
Why are you calling her cancer wife? It's just funny. Like, what do you mean? Because, you know, that's the reason why he got the COVID. That's the reason why he got the vaccines, because his wife had cancer at the time and he didn't want her to fucking die, understandably.
If he says he's going to do something, he will follow through and get the job done. So it's about the country. Are we going to get the country turned around or not? I don't think he's a vehicle that's doing. And I have been, when I supported him on the things I liked, I've said it, but I've been critical about the things that he didn't do, and I'll continue to do that.
Cancer's not a joke, though. Thank you, Chatter, for the brave take. You're right. Me, on the other hand, I was taking the road less, the less beaten path here and saying, nah, cancer is actually great. Chatter really came in here and said, fuck cancer, dog. Hey, yo, fuck cancer.
Okay, but you...
Wait, what did he fucking say?
He will follow through and get the job done. So it's about the country. Are we going to get the country turned around or not? I don't think he's a vehicle that's doing. And I have been... When I supported him on the things I liked, I've said it, but I've been critical about the things that he didn't do, and I'll continue to do that.
Okay, but you...
Okay, you know what's funny? I'm beginning to think that absolutely zero people want to watch Bill Maher now. So, like, the audience is just Ron DeSantis staffers. Because the Bill Maher live audience in fucking Los Angeles, California, no shot they're clapping for this.
But you campaigned for election deniers in 2022. This I do not forgive.
Well,
to quote The Godfather. I mean, Carrie Lake, who said Biden's an illegitimate president. Trump didn't.
Well, now she's attacking me, so maybe I did make a mistake there, because she's out there saying, she's trying to say that we mandated vax in Florida when we did the opposite. We protected people even from private mandates. So that may have been.
But Trump lost the election, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why did you campaign for people who?
Because I wanted to see Republicans win key races.
And
I think it's important.
That's not a deal breaker issue for you. That's not democracy.
Well, okay. Well, let's go back to 2016. Your friends in Hollywood were cutting ads telling the Electoral College to vote against Trump in the Electoral College because it was stolen. They said Russia stole the election. For years they said that. So don't act like this is like a unique thing in modern history of the country.
Dude, what the fuck? No, that's not. Guys, how is this a God, I hate liberals so much. And Ron DeSantis certainly is being a lib here. Like, they're, oh, God. Yeah, dude, it was crazy when Hillary Clinton did January. All the Hillary Clinton supporters put on their pink pussy hats and did January 6th. Because, you know, Hillary Clinton never conceded and then utilized all the Democratic Party's resources to try and like fucking stop the process, engaging in like months-long battles, doing recounts that cost hundreds of thousands, not millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars.
First of all, Ron, I have no friends in Hollywood.
This is it. Fucking mid, dude. All right, let's do. Last Week Tonight is back, and our boy John Oliver is talking about an issue that is near and dear to my heart. Prisoners' rights. Something that gets very little attention in this country. Something that often is overlooked. Something that instills a lot of reactionary sentiment in the hearts and minds of Americans who are personally, in my opinion, incredibly draconian and incredibly right-wing. But because we don't ever think about prisoners, we're conditioned to think that they are actually subhuman, that most people don't even consider this kind of shit. If you're going to be super deranged, please keep some of your opinions to yourselves, okay? Because you say Americans think all prisoners are evil demons, except even people in this chat will often go crazy over any kind of criminal justice reform that centers around prisoners being treated with like a little bit of dignity and humanity. Which, by the way, is productive and good and lowers recidivism. And, you know, I've talked about this a million times over, but let's keep going. Yeah. For the record, this only works if you believe John's main argument, which is, you know, prisoners are people. 100% of prisoners are people, which, if you don't, then it doesn't matter. I want to watch this. I have not played Cyberpunk since the game first came out. Let's go. Without further ado, I think it's time. Hopefully it doesn't break. What? Penis size unavailable. Wait, why? Genitals off? No, genitals not off. Oh, we got to change it. Hold on.
Has buff political frogs and has buff political frogs and
It's got jiggle physics, dude. It's got weight to it. Last time I did what? Nomad, I think. I think I'm gonna go with Corpo though. No, I didn't do Nomad. I did Street Kid. We gotta go Corpo. I'm gonna do Corpo. What did I do last time? Cool. I think I'm gonna give more to Cool because I'm fucking cool, baby. Wait, hold on. There's like apparently some cool shit. There's like, whoa, what?
Are you all right?
I hate that bitch.
Sexism in the corporation.
The council members
I went to pee during this. That's why I don't remember.
Sure, okay. See you later.
Huh. That's the quickest I've ever effed. Or effed. That's the quickest I've ever run. What? Did I miss a dialogue? No! Wait! No! Ah! Ah! Is it that big of a deal? Should I reload? No, we're joking. Fuck you, dude. Chat.
New parameters.
Somebody woke up.
If you got something to tell me, say it. Don't just stand there like a limp dick.
What's going on there? Okay, maybe there's a little bit of issues. Wait, how do I change weapons? How do I open my inventory? Oh, inventory is I. It's I. I feel like that's something they should tell you.
Stand clear. Follow all instructions. Stop in the doorway.
Wait, what? Don't
Stop
stand
in the doorway.
Well, I am. Oh.
Stop in the doorway.
Okay, calm down, bro. What the fuck? Oh, they wouldn't even come out.
Tell me how you like it like this. You don't like this. You don't like this. Tell me how you like it.
Fuck, I skipped another option. Because I'm fucking... Sex. That's the quickest I've ever effed. Huh? Dude, that's so sick. That's an incredible fucking... That's an incredible fucking video. Holy shit. Yeah, I did that because I am gonna move on to motherfucking cyber penis, dude. That's right, it's cyber penis time. Cyber pee-pee. For those of you who are wondering, I played a little bit of the mission where I'm in the casino. This is, of course, a new game, so you can't make comparisons to the old one because I'm playing the mother frickin' expansion pack, which I never played before because it didn't exist. So that's why. Okay. Good morning, Night City. The Voodoo Boys killed a cop, and the NCPD's going wild tonight. I want to run a melee tank build in this game so bad. That's kind of what I've been doing. Yes, the ray tracing is ultra, I think. I don't know. Fucking...
Lowering the bridge now. Move.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay.
You
I
messed
guess
that up like a bunch of
it
rookies.
didn't do any of that.
But there's no going back.
Okay,
Elevator.
no. We're
Follow
in the
me.
same spot. What? We did mess that up as a bunch of amateurs, like straight up. I played. No, I didn't even play it. I actually played through, but it didn't. I guess
Almost
it got
there,
fucked
V.
up. Yeah, my Steam
Fucking
cloud.
Finally. You're looking a little pale.
Little deja vu is all. Different elevator, different
We got
hotel.
drops.
The sitch didn't turn out great.
What makes you say that?
It's my job to notice things like this.
How many ops you been on? Ballpark.
More than the number of years you've been around. But right now, we're crashing the party of a bad boy dictator, while aiming to walk out with his prized possession.
I don't know why I didn't save it, but whatever. It's good because I was actually feeling kind of bad that I played it on the Steam Deck. And yes, this game is very playable on the Steam
Dress
Deck
up
chat.
time. Throw on your new threads and plaster on your best fake smile. A party awaits.
Yeah, don't look over here, okay? Please don't look at me. I get shy. Boom. Changed. I'm so fucking swagged out, dude. Oh my god.
We're all set.
And so are you, Idris. Let's do it. Let's just fuck, dude. What?
Yeah, you're a real looker. Now come on.
Gotta hand it to Hans. Party's hot.
Where is
Didn't have shit like this in my day. Now hop on over there and
Say
help
again?
me out.
Maintenance
Managed to forget
area?
what real
Where
champagne
exactly?
Tastes like.
Where's John?
Wounded, or do we have bodies? Fuck. Yes, sir, I will. Affirmative. 4 and 7 will shift post immediately. Out.
I'll be at the bar if you need me.
NCPD commissioner?
Welcome. Would you care for some champagne?
What's happening here? Oh, this dude wasn't even on the wheelchair on my Steam Deck playthrough. I don't know why. I just saw like a random wheelchair.
You look a little lost.
I guess.
What now?
I know as much as you do. All she said was to come here. She'll either find us or she left us something. And you, what's your play?
Gonna stroll and mingle. Might spot her in the crowd.
Good idea. To my right, booth's far back behind the stairs. The guy in the fatigues. Looks like he came here straight from a firing range. Owner of the Black Sapphire, Mr. D-Town himself, Kurt Hansen. Clearly having a great night in the company of the NCPD commissioner. PA broadcast. He's fiercely anti-law enforcement. It's an act. Behind closed doors, he's rubbing elbows and patting backs of NCPD's top brass. Avoid him. especially in the confrontation. Beside that, stay visible. Songbird said she'd find us here. Let's give her a chance. I'll grab a drink and look around. Open line on comms. Don't press anyone too hard. We need to keep up appearances. Look like you're having fun. Gin and tonic, please. Say.
What the fuck is happening with your lights?
Kurt Hansen, Duke of Dogtown, in the flesh. More mud than Alpha looks like.
Korean lady, around 30.
Seen her around?
What are you pointing at, bitch? Chill.
No, she's with Colonel Hansen. But he's in sight with other people now.
All right, come on. She's gonna be up here after I'm done walking around. Yeah, I know he said do not go over there, but what am I gonna do? Not go over there? What, are you crazy? What's up, dog? Damn, you're cool as fuck, homie. The fuck? Give me a drink, man. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm gonna get fucked up, dude. Enjoy the party until Songbird makes contact is so funny because, like, it's just literally there's nothing to do here.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
See how many I can drink here. I wonder, it'd be funny if it got you fucked up, you know what I mean?
Move away from the stage. Now, please.
Fucking chill, dog. Jesus, I just wanted to see.
Root sing?
The one and only. Wouldn't feel like keeping me company for the rest of the evening.
Damn, she's trying to fuck.
Night's still young. Later, maybe.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Oh, this one is actually one sick one.
It's up for grabs. All of it, except for Haywood.
Watch Johnny.
What about Santo Domingo? Nobody cares about Santo Domingo. My people tell me that all land transit to and from Night City passes through here.
Who cares about land transit? We own the port, the docks, the airport.
The airport's also ours. Let the nomads battle over the highway for 6th Street. I could make $2 million a day on Metroplex runs alone. You and my friends over there, all we need to do is team up. We'll have to think about it.
In my day, no competition. Soviet mob was the worst scum. Human trafficking, murder for hire, torture-based debt collection. Shit sounds bad as is, but they actually managed to turn the horror up a notch.
Look at this fucking, what is he doing? Like, who lays like this? No, I didn't miss the dialogue. I played this part already. I know. He says the Soviet mob is the worst one out of all of them. They cyberfuck. They torture even harder than the other mobs. It's like fucking bullshit.
Here's the deal. Either we get
Oh, I got a message from Songbird.
V, this guy looks exactly like your Ronin. Unfucking canny. Sure that ain't Takamura?
Wait, is he being racist?
One more.
Yeah, he's just being racist, dude.
Yes. You look exactly like my friend, Goro Takamura.
Did he also just get out of rehab?
And truth be told, he's going through a kind of rehab himself. His family turned their backs on him. He lost his home, his implants.
Tragic. But such are the consequences of addiction. I have been through it all. Maybe your friend would like to try his hand at show business. I could use a double for rainy days.
Might actually take you up on that. I'll let him know.
Watch out. I will hold you to your...
Shut up, dude. I don't care. Wait, what button opens your phone? What button opens your phone? Is it T? Because it's not working. Yeah, it's T's not working. I'm holding T. Oh. Damn, she's so hot.
V, it's good you're here. Not what you expected, huh? Is it the haircut?
Dress looks good on you.
Thank you. That was the surprising bit, I'm sure.
I don't think it's surprising that you're chromed
so
up,
good you're
Chum.
here. Don't know what I'd do without you, V.
Yeah.
Really.
Didn't exactly give me a choice now, did you? Told me to show up here and just ghosted.
The, runner, your friend, who helped us reconnect last time. Killed him. Fried him, didn't I?
Well, I could say we brought death to his door.
I'm
Guess the
such a
two of
simp.
us just
I'm running.
lucked
I'm
out.
simp mode. Oh, it's
I
my
ran out of
fault.
time to explain everything.
On my Steam Deck playthrough, his outfit changed back to his
So-
normal one.
I've made so many mistakes.
It's all right, son. Not your fault. The blame's on us. All of it.
He's too understanding, bro. Be more of a
Yes,
dickhead.
all
Like,
of
what the
them.
fuck?
I know what they made you do. They pushed and pushed, and I wasn't there to stop it.
Listen, guys. We do not have the time for this now.
Right. Main thing is to get you out of here.
That's not happening.
It is. We got in, we can get out. Just
Not the point. I'm dying, Saul. Like V. Hansen has the cure we need. We run now, we both die. Relic's killing V. Blackwall's my poison. I can't bow out now.
Whoa. Sharing a boat to oblivion with me? Could have said something.
Had no time. Still don't. But hear me out. I need help. Your help. Hansen pulled some tech out of a bunker under Dogtown. Tech that could cure both V and me. We need to clep it. Only way I see of doing that
Just
is
say
to stay
steal.
close.
Just
Play
say
the
steal.
prisoner.
You need to clep it. Just say steal. You know, it's fine.
We'll wait for an opportunity and pounce. I'll be on the inside. Ask for your help when the time's right. I
It's
can
a fucking
feel it once
noise!
I have that tech.
Nothing's ever simple, is it?
Ah, so me. Care to introduce your friends?
Damn, everybody wants to hit
It's
that,
not
dude.
often I'm simply not familiar with guests attending my own party. And I never forget a face. Kurt Hansen.
Don't worry, dog.
Name's V. So me's +1.
+2, I'd say. In any case, enjoy your evening. Well, I need to grab you, darling. I have a couple NC politicos here who are dying to meet you.
This guy looks like the Alpha Bro car salesman. Yeah.
And if we're to keep hungry rats from devouring Dogtown, we really do need to feed them the occasional scraps.
I'm all yours, Kurt. See you soon, V.
No way this guy isn't Albanian.
Cream, it worked. Reestablished our link the moment I touched you. Interesting.
I need a minute to process. And I need a drink. Heading downstairs.
I'll explain everything. Just need you to listen.
Lied to me, Song. Said you had the cure. No mention of a fuckload of flaming hoops I gotta jump through to get it.
It was no trick. Just didn't tell you the whole story.
Yeah, you seem to do that a lot, Song.
V, I can't explain everything now. It's too much. But I really do need your help. All I want is to get that cure for us. It's what I've been chasing all along.
The cure. How do we get it?
We need the neural matrix. Secret tech that incorporates AIs from beyond the Black Wall. The matrix is nested in a mainframe Hansen pulled out of the bunker. The mainframe's secured, but Hansen lacks the key. That's the problem.
Got a plan, spill it.
Hansen needs me and a duo of runners who worked on this tech in the past. They actually grabbed access codes they're willing to unload for a price. Classic black market shit. They're bringing access, I'm bringing know-how about how to pull the matrix and data off the mainframe.
Yeah, we got to get out of the
We're
matrix.
side by side,
That's what I know.
Giving us a chance.
The matrix is
You
telling me
collect the
sex
access
trafficking
codes,
is
then
bad.
get the runners out of the way. You'll then impersonate them for a meet with Hansen. Same meet where we'll swipe the matrix out from under his nose.
This job, this whole story about Hansen. Not adding up something fierce, Song. You're hiding something, still.
I don't have time
I'm
to
red
explain
pilled
the
out the
ins and outs
wazoo,
now.
dude.
V, please, we need the matrix. Focus on the runners. Find them. They're here. Downstairs. Red-headed twins, walled to the teeth with ice. Grocery scans will show you bunk.
You're blowing me off.
Huh.
Champagne
Don't
glass
answer
over
me,
there.
Choom. You're being a
Have
real
some intel
gonk
for you.
right now.
Get it to read. You'll need it later.
Real gonk-like
Really need
activities.
to go now, V. I'm counting on you.
Songbird. And she's gone.
Drink it up. Up there she is, dude.
Just dazzling.
That's Grimes. Friend of the show, Grimes, dude. Yo, what's up? That's my friend. Hold up.
Sorry. I can't let
Yo,
you go
fucking
any
chill, dog. Hey, what's up? What's going on? Whoa, are you okay? I'm trying to figure out if she looks like her. Look at the visuals, not her. Man, I don't care.
Seems your special agent has special needs.
Talk to Songbird via the relic. We can communicate again. All good there, Reed?
Yeah. I just need to process for a minute. It's just how I'm built. A little adversity, and I need a few moments to think.
Come up with anything?
Kaya is banging on the door, not realizing that I fucking locked her this time, so she can't open the door.
We now know who took a swipe at Myers' head.
Thinking Songbird planned the whole thing.
You're thinking right. Don't know about you, but I see coincidences as patterns, structures we have yet to recognize.
What you driving at?
It's pretty simple. He's saying Songbird did the... Songbird's gonna fuck us over as well.
Plane crashes. Not anywhere, but over specific turf. Controlled by someone who found some obscure forgotten tech in a secret bunker.
Come on, V, you fucking idiot.
Crash was an inside job. We suspected that from the get-go. Now we know it was.
I'll bring Kaya in. Hold on.
It was Songbird. She was behind it. Any thoughts?
I walk out back, and there's this fucking shadow, a man playing with Kaya. And I fucking got so scared. I was like, what the fuck? It's Marat. He just didn't tell me he's here. He just came, not through the front door, but through the back. And was just playing with Kaya.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking too. The minute she mentioned the cure, said Hasan has it, everything just started sliding into the right boxes, completing the picture.
Yeah, same here. She made a deal with Hasan earlier.
Damn, bro, you didn't have to swag out so hard. Look at this bling, dude.
Traded the president's life for access to the tech.
If there's truth to this, Song's guilty of high treason.
Her and her actions, I won't judge. Not my place.
Treason is not a cool crime. Yes, it is.
Sumi was playing both sides, simultaneously spinning deals with Hasan and you. She has Hasan set. Then you come in. She contacts you via the relic, asks you to rescue the president. Absolution for her right there. You need to cure just as much, guaranteeing you'll help if her plan falls through.
And here we are.
Yeah, and here we are, rushing to Songbird's rescue. Thinking a few steps ahead was always her strength. But judgment calls and situational assessment, her Achilles heel. As a chess master, she'd be famous for dazzling plays and excruciatingly beautiful defeats.
Yeah, it is
Trust
Idris
her.
Elba.
Trust she'll keep her word. Promise me the cure, and I fully intend to get it. Only thing that matters, really.
I'd be careful. Mind sharp. Eyes and ears attuned. But I know Somi well enough to know she'll do her damnedest to be fair.
Bro, she tried to kill you, dog.
Right. Just branded your beloved belle of the ball who you're out to rescue a traitor. What now? What do you want to do about it?
You know, V, treason ain't ever black and white. They tried to zero me once, too. What if we've all been played?
That's a crime wife, by the way.
Main thing now is to get her out of this cesspool of a sitch.
It's a treason wife. Harder than a goes harder than a crime wife.
Right. Still should watch your every move closely.
Sure. Unconditional trust? No more. Out the window. Right. Back to the sitch at hand. What do we have to do to save her?
To grab the tech Songbird and I both need, we gotta go to a meet with Hasan. Prep for it's required. Because we show up as a pair of runners. Need to collect their identities first. Whatever that means.
Personality imprint theft. Sounds like our Colombian job of yore. Who are they and where do we find them?
Hasan got this shard to me. Take a look. Our targets are a brother and sister, red-haired twins. They're here somewhere, schmoozing.
Okay, we need to pull data. Get samples of assorted behavior. We make contact with them, talk, scan as we talk.
Got it, I think. So, time to make our move?
Over there.
Twin roulette, looks like.
Alex, you copy that?
Read you loud and clear. Prep and scan tech now.
You're new to this, but relax. We'll do it as a four-hander. I scan one, you handle the other. Alex will pilot us through.
Hello. Sipping funds your way from our operating budget. Load up on chips and join their gang. Just don't go all in from the get-go.
We stagger our approach, and we're strangers.
Jesus, son, how much storage you play? Actually, not at all. The saves didn't upload to the cloud, so I literally started from the exact point that I was on.
Roulette, really. Gambling throws people around, high and low, brings the joy of winning and the despair of defeat. Perfect for our purposes.
Greetings, sir.
Want to buy some chips?
Of course.
It's Gamba
Good
time,
luck at the
boys.
tables.
Wait, how much money am I supposed to get? Gave you 80K. All right, that's enough. Bro, you're such... Bro, at least 80K worth of casino chips? Fuck. Really? How much did I buy? $35? I bought 35. Fuck, dude. It's too much money, dog. What the fuck?
V, important. You're not there to have fun. Simple bets, red or black only. None of the double street or basket bullshit, understood?
9.
Understood.
Odd. Red. Place your bets, please.
Will you join us?
Betting's open.
By all means.
Make it
Oh,
red.
you don't even get like actual...
Relax. Buy him drinks, break the ice. I'll join you momentarily.
All bets
Oh,
are
dude,
in.
without the
Betting
actual
is closed.
physical chip, it sucks.
What? No introduction?
V. You.
Aurore Cassel. And that boy is my brother, Emmerich.
Oh,
What's the
dude,
poison?
I snapped at the waiter. Ew.
A bourbon for me. Alas, mon frère does not drink.
You heard the lady. And real water for the gentleman here.
And what'll you have?
Hard liquor, please. Whiskey.
Inori okay with you?
Japanese, more than fine.
Your drinks will be here shortly.
27. Odd.
This is a fucking kick stream now, boys.
Place your bets, please.
Last chance.
Black.
Let's go.
V, can't get a hold of Reed. No idea where he is. Stall for time, okay?
I just realized. You must have dirt beneath your fingernails too, like all these bastards and bitches.
Whoa, lady,
That is
language.
unless you're a tourist, like the no-lifers who must watch others live to feel anything.
Provocative, this one.
What do you think I am?
Oh my. One drink and already
God,
flirting?
she nailed me.
Bold.
30.
Le accent.
Even. Red.
Ah, yes.
Fucking done here.
Pussy. Listen, man, if you can't handle the heat, get the fuck out of the kitchen, dog.
Can't help feeling I interrupted something when I walked up.
Do not worry yourself about this.
Streaming. It was great.
Oh, come. V is just being cordial.
Oh, shit. No, don't tell her to pee and poop, everyone.
N'est-ce pas, V? You weren't snooping just now, were you?
Even. Black.
Still no sign from Reed.
Sex scene? Sex scene, yes. Chat. Sex scene, Pago.
Place your bets, please.
8's my magic number, so gonna go.
Did I win that? I don't even know what I'm doing.
On to you big time.
Bro, I haven't even been paying attention to the gamba because I've just been...
But in my defense, you guys stand out. Even in a crowd like this one.
Oh, really? Listening to conversations of strangers can be dangerous. Sometimes you can hear more than you can handle.
Listen, Reed's MIA for now. Can't wait for him. Gotta do both scans on your own.
Piga pa sana.
We were discussing local politics, specifically our host, Monsieur Kurt Hansen. Big fish selling big guns for big money. Yet here you have celebrities, politicians, even the chief of police. So I was thinking, perhaps Hansen would do better by being a véritable businessman, no? I claim he would. Mon cher frère disagrees.
33. Odd. Black.
Guess it's not my lucky day.
Did I win?
Place your bets, please.
Black again.
Who is Kurt Hansen really? A crucial question.
Hello.
Tread carefully with that duo, V.
Hansen's a suit without a suit, if you catch my drift.
Oh my fucking god, you Americans. You used to have more imagination.
Tossing you around, V. Don't let her. Level the field.
Ask a gonk question, get a gonk answer. Deservedly, I'd say.
Touché. Empty banter aside, a stupid man the colonel is not. He should diversify revenues and assets.
6.
I'm negging her because that's what my alpha dog said I should do. Look at that tongue. Look at that tongue, chat.
Place your bets, please.
Look at that dumbass tongue. Time to bet on red now.
Tu ne serais pas en train de devenir trop pote avec lui?
Mais fais pas ton jaloux, petit frère. C'est pas comme si Anne allait baiser.
Whoa. What the fuck?
Pretty shameless bastard, aren't you?
Oh, I agree.
No Sekasu.
I mean, Hansen could take Dog down by the throat, eject the junkies, and make it a paradise for billionaires. Just getting rich is dull. You should work for the community. Invest, create jobs, throw banquets.
She's getting chatty.
Banquete!
And charities are excellent washing machines. You launder billions, believe me.
5. Odd. Red.
Oh, did I win? Let's fucking go, dude. More. Let's bet on red again.
Childish. It's beautiful.
What?
Hansen going missionary position in business? Nonsense.
Reed's still not responding. But you keep working it. Let's go. Swap twins.
Naive thinking, friend. You're wearing digi-blinders?
Excuse me?
For fuck's sake, V.
Wait,
No offense, but you're claiming there's no point in Hansen going legal. He's making great scratch as a criminal.
Yes? And?
Meaning, sure, he can stay in his comfort zone, churn out eddies, or, with a bit of legwork, become an untouchable gazillionaire.
It worked.
Tons of hustlers, plain criminals out there donned suits. Fuckers are truly above the law now.
Wow, just opened them up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Alex. I know.
17. Odd.
I know how to talk to twinks. Fuck, I lost my money. I lost my money.
Place your bets, please.
Care to expand? Floor is yours.
Allow me to say, V. Arms or property, it would make no difference to me what I sell.
Kaya.
And to spend 5 years on efforts to change how people see you, call you, to be upstanding in the eyes of others, I could not give a shit.
23. Odd. Red.
Ah, damn. I should have bet on red.
Yo!
Please.
Getting there. Almost got it.
I can't focus on
Give me
my
something
fucking
big
game,
now.
dog.
Make 'em laugh or cry, I don't care.
Please place your bets.
How about we go all in? Bet everything we won tonight.
And we play different colors, yes? You win or we do. And either you or we lose all.
My thoughts exactly.
A moment. You join the table, buy drinks, talk and talk. Now you wish to risk everything? I find this disquieting. Perhaps you could now tell us about yourself.
Okay.
Tread lightly.
Name's V, Afterlife affiliated. Make what you will of it.
Are you happy now? You choose first then.
What should I choose, chat? Red's been good to me. All in, baby. Better red than dead. Better dead than red.
First, then.
Oui, oui. You know who wins? The house wins. That's who.
Allez, allez, allez.
Come on, I want to win this one. Oh shit. No! Fuck! Fuck!
You win some, you lose some, folks. Leave us for a moment, if you please.
Can you save scum? Or is there actually... You can't save scum, right? Like, it's rigged, right? I'm pretty sure no matter what happens, it's just like you always lose.
Goodbye, then.
There's fucking chatters telling on themselves in the chat. Yeah, they're like, you can't win. I save scum no matter what.
I know your friend Reed is FIA. My natural assumption is you're an agent too. I'm also guessing you two took it upon yourselves to save the president, then exfil her out of Dogtown. I should send you back to Night City in body bags, filled with pieces.
You're not about to kill us. Got it right?
To be honest, I got tired of the media circus. All the...
Okay, all the chat are saying I live in 160K. Fuck all of you, okay? 90% of gamblers lose right before they're about to win, so...
Allegations thrown in my face. The bullshit propaganda. Luckily, we can put all that behind us now.
Oh, so you couldn't be happier we saved Myers after your botched hit. Right. Think you believe that less than I do.
I will let you and Reed walk free of this place. In one piece. On your own 2 feet. Consider it a gesture of my goodwill. Your little bird came...
This is why gambling is so addictive. I immediately wanted to go to Vegas and start gambling.
On her own, though. She was tired of breaking international laws on the president's whim. She simply had to run away. Breaching the Black Wall, jeopardizing the net, all humankind's safety, in fact, for personal gain.
I got it twisted.
I wonder what NetWatch would say. Pass it on to President Myers. Also tell her, her toy of mass destruction is my friend now. And And she should get the fuck out of my backyard, or the world will learn about her games. I've matters to attend to. You'll find Mr. Reed downstairs.
Do it at the comfort of your own home with
V.
steak. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Sheesh, colossal prick. Hear what he said?
Yeah, caught it all.
Can you play
Didn't
again?
like it one bit either.
Son of a bitch said I'd find Reed downstairs.
Yeah, heard him. Wasn't crazy about his tone. Time to evac, V. Best not tempt the fates. Head to the elevator, ride down to 1. Need to know what's up with Saul.
Can I get some more? Can I get some more chips, ma'am? I have to gamble a little bit. You know, 99.9% of gamblers lose right before they hit big. I love that. Wait, hold on. This chatter can't be serious, right? 10% of completely fabricated statistics turned out to be true coincidence and outperform institutions alike. Okay, fuck it. It was just. I thought there was like a real.
Hey, Liz Wiz, famed singer, right?
And you are?
V. Just V.
Bro, this
Nice
does
to
not
meet
look
you.
like Grimes at all.
Nice to meet you, Just V. Perhaps we'll meet again someday.
We just might. Enjoy your evening.
I'll be ready to bug out of here in 5. Up to you, though.
Oh, is it to me?
Come on. Don't act like you enjoy the jawing of these podium pounders and career criminals. Yeah. Thought as much. In that case, I'm gonna hollow the landing pad. Unless there's anyone else you want to talk to.
Well, I was hoping to have a word with Kurt about that other biz.
I can talk to him for you.
No, don't bother. Another time, I suppose.
You know, you shouldn't be talking to him at all. That man means danger. Even for Lizzie Wiz.
I love the kind of rotund characters that they have in the game. I don't know why they're all sumo wrestlers, but they're all built. They all look like they're sumo wrestlers. Like they have the fucking sumo wrestling hair. Arasaka scum.
Yes? What is it?
Weldon Holt. How's your campaign?
Oh, it's hardly a contest. I'd say our victory is assured. But still, don't forget to vote. I'm so sorry. What was I saying?
The music is fire.
Yeah, I see your invitation.
Sure.
Except vote blue no matter who.
No need to worry. Routine verification. Please enjoy your evening.
Uh-oh. Won't ask me my fucking invitation because I certainly do not have one.
Ordinary.
Actually, the laundry room area, I think someone was there. But earlier.
Bro, we killed motherfuckers down there, dog.
Thinking about what that prick said.
Songbird's a walking, talking WMD. And Hanson's got her on a tight leash.
And he can prime her for use whenever he wants. Listen, V, we need to get her out. For everyone's sake.
They'll never find the bodies.
Guy knows.
I mean,
got some
he
dirt
will.
on Myers.
Can't imagine it happening. But if the public learns that any US president willingly broke international laws governing cyberspace use,
NUSA's fucked.
Myers will either have to take the fall.
Oh no, NUSA's fucked. Bro, the American government is basically a corporation.
Let
That's
herself
it.
be buried in dirt for this.
It literally is a
Or she'll
break
defy
off
the
from
world
an
and spark
actual
another
corporate
war.
subsidiary.
Fuck me. Oh, just once I'd like to see things go smoothly, as planned. This feels so very, very wrong.
It's a Militech product, right? It's a Militech front.
You and your chum best be headed the fuck out now.
I'm going. Sheesh.
Wait, can I just draw my weapon?
Hold the fuck up. Are you the ones who busted your way in? Through them tunnels like eels or something?
Hey, got us confused with someone else, man.
Yeah, it's you. You took out some of my chums. We fucking served together. Maybe Hasan let you walk, but we won't. And since he is not here, who knows what's gonna happen?
Try me, motherfucker.
With...
You know what? I'm gonna use it.
That's our cue to leave. Now run!
Using a shotgun!
We got company. Look to the main gate.
Oh, the side's open!
Let's go, baby.
Head
down, B.
Got it. Stay out.
Eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it. Suck my dick.
Going for the kill!
Do it. Come on, pussy, try me.
Hide to the turret.
Feed him some lead!
Sure missed this.
From the side!
Nice, dude. Finally fucking helping me out a little bit. Oh, shit.
Hit them from the side!
They got nowhere to run.
Where's he at?
Drop it down now!
What the fuck are you gonna do, bitch?
We're almost home now.
Hold on, let me grab the weapons, because there's some shit going
Reloaded.
Don't stick your heads out!
Bad news. Max incoming.
Max?
Okay, let's do it!
Uh-oh. A lot of my gear is tuned out the wazoo for human, anti-human stuff.
Everything's going to shit!
I don't have any anti-tech shit. I guess I can use EMP grenade, right?
They're done for.
Everything's going to shit!
Come on!
You made a big fucking mistake.
I don't think I can hack them. Yeah, I don't have the hack material.
They're done for.
Wait, let me try my mantis blades on these motherfuckers.
Everything's going to shit.
Oh, they're still more powerful. Never mind. I forgot I'm a mantis blade Andy.
They got nowhere to run. Sure missed this.
Chill out, dog. Hold on. Hold the phone. Yeah, you deal with them, Reed, while I fucking grab my shit.
I'm empty. Need a reload.
Come on! What they paying you for?
Oh my god, I fucking diced his ass.
We're almost home now. Split up, then regroup. I'll contact you later.
Damn, I fucking soloed these bitches, bro. No, chill, chill, chill. Oh, I have 3 stars? What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck just hit me? What is happening? Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
Got the sky above. Still got a tail to shake.
I'm out of the woods, too. See you soon. Watch yourself.
Got a Delta. Later.
Fuck. All right, shook him.
So where were we?
V, what's your stat?
Oh, I have to pee so fucking bad. Hold on, chat. Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry, had the Delta. And by that I mean Delta my pants.
Got the scans.
Hanson showed up. We chatted. Threats were made, actually. Said if Myers doesn't let up, the world will learn about Songbird piercing the Black Wall.
He clearly knows what Somi means to the president.
Personal WMD, you mean? Yeah. Hanson knows all. Need to get her the fuck out, Reed. Really.
I was afraid of this. Okay. V, Alex and I have work. We need to analyze the data from Songbird. Might take a day or 2.
Preem.
Well,
Open comms line,
our
then?
humble clinic has a visitor.
Sure. We'll work out a game plan. Get back to you ASAP. Oh, and V, bang up work.
Thanks, Reed. Thanks, Choom. I'll try my best not to be a Choomba, but...
Got any spare implants for sale, or all of them spoken for?
Nothing's wasted here. We can find something, provided...
Automatically negates the enemy quick hack. Improves corrosion call by enhancing when it's active. 100% stamina cost. Slows down 5% relative to your... Wait, how do you... Can I put that in? That's good, right? Skeleton cyberware. Don't I have that already? Oh shit. I can just get titanium bones as well. RAM recoup.
Fury! Carnage! Rude! Follow your instincts!
The fuck? Saying that. We're good. Escape from deeper shit before. One to worry about is you, not us. Glad to hear. Had me worried. Gotta admit, once Hanson got his claws into me, I thought that was it. Game over. But suddenly you show up, you again. The right place, the perfect time. This isn't over, V. I'm such a simp, and it looks like we're fighting for the same thing. Your love. That much is clear, and I hope to make that clear too. We'll get the help you need. I promise. Oh, she's such a whispering sweet nothings into my ear. What is happening? What the fuck is down up?
Not in Dogtown. Taxes, who the fuck needs them? In Dogtown, I keep your business.
She's such a gaslighter, and I'm here for it, dude. I'm here for every moment of it. Libertarian wet dream, straight up. Air dash doesn't unlock until you do 2 points. Now I can do air dash. And I have 2 relic points. I only needed 1 more to do vulnerability analytics, which is really good.
As long as you abide by my rules. Sound fair to you? I thought so. Good. That'll be all.
Alright, instead of waiting for a day for a call from Reed, I could do, I don't want to do Pan Am. Pursue other leads while waiting for Takemura. Should I do this? I could do this. All right. If you'd be so kind as to take some time out of your busy schedule, this is a job. Your client's Bree Whitney, journalist. She says she has corporates on her tail and needs help. Let's do this one. Let's do this Mr. Hands one. Have you tried romancing your car in this game? Yeah. Wait, can you romance Delamain? I think you can, right? Take good care of Her Majesty. Oh, the Dogtown Boxer. I'm gonna fuck this guy up. Wait, Breeze Apartments in Night City. What the fuck? I don't want to do that. I want to do a Night City gig, man. I want to fucking stay in Dogtown, baby. Wait a day for a call from Reed. Oh, it's 50 meters away.
Come on, you used to do it for free.
Who hasn't bet yet? Last bet? Last bets!
Aaron Waynes, which one's he?
Aaron?
Yeah, I wonder which one he is.
The others.
V.
Will Corey, Dogtown. Born and bred. Bets aren't even handy.
Fine. Betting on Aaron.
Fucking better cook his ass. Damn.
Can't be that. It's over.
Who's got cyber?
Mackeo. Too damn strong.
Nice not to have to take a dive for a change, huh? And fuck you, Will.
Damn, he's got breast implants. But cyber. He's so fucking yak, dude. This is sick. Okay.
Aaron Waynes.
Who's asking?
Yeah. Autograph seeker?
Damn, bro.
Name's
Cyber
V.
City is so
Fred sent
fucking...
me.
Look at this. So advanced, there's just a cigarette flying on its
City got
own.
someone. I'm sure it was lying. Look, V, got a thing I need to take care of.
You want
Dangerous
Cyberpex?
people
Hell
involved.
yeah.
Need tough hustle to watch my back. Won't run from trouble. Interested?
Okay. Gonna help. Need deets to start.
Scav base, clinic, home to a ripper, Demir. Met him back in my days running with the animals. Our crews were tight, did biz together. Fight I got coming up's important. Should see them in before I hop in the ring. Need you to help me with the ladder.
Need protection from scavs. Puzzling. Said you've done biz with them.
Well, not me. My gang did. Ex-gang, to be precise. But Demir's good people. He'll help me, I just know. Once we reach him, it's a fucking shitty story all in all, V. I'll finish it once we're there. So, we agreed? All good?
Okay, got a deal. I'll help.
Cream fucking news, V.
Cream
So listen,
shoe.
got some things to figure out, tend to here, but then I'll meet you at Terra Cognita.
All right. On that note, I'm going to end it here. We've done fucking 9 hours. I know I didn't play too much today because this was a big news day, but tomorrow be different. Less news will happen and more gaming will happen. Okay. My drops. Okay, dude, I'm fucking still playing, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah. Tomorrow's another day, chat. Which means it's another day to restore glory and spread the beautiful love for Cholima and fight for workers' rights, baby. See you tomorrow. Love you all. Bye-bye.